Shouldn't there be a case?
What happened when they were trying to control us? We are the stage where we either die.
Core of what I said in the very first conversation. You can solve for 99% of all men that are doing the wrong thing, and 1% of men can populate the majority of the earth with women that choose to be with this one man. At some point, every single person, including women, have to be accountable for the thing that they did and open up their legs to. And we also know that women are the ones that initiate the majority of the divorces. So they're walking away from their households and becoming single parents by choice. This isn't something that they're being forced to. So when because he's a great salesman, I gotta give you that.
Come on, brother.
No, you're phenomenal.
Come on, brother.
You do the whole crying thing.
Come on,
oh my
brother.
God.
Come on, brother. You're showing sassiness right now. Come on, brother.
No. This is what
you said. Come on, we men now, brother.
No, listen.
Come on, we men now.
Oh my God.
Come on now, brother.
I didn't know a man, and so as a result, I was looking for love, and so I had this child. You know what I hear? Excuses. Excuses.
Let me add on something real quick, right?
You're a great salesman.
This man right here.
I see why you got a great product.
This man, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. This man right here. I don't want to attack Antoine. Let me say that. No, hold on.
My life is perfect.
I want to make sure my words is accurate. Let me not try to attack Antoine. Let me say it like that. It's toxic to teach a woman to stay in a home where there's no form of love or safety or security, because that teaches the woman, the young child, it teaches the young girl that she should grow up and stay in a relationship with a man that's abusive, that attacks her mentally and physically, emotionally. We have to understand the majority of women will not leave a place where she feels safe. She will not leave a place where she feels loved. Men keep screaming that women are leaving men or divorcing men in high numbers because these women are no longer happy. They no longer feel safe. They're not being financially provided for. They're taking care of grown men. And I know brothers, right, that are amazing fathers, amazing fathers, and raising their bonus children. These bonus children aren't curses, they're blessings. And any man that's able to lead another child that's not biologically his, I salute you. Because the average man will not understand that. Again, Antoine was raised in a home with two parents, which is beautiful. Like I can't.
And he's saying that like that's a knock on you.
Hold on. No, I'm saying it's beautiful.
It's beautiful. Like that's something. Hold on. That's what you're supposed to do. Brother. No, it's beautiful that he was raised in a home with two parents. But a lot of people didn't have the privilege of seeing that. So they're making mistakes, brother. They're making mistakes. She fell in love with the wrong. She fell in love with the wrong man. Whatever happened. But ladies, do not allow this man up here to make you feel like you're not deserving of a man. Or man, if you're in a relationship with a woman that has children, do your thing. I salute you. It takes a real man to be able to step up and be a father when no one else is. No, it's not about do your thing. It's about going back to the thing that you committed to in the first place. And again, they always keep saying, do your thing, I'm surprised you ain't said queen at some point. Queen? Do your thing, queen. Do your thing, queen.
Let me ask you this question.
At some point, you need to hold your parents accountable, right? Because again, we keep hanging this on the hats of men instead of hanging it on the hats of the people that came before you and put you in this position in the first place. I agree. So let's remove this whole thing that is on men. It's not. It's not on all men. That's bullcrap.
What's not on all men?
It's not on this whole narrative of what we see in the culture. This is not a black man thing. The majority of men. So stop making up this narrative of an abusive household. Was he abusive? Wait. No.
That's what I'm saying.
No, let me finish. This is my question to you. Was he abusive before you opened up your legs to him?
No, can I speak? That's cool with you.
I asked you a question.
Brother, we have men that are some pro-finessers. They will give a woman a representation of themselves. And when they've got their hooks into the woman, they turn into something different. No woman in her right mind is going to be in a relationship with a man that's negative, Nancy, breaking her down mentally, physically, and spiritually, not providing for her financially. No, they get the hooks in her. And then when he feels like he's got her in love, and all she knows is him, he turns into something different. All I'm saying to you, brother, this is what I want. No, I need you to hear this. Every woman that has had a child and is not with the man aren't bad people. And every man that had a child and not with the woman is not bad people. We keep saying a man shouldn't be with a woman that has children. Why? Because she have her children, but this man has children and children aren't with them. We have to make sense of this. Why do we keep saying, man, don't be with a woman with children, but we're not saying nothing about the man that's not taking care of his children or there for his children?
I want to actually ask that question right.
That's like a Little Mermaid movie that you just made right there.
Let me ask this real quick, because I want to know if you also feel that way about men as well, because you got a daughter yourself. If you're giving her some instruction, would you pretty much instruct any woman? Is it the same rule that women should also stay away?
I would not tell a woman that don't have children to marry a man with children. I'm not biased on this. I'm consistent across the board. I don't think that it's in a woman. Could she possibly marry a good guy? Could a guy possibly marry a good woman? Absolutely. But I would never advise it, because I would never tell somebody to do something that I wouldn't do myself. I'm consistent in that. And let me correct them for a minute. Please. Nobody said that they were bad people.
Okay.
That's just not your people. Everybody that's a good person is not for you. Everybody that's in a situationship is not supposed to be a part of your network. Every person that's doing something good or well, they don't deserve to necessarily be in your life, because your journey is different. And so I never said anybody was a bad person, but I would never advise a man to do something that I wouldn't do myself, and I would never, ever go and talk to a woman that have children.
Well, when you say they're not your people, what does that mean?
And what I would tell her is to go back with your child's father. And it doesn't mean that she can't have love. If you can finesse a man into doing it, then do so. But I would never advise my guys to do that.
When you say not your people, what does that mean?
It can mean anything. It can mean that we're not equally yoked. Maybe we don't need to do business together. Maybe we are going in two different directions. Maybe we have two different belief systems. It's a lot of different things that can identify whether or not a person is your person or your people and not.
Okay, so are you telling people they should be in relationships even though it's toxic just because of the child?
I never said that.
So when should they part ways?
I don't think that they should have got it together in the first place, because you know who a person.
We're already there, brother. We're already there.
I specifically said no. I don't address if we already there.
Right.
I address. Literally. You have to take ownership and responsibility for it. I don't believe that people are getting finessed like you painted the picture. I believe, because that's to say that women aren't smart. Because how did you get so smart afterwards, but you wasn't smart enough to be able to identify that he was a POS when you got with him? That's literally telling y'all that y'all idiots. You're not an idiot. You're not dumb. Most women know who the dude is that they got with and who they chased before they got with him and opened up their legs to him. You know that. That's why they say get married. Marry before you carry. That's why they say that.
So let's, because I get you pretty much talking prevention.
Correct.
Not necessarily in the situation, but I actually want to go to the situation, because right now our culture is facing this situation in large numbers, Anton. So I want to get your consult for the people now in the situation, because we get your stance, not putting us there.
I told you, go back with your child's father.
But here's the thing. If we have identified as well, to Yada's point, that the brother is, at this point, not working on himself, pretty much unqualified at this point to lead and manage a family, may not even have the desire to, do you still recommend that woman put herself in that position? Or should she,
what position specifically?
To be in a relationship with this type of man? Or should she go about parting ways and trying to find, just run it, be a single
Listen,
mom?
I took my vows serious. I don't believe in parting ways. It's death till death do us part, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poor.
These are single women though, by the way.
Well, you said part ways.
Well, again, a woman who got pregnated by a man, they're not married.
That's your husband. That's your husband. What are we talking about? You can't take it back. Ain't no take backs. We in this. It's me and you till we die. We gonna figure it out.
I don't believe
No. They asked me the question.
I never believe I'm hearing this.
We gonna figure it out. We gonna work it out. We gonna do it. We gonna make it happen. We gonna take on the world, and we gonna take over the world. It's some things that we gonna have to figure out together. But you just can't leave after you got somebody pregnant. You can't leave after you get pregnant. What you talking about? That's your husband.
Man, listen, hold on.
That's your husband.
Listen to me. Listen to me, ladies. If you're in a relationship with a man, you're pregnant, or if you have children by this man, and this man is not being a man in your life, leave him. If this man is breaking you down mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, leave him and make sure he gets himself together. And if he can't get himself together to keep you in his life, that's not the man for you. Leave. I don't care what this brother talking about. That makes no sense, and it's devilish. It's too many women being killed by toxic men because they want to stay for emotional reasons of the children. Think about yourself. Because you can't properly protect your child if you're being abused on any type of level, if you're not being provided for on any type of level. Love yourself enough to know when to leave. If not, you will pour this childhood.
Tom Segura was in there, Dave Attell was in there, Louis Katz, crazy, Ian, I don't know Ian touched it, but it was, yeah, dude, it was awesome, man. And just to see it come to fruition, that was, I think that's the thing that was really exciting. It was like, wow, like, if somebody does something and they're really focused on it, that they can make something real.
You can actually make something happen.
Yeah.
And I've never done that before. This is the first time I've ever done that.
It was, yeah, I think it was inspiring, probably in ways I don't even realize, because sometimes you get inspired and it like just hits you later, but it was awesome, man. Thank you. It's cool.
My pleasure.
Yeah, you did. I mean, you guys are making it happen.
Yeah, great.
It is.
Yeah, it's, I always kind of knew you could do something like that, but actually doing it, and actually watching it take place, and doing it like relatively low stress. It was relatively low stress. Like it's, you know, except for a few issues that you have to deal with at the club, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
You know?
And y'all don't have food, right?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Oh.
Fuck food.
There's, all the condiments and all of that just stains everything and gets on everything, I feel like.
Oh, now you get roaches and all kinds of shit.
Roaches love ketchup, I bet.
Do they? Everybody loves ketchup.
Yeah.
I like ketchup on hot dogs.
Oh, dude, I bet if you could really get it out of a roach, if you fucking tickled him hard enough, he'd tell you he liked it.
I like relish. Relish is my favorite. Yeah, but we got food next door on both sides of us.
Yeah, they got everything.
Shitty Mexican food and shitty pizza.
Yeah. Just what comics deserve, too.
We got some good pizza last night, though. They got some good. I'm not eating it, but Attell got something from some high-end pizza place. Hoboken something pizza something.
He's the funniest man. Yeah, they had a lot of ghost stuff. Like I grew up in Louisiana, right? And so ghosts and stuff was a big part of the history. You know, especially in the South. You know, I think.
What do you think a ghost is?
A ghost? Probably just some busybody that just didn't get all their stuff done.
Ooh, they were lazy when they were alive, so they hang around after life. You know what it's like? It's like those dudes who would hang around the high school after they already graduated. Like, what are you doing, loser?
Yeah, look at this ghost over here.
Yeah, look at this ghost.
Oh, they had a dude who would bring who was always dating like an underage chick, and he'd come and like hand the McDonald's over the fence at our school.
Oh God!
But
How old was he?
Oh, everybody thought he was damn Prince Charles. Everybody thought he was like the luckiest guy in the world. But he was older. He just like was an adult and
like a 20-year-old adult or like a 30-year-old adult. It gets exponentially creepier, right? Like if you just graduated and you're 18 and your girlfriend is 17, that shit is completely normal.
Yeah.
You know, but if you're 19 and she's 17, people start to look a little sideways. That extra 12 months makes a big difference. If you're 20 and she's 17, people will get very upset with you, even in places where it's legal. Where it is legal in a few places, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, and if you are 35 and she's 17, you can't be a comedian anymore. I'll tell you that.
Are you sure?
I don't know. Who knows?
Who knows?
I don't know.
But it's weird, like what's legal versus what's okay. Like it really depends on men, right? Because with men, like if a 17-year-old boy, if some 40-year-old lady fucks a 17-year-old boy, I'm like, all right, dude, how was it?
Yeah.
Is she crazy? What's going on? If she's hot and he's not coerced and drugged, who cares? But if a 40-year-old man is banging a 17-year-old girl, I get very upset.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very different standard for men and women.
Well, now I think a lot of women can be they can manipulate men too.
Oh, of course they can. They've always been able to do
right,
that.
but that never really kind of gets brought into context. Like a lot of older teacher women, they can manipulate a young fella.
Oh, they're getting busted all the time.
Yeah.
They're always getting busted. But they get this. Don't do that again. Hey, stop blowing kids.
Yeah.
That's what they get. They get a little slap on the wrist. They don't go to jail. They go to jail for blowing kids. No.
You think they don't?
No, I think they have like a little fucking trial and everything. They go, hey, get out of here. Just go. Crazy dick sucker.
Yeah, we're going to get you an Uber. You need to go home.
Unless she's trying to get the 17-year-old to impregnate her. Then you need to go to jail, you freaky bitch.
Yeah, I think I'll
Ruin some 17-year-old's life.
with a kid, yeah.
Well, not just a kid with you. You know, he doesn't know what's going on. He's just trying to bust a nut. Then all of a sudden he has the responsibility of raising a child, and you're making him get a job, and he's got to fucking pay bills. And what about his future?
He's going to fail science, I know that.
Why?
Just because he's not going to be able to do it all. He's not going to be able to have the job and get to school and do it all and take care of the kid. I don't think a child, you know.
Well, good news is it takes 9 months for the kid to come out. So you have 9 months of prep time when you get your shit together.
Do a lot of men, you think, use that time to really grow up, and you think that's why God made it that long of a time period?
I do not think God had men in mind when he was doing that. No. If there is a God, I think they just wanted to make sure that the baby's a complicated organ, or complicated organism. Very complicated. More complicated than any other child of any other animal that's ever been born. Human babies are the weirdest.
Really?
Yeah, that's why they come out so vulnerable. Every other animal comes out and they can move around. For the most part. Although I did see a deer just a couple of days ago on my street. I was going for a walk, and the mama's deer bounced off a little, and I saw this little tiny baby deer squatted down and laid down the grass, because that's what they do when they're really, really young, because they can't run away from anything. So their best strategy is to kind of blend in and hide. That's why they have those white dots all over their body. The white dots, like say if they're in grass, the white dots obscure their shape. So predators might not see. And I think there's something about their smell. Google that. We finally have internet again. Google what is the smell of newborn fawns, because I think there's like some strategy that nature has with their smell. Yeah, the baby deer has no scent, so predators that may depend on their sense of smell have difficulty finding the young deer. The mother, always close at hand, tends to circle back towards where her baby lies to get the attention of the predator. Yeah, that's what they did with us. So
They're like that deer. They're like that.
oh, it's false. It says it's false. Well, this one's, where the fuck is the first one from? The Henderson State University. What a shit fucking university. No, go to the top. Is that where it's from? That's it. What a fucking, hey, I got my fucking degree from Henderson. Dan Henderson. He's his principal. I asked him what baby deer smell like. He goes, what are you, a fucking douchebag? Smelling deers? This is false. Fucking pop-up for a fucking outdoor tactical backpack. This is false. Their unique scent is how their mothers identify them. In fact, they urinate on their tarsal glands daily, even when just a few days old.
Oh, they're freaks, man.
Piss on themselves. Going crazy. Elk piss on themselves when they're horny.
Really?
Yeah, their dick is hard and their dick flops up and down when they scream. Their dick flops and they start pissing all over themselves. They piss all over themselves.
I've never been that.
This guy.
I've never been that horny.
This dude's horny as fuck. And he's a young fella. That's not a big elk. Even though they're big, because they're all big. But that is like a smaller elk. That's like a 300-inch elk, if I had to guess. Cam Haines might correct me. Look at this big He's like, yeah, fucking scratching on the ground. And he's trying to get his scent
He
everywhere.
got that limb on him, huh?
Look, he's just flopping around. He's pissing all over himself. And then he's laying around and he's like, oh, they want to fuck so bad.
That's Joe's juice right there.
You know
That thing is serving, huh?
You know what's crazy about them? They're only horny like that for like a month.
Yeah, thank God, dude. They would ruin a schoolyard. I mean, that thing.
Oh, they do ruin a
If they
schoolyard.
ran onto a schoolyard.
If they're horny and people get stupid, oh, take a selfie. They get fucking speared by a 700-pound super athlete.
I hate having that much wiener, I feel like.
Really? You don't know until you have it. You just have to find the right gals.
No, I don't think so. You think so? I feel.
No. Don't show me this. Don't show me this.
I think this one was okay. This actually wasn't the one I was looking for.
Oh, you crazy bitch. Get the fuck away from that thing.
It just
Jesus
happened to
Christ.
The bison kind of attacked, but it didn't keep
What is,
attacking.
why are people so goddamn stupid for the gram? You know how people have died taking selfies? I saw this video the other day on Instagram. This lady who died taking a selfie on the side of a cliff.
And can you imagine too, because you know what's going on. There's a moment where you realize, oh, I'm taking a selfie and I'm gonna die.
No, I don't think they realize it until it's too late.
She was posing for a picture here, and the bison sort of just said, "Get the fuck away from me."
Yeah, he just gave her a little of that, like, ay.
Look at her.
She's still uncoordinated.
Yeah, she
with
was
her
big.
stupid backpack filled with fucking Capri Suns. It's falling down. Don't. Fucking potato chips in her backpack and shit.
Oh, dude, I saw a monkey and a young black woman fight over a bag of chips. There's a bunch of those.
Monkeys will steal your shit.
Cambodia, yeah.
They will steal your shit. They will run up on your table and steal your food right off your plate. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Give me that sandwich. And they just run off with it.
They don't care, man.
They don't care. Did you hear about, was it India where the monkeys started jacking puppies? In India, a dog killed a monkey, so these monkeys went on a rampage and started chucking puppies off roofs.
Oh.
They would carry puppies to the top of roofs and fucking chuck them off the roofs.
Like a Maltese.
Yeah, monkeys blamed for hundreds of puppy deaths captured in India. So they bring them up to the top of a fucking building and throw them. Villagers claim animals were carrying out revenge killings after dogs killed an infant monkey. Speaking of which, have you seen what's going on with orcas? So a female orca, the matriarch, the head of this female orca pack. The head of the orca
When you
pack,
say orcas, what are you talking about?
killer whales.
Oh, damn. All right.
That's an orca.
Oh, God.
So they started sinking boats, and they're teaching each other how to sink boats. Apparently, this boat fucked up one of these orcas. Because sometimes what happens is something will go wrong, and a propeller will hit. They've happened all the time with sharks. It's happened with whales. Propellers will fuck up a dolphin.
Oh, yeah. My friend Dave got pushed off a boat and he got hit by it. When we went over him, he got pushed off the front.
Oh, jeez,
And it fucking hit him.
Where did it hit him?
I'm not sure. He wasn't that great to start off with, but it didn't help him. I don't think it harmed him much. You know, it's like
It helps some people. Some people get whacked and it helps them.
It helps them.
You know, the Kinnison and Roseanne are my two favorite examples. They
That's
both
true,
get hit
huh?
by cars. Wildest people I know. Well, I don't know Kinnison, but I know Roseanne real well. She got hit by a fucking car when she was 15. Bad. She was in a mental institution for 9 months afterwards.
That's wild.
She was a straight A student. She couldn't count afterwards. She couldn't do math. Couldn't do anything.
That's unreal.
She got the lady. There was she was driving towards the sun, and the lady couldn't see. And Roseanne walked right to the street when she was 15 and got fucking clipped by a car from back then. You know, those big old fucking sleds.
Oh, this thing's meant to.
Caprice or something like that. Some giant fucking.
Those LTDs or whatever.
Yeah. Some big ass stupid fucking car just cracked her. So so this is an orca attack in Portugal. So they started doing this. They say the boat something hit us, So this is from 2021. But what I'm talking about is very recently.
This was in the article that was
Oh.
writing it. It's just an example of it, like the content.
So it's happening quite a bit off the Iberian coast. The Iberian orcas has taught at least 9 other whales to attack and destroy rudders.
Wow. So it's like a Middle Eastern thing?
I just think it's a thing with a particular area where the orcas in a particular area have had problems with people.
I see.
And so they've decided to let them know who the fuck is the boss.
Take action.
Yeah, they're fucking up people's boats.
It's hard to tell what's happening in the video, but they explain.
Bro, I'd bring fish. I'd be like, I'm not that dude, I'm your friend.
Yeah.
Here's a mackerel.
Here's a mackerel. Here's a can of tuna. I would bring them.
Yeah, but they might be a little upset about the can.
One day and went to this Republican executive committee, and I was the only young black there, mouth full of gold teeth, and I kept trying to speak on the microphone, and I ran into Greg Abbott, one of his aides. He said, "What do you want to say?" I said, "Man, I remember this party used to embrace niggas." He was a young white boy, so we could talk just like a hip hop white boy. Used to embrace niggas. I want to get him. Get them back to embracing niggas. But I noticed the police was starting to profile me and come over here and try to see what's going on. He gave me his card. So the next morning, I called down to the Tarrant County GOP Republican Party and spoke to Jen Hall and Shelley Pritchard. I said, "Ma'am, I came to, I'm a conservative nigga who just so happens to vote Republican. I'm trying to see if they're offended by what I'm saying, rather than listening to what I'm saying. I'm delivering it very articulate with manners." I said, I went to a meeting last night and I was shunned as a black man, mouthful of gold teeth, and I can bring folks in from over here. So they invited me to come down and they adopted me. They took in my youth organization. So I couldn't, here I am, I'm working in the black community, fighting against black people, but I got all these white people. They say racist Republican. They're sewing into me from the Terrence Star Republican Women's Club. I'm building a relationship with judges where black people get in trouble. I say, "Your Honor, he works for me over there." "Oh, he does, Charleston? Show us some proof." So I'm building relationships, because why would I be a Democrat and there's hardly any Democratic judges? And all my people need judges with a mouthpiece.
In 200 meters, your destination will be on the left.
So, I found out that white people aren't really racist. They prejudiced. They prejudiced. We all prejudiced. We're all ethnocentric ideologies that think it's better than others.
Your destination is on the left.
We just don't understand each other. So I started bringing niggas around, these white Republican people with dreads and tattoos who had murder cases, and they see redemption in these people because they hear the stories. So now we're all partnering together to work with children. We're doing reading programs. So I let the divisiveness of America's culture and temperament at the time, George Floyd killing. So yeah, man, I didn't want to be connected to hate, because I was starting to hate. But I wasn't hating white people. I was hating black people.
It felt, I can understand when you say like this feels like it should have been there over time in history, like it's already like was just supposed to land there, you know?
That's what it feels like. It really does.
It was cool, man. I walked into the green. It was just crazy. There's like that big snake is like there's like a snake in the table.
Yeah.
And then they had Ron White is sitting there, you know, and then Tom Segura was in there. Dave Attell was in there. Louis Katz. Crazy. Ian. I don't know Ian Tyson, but it was, yeah, dude, it was awesome, man. And just to see it come to fruition, that was, I think that's the thing that was really exciting. It was like, wow, like if somebody thinks about something and they're really focused on it, that they can make something real.
You can actually make something happen.
Yeah.
And I've never done that before. This is the first time I've ever done that.
It was, yeah, I think it was inspiring, probably in ways I don't even realize. Because sometimes you get inspired and then it like just hits you later, you know. But
yeah.
But it was awesome, man. Thank you. It was cool.
My pleasure.
Yeah, you did. I mean, you guys are making it happen.
Yeah, great.
It is.
Yeah, it's but it, you know, I always kind of knew you could do something like that, but actually doing it, and actually watching it take place, and doing it like relatively low stress. It's relatively low stress. Like it's, you know, except for a few issues that you have to deal with at the club, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
You know,
and y'all don't have food, right?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Oh,
fuck food.
there's all the condiments and all of that just stains everything and gets on everything. I feel like.
Oh, now you get roaches and all kinds of other shit.
Roaches love ketchup, I bet.
Do they? Everybody loves ketchup.
Yeah.
I like ketchup on hot dogs.
Oh, dude, I bet if you could really get it out of a roach, if you fucking tickled him hard enough, he'd tell you he liked it.
I like relish. Relish is my favorite. Yeah, but we got food next door on both sides of us.
Yeah, they got everything.
Shitty Mexican food and shitty pizza.
Yeah. Just what comics deserve, too.
We got some good pizza last night, though. They got some good. I'm not eating it, but Attell got something from some high-end pizza place. Hoboken something, pizza something.
He's the funniest, man. Yeah, they had a lot of ghost stuff. Like, I grew up in Louisiana, right? And so ghosts and stuff was a big part of the history, you know, especially in the South. You know, I think...
what do you think a ghost is?
A ghost? Probably just some busybody that just didn't get all their stuff done.
Ooh, they were lazy when they were alive, so they hang around after life. You know what it's like? It's like those dudes who would hang around the high school after they already graduated. Like, what are you doing, loser?
Yeah, look at this ghost over here.
Yeah, look at this ghost.
Oh, they had a dude who would bring like who was always dating like an underage chick, and he'd come and like hand the McDonald's over the fence at our school.
Oh God!
But
How old was he?
Oh, everybody thought he was damn Prince Charles. Everybody thought he was like the luckiest guy in the world. But he was older. He just like was an adult and
like a 20-year-old adult or like a 30-year-old adult. It gets exponentially creepier, right? Like if you just graduated and you're 18 and your girlfriend is 17, that shit is completely normal.
Yeah.
You know, but if you're 19 and she's 17, people start to look a little sideways. Huh? That extra 12 months makes a big difference. If you're 20 and she's 17, people will get very upset with you, even in places where it's legal, where it is legal in a few places, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, and if you are 35 and she's 17, you can't be a comedian anymore. I'll tell you that.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? I mean,
who knows?
I don't know.
But it's weird, like what's legal versus what's okay. Like it really depends on men, right? Because with men, like if a 17-year-old boy, if some 40-year-old lady fucks a 17-year-old boy, I'm like, all right, dude, how was it?
Yeah.
Is she crazy? What's going on? If she's hot and he's not coerced and drugged, who cares? But if a 40-year-old man is banging a 17-year-old girl, I get very upset.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very different standard for men and women.
Well, now I think a lot of women can be like they can manipulate men too.
Oh, of course they can. They've always been able to do
right,
that.
but that never really kind of gets brought into context. Like a lot of older teacher women, they can manipulate a young fella.
Oh, they're getting busted all the time.
Yeah.
They're always getting busted. But they get this. They get, don't do that again. Hey, stop blowing kids.
Yeah.
That's what they get. They get a little slap on the wrist. They don't go to jail. They go to jail for blowing kids. No.
You think they don't?
No, I think they have like a little fucking trial and everything. They go, hey, get out of here. Just go. Crazy dick sucker.
Yeah, we're going to get you an Uber. You need to go home.
Unless she's trying to get the 17-year-old to impregnate her. Then you need to go to jail, you freaky bitch.
Yeah, I think I'll
ruin some 17-year-old's life.
With a kid, yeah.
Well, not just a kid with you. You know, he doesn't know what's going on. He's just trying to bust a nut. Then all of a sudden he has the responsibility of raising a child, and you're making him get a job, and he's got to fucking pay bills. And what about his future?
He's going to fail science, I know that.
Why?
Just because he's not going to be able to do it all. He's not going to be able to have the job and get to school and do it all and take care of the kid. I don't think a child, you know.
Well, good news is it takes 9 months for the kid to come out. So you have 9 months of prep time. We can get your shit together.
Do a lot of men, you think, use that time to really grow up, and you think that's why God made it that long of a time period?
I do not think God had men in mind when he was doing that. No. If there is a God, I think they just wanted to make sure that the baby's a complicated organ, or a complicated organism. Very complicated. More complicated than any other child of any other animal that's ever been born. Human babies are the weirdest.
Really?
Yeah, that's why they come out so vulnerable. Every animal comes out and they can move around. For the most part. Although I did see a deer just a couple of days ago on my street. I was going for a walk and the mama deer bounced off a little. And I saw this little tiny baby deer squatted down and laid down the grass. Because that's what they do when they're really, really young. Because they can't run away from anything. So their best strategy is to kind of blend in and hide. That's why they have those white dots all over their body. The white dots, like say if they're in grass, the white dots obscure their shape. So predators might not see. And I think there's something about their smell. Google that. We finally have internet again. Google what is the smell of newborn fawns. Because I think there's like some strategy that nature has with their smell. Yeah, the baby deer has no scent. So predators that may depend on their sense of smell have difficulty finding the young deer. The mother, always close at hand, tends to circle back towards where her baby lies to get the attention of the predator. Yeah, that's what they did with us. So
they're like that deer. They're like that.
Oh, it's false. It says it's false. Well, this one's... Where the fuck is the first one from? The Henderson State University. What a shit fucking university. No, go to the top. Is that where it's from? That's it. What a fucking... Hey, I got my fucking degree from Henderson. Dan Henderson. He's his principal. I asked him what baby deer smell like. He goes, what are you, a fucking douchebag? Smelling deers? This is false. Fucking pop-up for a fucking outdoor tactical backpack. This is false. Their unique scent is how their mothers identify them. In fact, they urinate on their tarsal glands daily, even when just a few days old.
Oh, they're freaks, man.
Piss on themselves, going crazy. Yeah, elk piss on themselves when they're horny.
Really?
Yeah, their dick is hard and their dick flops up and down when they scream. Their dick flops and they start pissing all over themselves. They piss all over themselves.
I've never been that.
This guy.
I've never been that horny.
This dude's horny as fuck. And he's a young fella. That's not a big elk. Even though they're big, because they're all big. But that is like a smaller elk. That's like a 300-inch elk. If I had to guess. Cam Haynes might correct me. Look at his dick, though. Yeah, he's like scratching on the ground. And he's trying to get his scent everywhere.
He's got that limb on him, huh?
Look, he's just flopping around. He's pissing all over himself. And then he's laying around. He's like, oh, they want to fuck so bad.
That's Joe's juice right there. That thing is serving, huh?
You know what's crazy about them? They're only horny like that for like a month.
Yeah, thank God, dude. They would ruin a schoolyard. I mean, that thing.
They do ruin a schoolyard.
If they bring onto a schoolyard.
If they're horny and people get stupid, oh, take a selfie. Get fucking speared. Like a 700-pound super athlete.
I hate having that much wiener, I feel like.
Really? You don't know until you have it. You just have to find the right gals.
No, I don't think so. You think so?
I feel... No. Don't show me this. Don't show me this.
Yeah, I think this one was okay. This actually wasn't the one I was looking for.
Oh, you crazy bitch. Get the fuck away from that thing. Jesus Christ.
The bison kind of attacked, but it didn't keep attacking.
Why are people so goddamn stupid for the gram? You know how many people have died taking selfies? I saw this video the other day on Instagram. This lady who died taking a selfie on the side of a cliff.
And can you imagine too because you know what's going on. There's a moment where you realize, oh, I'm taking a selfie and I'm gonna die.
No, I don't think they realize it until it's too late.
She was posing for a picture here, and the bison sort of just said, "Get the fuck away from me."
Yeah, he just gave her a little of that, like, look at her. She's so uncoordinated.
Yeah, she's
with her stupid backpack filled with fucking Capri Suns, falling down. Don't. Fucking potato chips in her backpack and shit.
Oh, dude, I saw a monkey and a young black woman fight over a bag of chips. There's a bunch of those.
Monkeys will steal your shit.
Cambodia, yeah.
They will steal your shit. They will run up on your table and steal your food right off your plate. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Give me that sandwich. And they just run off with it.
They don't care, man.
They don't care. Did you hear about, was it India where the monkeys started jacking puppies? In India, a dog killed a monkey. So these monkeys went on a rampage and started chucking puppies off roofs. Oh. They would carry puppies to the top of roofs and fucking chuck them off the roofs.
Like a Maltese.
Yeah, monkeys blamed for hundreds of puppy deaths captured in India. So they bring them up to the top of a fucking building and throw them. Villagers claim animals were carrying out revenge killings after dogs killed an infant monkey. Speaking of which, have you seen what's going on with orcas? So a female orca, the matriarch, the head of this female orca pack. The head of the orca
when you say
pack,
orcas, what are you talking about?
Killer whales.
Oh, damn. All right.
That's orca.
Oh, God.
So they started sinking boats, and they're teaching each other how to sink boats. Apparently this boat fucked up one of these orcas. Because sometimes what happens is something will go wrong and a propeller will hit. They've happened all the time with sharks. It's happened with whales. Propellers will fuck up a dolphin.
Oh, yeah. My friend Dave got pushed off a boat and he got hit by it. When we went over him, he got pushed off the front.
Oh, jeez.
And it fucking hit him.
Where did it hit him?
I'm not sure. He wasn't that great to start off with, but it didn't help him. But I don't think it harmed him much, you know. It's like,
it helps some people. Some people get whacked and it helps them.
It helps them.
You know, Kennison and Roseanne are my two favorite examples. They both get hit by cars. Wildest people I know. Well, I don't know Kennison, but I know Roseanne real well. She got hit by a fucking car when she was 15. bad. She was in a mental institution for 9 months afterwards.
That's wow.
She was a straight A student. She couldn't count afterwards. She couldn't do math. Couldn't do anything.
That's unreal.
She got the lady. There was a. She was driving towards the sun, and the lady couldn't see. And Roseanne walked right into the street when she was 15 and got fucking clipped by a car from back then. You know, those big old fucking sleds.
Oh, this thing's vintage.
Caprice or something like that. Some giant fucking.
Those LTDs or whatever.
Yeah. Some big ass stupid fucking car just cracked her. So so there's an orca attack in Portugal. So they started doing this. They say the boat something hit us. So this is from 2021. But what I'm talking about is very recently.
I think that this was an article that was explaining it. This is just an example of it, like the content.
So it's happening quite a bit off the Iberian coast. The Iberian orcas has taught at least 9 other whales to attack and destroy rudders.
Wow. So it's like a Middle Eastern thing?
I just think it's a thing with a particular area where the orcas in a particular area have had problems with people.
I see.
And so they've decided to let them know who the fuck is the boss.
Take action.
Yeah, they're fucking up people's boats.
It's hard to tell what's happening in the video, but they explain.
Bro, I would bring fish. I'd be like, I'm not that dude, I'm your friend.
Yeah.
Here's a mackerel.
Here's a mackerel. Here's a can of tuna. I would bring them.
Yeah, but they might be a little upset about the can.
I'd put it on a plate. I'd plate it for them.
I don't think they like plates either.
Oh, that's a good point.
Actual full mackerel's the way to go. You know, tuna's just for us.
Over the next 30 years.
Why do you think that is? What happened? What changed?
In the in our studies, red, white, and black, we looked at the experiences. We looked at 6 major plantations to find out what the state of marriage was of slaves. 75% of those slaves had a man or woman raising children. The nuclear family continued to prosper in the face of segregation for 100 years, but all of that changed in the 60s when the poverty movement.
Johnson.
Yes, Johnson came in, and what happened was the social scientists who were pushing socialism on America, Fowler and Piven at Columbia, said if you disconnect work from income, then school dropout rates will increase, drug addiction, all of those things. And so what the government did was offer welfare as an alternative to a man in the house. We relaxed the rules, we separated work from income, and as a consequence, that was supported by the Black Power movement. Also, the women's movement was anti-man. And so you had a combination of social policy, but policy alone wasn't enough. The federal government enticed welfare, black people on welfare. Blacks, welfare used to be stigmatized in the black community. But the federal government began to interpret it as reparations and as entitlements. They withdrew any requirement that you should tell the paternity of the father, paternity in cases of pregnancy. All of these, so that more blacks came into the welfare system in the first 5 years of the 70s. That millions flooded into the system at a time when the unemployment rate was under 4%. So it is a combination of social policy plus the civil rights movement morphed into a race grievance industry, and many of those civil rights leaders became mayors and elected to public office, where we spent $22 trillion during that period on programs to aid the poor, where 70 cents of every dollar went not to the poor, but those who served the poor.
What percentage of it?
70%.
70% of the 22 trillion went to the people that serve the poor.
They asked which problems are fundable, not which problems are solvable. So in other words, a friend of mine described it this way. He's having a cabin built in Wisconsin. His electrician is a drunk, and the carpenter is an alcoholic, has one leg. Their value to him is their skills. But if he was a disabilities director, their value to him would only be the disability. So we have a situation where we have really created a commodity out of poverty.
And by the way, when you're saying these numbers, what it makes me think about is this. So why, if you go back to the 1940s, you know, only 4% of kids that were born in America are to a single mother.
Right.
Okay? That increased from 4% to 40%. Okay? And the numbers are staggering. What's that today? 70% in blacks, and different communities. Why do you think this happened? And you know, if you were to say, well, here's how we can get away from this, this is how to fix it. So one, why did it happen? How do we get here? Two, how would you fix it?
Well, first of all, we got here because we had the social policy that incentivized single parents. In other words, I had a young couple. She said that my husband's a janitor and I'm a secretary, and he lost his job. She said, I applied for welfare as a married couple and they refused me. But she said, if I was a single mother, then I can get help. And so you really provide a disincentive for marriage. And you wonder why you get it. You get more of what you reward and less of what you punish. And so over those decades, we have punished single parent households. The more you work, the more in other words, the more you work, the more perverse incentives for you. If I work and get a raise, I'm going to lose childcare. So that's why we have a system that disincentivizes work and marriage.
And you had certain politicians that would use that, but they would spin it for votes. Oh, we're paying poor women to have kids. You would hear that in political speeches. I'm going to change that. We're paying poor women to have kids, and it made it sound like that the poor women were the problem. Right. That they're just taking advantage of it. You know, when you go back and what you're talking about, I think it's important to look at Lyndon Johnson and remember when they were saying the Great Society, it was Great Society for who? Because the government was our government has been actually pretty bad at getting Americans to move and change. They're pretty good at getting us upset, but they really don't get Americans, if you look at history, to really move and change. Our government has never really led, but our government has been excellent at being a catalyst of where they want us to go and to let us go. And to your point, they create this catalyst. You know, what they say with explosive, the explosive isn't the problem, it's the catalyst you put in explosive, so always keep those guys separate. Government has been the catalyst, and what you're talking about is what they did is they knew what they were doing, and they knew that these things would be a catalyst of changing behavior because they couldn't stand at the pulpit of government and demand that you change, but they could put things out there and sit back and watch, and that's what you're saying.
Right, but I also realized that you question what are solutions. If you say that 70% of those families are raising children that are dropping out of school, it means 30% are not. What we do at the Woodson Center is we go into low-income communities. We go into the homes of the 30% to find out what is going on in those households. These are people who are raising children that are not dropping out of school, they're not in jail, they're not on drugs. They're confronted with the same economic circumstances. And so the question is, what is it that's going on there?
Right,
that's
success is close.
Yes. So that's why I fault conservatives also, is that they have been preoccupied when it comes to poverty, but only studying failure. Charles Murray and some of the others, all they do is talk about, okay, if people on welfare, let's take away the perverse incentives. I'm for work requirements. I'm for drug testing, but you can't stop there. What we do at the Woodson Center is that we go look for capacity. And so many of the people in the 30%, we need to hold them up and take what works for the 30% and expand it to the 70%, and that's what we do. But it's a moral and spiritual crisis, and it is not an economic and social crisis. But policy, be the left or right of center, takes very little into account of restoration, moral redemption, faith. And many of our kids who have been able to survive under the worst of stigma is because of their faith. But the whole issue of faith is not even a factor in supporting people's restoration. We have gone into some of the most drug-infested, crime-ridden neighborhoods where there were 53 gang murders in the 5 square block area 2 years, 25 years ago, DC. We supported 5 young men who were ex-offenders who came to Christ and became redeemed. But they have the moral authority and the social trust of their peers. And so they went into these neighborhoods and brought the leadership of these kids who were doing destructive things. And they became agents of demoralization of these kids. And it's just like in the marketplace, only 3% of the people are entrepreneurs. They generate 70% of the jobs, right? Well, a lot of these organizations are social entrepreneurs. It only takes a small number of them. If you can change them and make them an agents of a restoration, they can change a whole community. And we found that to be the case in this community called Benning Terrace. By just going in and reaching 16 kids who were leading predators and changing their values and their attitudes.
How do you do that?
By witnessing to them. You take some man who has been in jail, who has faced all the challenges from an abused household, saying, you are not defined by the works of what you were. And I'm a witness that you don't have to stay there because you've been there.
Where did the self-help mindset come from? Where did the self-help mindset come from?
By looking at what we did in the past. In other words, what I've done by learning, if our people could, in the face of slavery and discrimination, build families and restore their communities, then all we've got to do is go back and take the values that served the interests of our people then and apply them today. In other words, taking old values and apply them to new realities, with the consequence that you can. But a witness is more powerful than an advocate, and experience will always prevail against an argument. I debated this with Hawk Newman. shorts on YouTube for 1 hour. I didn't argue with him. I confronted his proposition with my facts and saying, if we were able to learn and close the education gap under segregation, why can't we do it today? And so that's what you have. But we don't realize the power of somebody coming to a young man or young woman who has been engaged in antisocial behavior. Supply them with a mentor that witnesses to them to say, why don't you use your skill and talents to rebuild the community and not tear it down?
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
Mental health effects of the current protocols promoted for the care of children and adolescents in the United States who express discomfort with their biological sex. This declaration was authored by the American College of Pediatricians, but really it was developed from the expertise of hundreds of doctors, researchers, and other healthcare workers and leaders who, for years, have been sounding the alarm on the harmful protocols that continue to be promoted by the medical organizations in the United States. Despite recent revelations from the leaked WPATH files and the recent release of the final report from the CAS review, these medical organizations have not changed course. So we are calling on these medical organizations of the United States.
I would want to add, look, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys downstairs in D. But I want to ask the guys here and the people who watching, if you're trying to look for a non-frustrated, egotistical woman, where do you begin to look?
Non-frustrated, egotistical. You want to have ego, or?
I'm saying, like, if you want a woman that's not a frustrated, egotistical woman, okay, where would you begin looking?
Third world country.
And you know this, man!
You gotta go where they put cayenne pepper on everything. You know what I mean?
Just to make the water clean.
You gotta go somewhere where sandals are more prevalent than regular shoes. The president has been assassinated. 9 out of the last 10 presidents have been murdered.
Some sort of
you
a
gotta go
farming
somewhere
event.
where a bitch carrying a baby and a basket at the same time.
Some sort of a farming event.
Yeah, where you gotta go somewhere where women actually need men. Women don't need men in America.
Nope.
The system is set up to where they can be providers.
Well, I mean, like what you're saying, Craig, is right, because like I was at something with Bill Bellamy. Bill Bellamy did something Sunday night, and it's always a nice crowd. And I saw the great brother Sugar Shane Mosley. Yeah. And all of that stuff they talked about with his divorce.
Oh yeah.
You know it's not fair.
You ever hoop with him? I met his ex-wife and I hooped with him.
You hoop with him? You seem like he a cool motherfucker.
Down to earth dude. And I watched the Super Bowl at his crib after they got divorced.
No.
Yeah, so I met him and his wife separately, but I used to hoop with him. He played, Sugar Shane Mosley hoops like a nigga that don't have a place to live.
Oh, he just be going at
it. He be diving on the floor, foul. He plays hard, you know what I mean? I really got newfound respect for him after I hoop with him, because he played like it's for bread and water, you know what I mean?
But the point I'm trying to make is Sugar Shane Mosley and the brother who was married to Tiana Taylor.
Shumpert.
What is it?
Oh, they divorced?
Yeah.
They really took it up the ass in court.
Now we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way.
Huh?
He did, he's saying.
You know, his wife was managing his money too. Sugar Shane Mosley, she was his manager.
So what's up? Hey, he took it up the ass in court. Both of those brothers, to the point where I'm saying to you, now listen, I'm going through a divorce. And I'm here to tell you it's the worst shit in the world as far as it go with your business being public record. Somebody saying this about you, saying that about you. Somebody, they want you down so bad they lie on you. I'm hurt from what I went through. Yeah. But I can honestly say, I don't think I would ever go through that again. Man. I can't understand men in America who've been married twice or more. I just can't understand it. Yeah. How, if you see how it go, why would you do it again? See, when you get to court, you find out you're powerless. When you get married in the United States of America, you're in a 3-way contract. It's you, your wife, and the government.
You are mine now. You belong to me.
I'm going deeper into this. I got a comedy skit. I'm talking about this stuff. But when you get married in America, it's a 3-way contract. This ain't no shit where, oh, I worked hard and I got this. No. If you get married, you have entered a 3-way contract between you, your wife, and the government, gentlemen. They don't teach you this in school. They want you to find out the hard way. The government has more power than you and your wife in this contract. They determine what happened with your kids. They determine what happened with y'all money. And they basically, the big dick of the house. That's the government. So there needs to be classes, in my opinion, to educate people. I didn't say men. To educate people on exactly what they're getting into. Because at one time in this world, a marriage was between man, woman, and God. No. A marriage is basically saying, I'm such a sucker for this person. I'm willing to allow them and their government to run my life. And if it go bad, that person and their government determines what happens to me. Are you ready for that with your hard working ass? It don't matter how hard you worked. If you allow this to happen to you, you're going to lose. Unless you hit rock bottom. If you ain't got no money. If you ain't got no money, don't worry about divorce. But if you are a person who finds ways to work and rise, you don't need a marriage license in the United States of America. I'm just giving you the game. I hope you listen to me. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. And if you're a man, especially if you're an African-American male, you're on the tail end of this contract. You're the least important person, and they're going to show you that. Especially if you got kids with them. Especially if y'all got property or properties. Especially if your big black ass done bought a Rolls Royce. Who do you think going to leave with that Rolls Royce? The government don't want it because they got Rolls Royces. They're going to be like, oh, he bought a Rolls Royce with his black ass? Get that knucklehead ass heifer who have decadent BET Awards his Rolls Royce. Just to destroy you mentally. Because it's coming, brother. Marriage is an old concept. Don't do it. Get a contract where both of y'all decide together what y'all gonna do with each other in case this sucker ass union goes sour. And if you fucking need hoes, or if you look happy, it's gonna go sour. Mark my word. Craig ain't never been married. Darlene ain't never been married. No. My man Mac walking down the stairs. Mac, what's the problem?
And I'm paying attention. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean
no, you're good.
Rude. I'm trying to.
You said
wow.
Take
Okay.
my brother out there. We don't want to only expose my brother. You know what I'm saying?
No, there's a lot. Come on, this is like a, how do you say it?
I ain't never heard nothing bad about that brother.
No, he good folks.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he good folks.
He even said at least the stuff go to his kids.
Right.
When I feel like the judge basically gave her his shit.
Does he?
And I'm saying like it ain't gonna go to the kids because when the money get low, everything is sold for the low.
Are all those kids theirs together?
I don't know.
Most of them is grown too. One of them is a fighter. He about to
So
fight
they're probably
fighter.
from somebody else.
Well, I wish him well.
Yeah. No, he went through some cold shit. He you know the cool thing about Sugar Shane, he always smiling. You don't never seem like he having a problem. You know?
Right.
Always smiling and talking positive.
Good energy.
Yeah, he good dude.
Every time I see the brother, I see good energy. I done seen him, he didn't see me, but I'm just saying. I be like, okay, that brother, he cool right there. But I'm saying him, Iman Shumford, and men all over the nation. There is a way to take the assets from you. It's called marriage. All because you didn't want her pussy getting beat up in the game. Because that's why most men get married. They don't want that particular pussy to be out there in the streets doing what it's going to do eventually.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
And just like with a non-marriage relationship, you can make contracts nowadays. I mean, and if the person's like, oh, I'm not going to deal with that contract, well then what are you afraid of? If you really love the person you're attracted to.
Malcolm Brooks, you smile to keep from crying.
Who? You do?
I smile to keep from crying sometimes. I'm not the type of person who's down a lot. Whenever some shit happened to me, I am glad that I'm still around kicking. And then on top of that, my hustle is, I don't care if I'm not making a lot of money or if I am making a lot of money. I'm level with it.
And people
all I need is a fast car to peel out in front of a bitch.
People got to be, listen, man, woman, they got to be careful. Once you start really bringing in some pretty decent numbers in the bread department, you got to be safe. That's all.
You really shouldn't be marrying somebody that has less than you. Y'all just supposed to be together. Because
why should you marry somebody who has less than you?
Because I mean, it's supposed to be an alliance between families, you know, to strengthen political and financial ties. It's not supposed to be done for love. They, you know, love is for prostitutes. You loved that side bitch 2,000 years ago, but the actual marriage was to strengthen community and further everybody, not just the two people involved. So, you know, that's why
they would be like, this is a good union between this family
and that family. Like in your case, back in the day, if you married your wife, your people and her people would have got together. Like, well, what the fuck is going on?
Like, how do we? Yeah, what's happening?
I gave you 12 cows for this bitch. Well, give me my motherfucking livestock. It wouldn't just be simple. It had to be death, and then we ain't.
The father would have to pay for the wedding, right?
Well, there's two different
father of the bride.
There's two different types.
Is it the father of the bride?
The father of the bride.
The family, right?
Yeah, the father. That family pays, right?
Yeah,
Right.
they're supposed to pay for the daughter. Like, oh, now.
Do you think that ever happens now?
Hell no.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Because wait, Craig. I'm sorry, because you be having the coldest thoughts. I want to see this. Where do you see the father pay for the bride? D.
In my family. In my family and a bunch of my friends.
Who?
What do you mean who? Everybody. Everybody in the family. Not only that, if the guy was really young, because a lot of my aunties don't want to put him back, got involved with guys.
Model status and people, we saw it with now people saying that, well, you are my kids' role model. Why don't you have kids at 38? Yet, so, what's his name? When I see you with that whole, are you gay guy?
Yes.
Why you platforming this guy? And the argument was that, but you are the ones who are making celebrities activists. They don't have to be activists. You get what I'm saying? What's your point of that?
No, I agree. Even Sheba made a video now, saying, hey man, if you're failing to raise your kids, and it's been a thing forever. Remember that iconic interview Deborah Petter had with Kanye West? Same thing. She was like, yo man, I'm not the guy, I'm not a role model, right? And I feel like and it's the challenge that parents have with their kids versus what they consume.
Yeah.
You know? And it's tricky because at the same time you are in a position of influence.
Yeah.
But also, how did you get to a position of influence? You did not say that I'm the one to look to.
Yeah.
I'm the guiding star for, you know, a great life. Your kids must live like me, etc. If you like me and you happen to like me and then I do something foul, you can't then hold me accountable because you're like, yo, son, I tell my kids about you. I tell my kids about you. I tell my kids, yeah, you must speak like Saul. You know, you must be smart and whatever you think I am, like Saul. Because you make that decision at home. But also, though, at the same time, oh man, it's so tricky. But with somebody like Shebe, come on, bro.
Like for me,
from onset, that's his brand. That's who he is.
To add on to that, but there's also, okay, we can look at it back, guys. I didn't ask to be anyone's role model. I'm also living my life. It just so happens, you know, you guys like me, you like my music or whatever it is that I put out there. But then there's also the other side, which says what's great, something comes great responsibility. Power comes to responsibility.
And it is power and influence.
With a huge platform and influence comes responsibility.
But with Shebe though, come on. But a guy like Shebe, his identity has always been the I'm finding the word for it, man. You know? No, the renegade. The delinquent. He said he's always been a delinquent. He robbed people, he took phones, and when he recorded his first song, he was coming in through the window to rob people. So, yeah. Like when he got his first song, he was about to rob the guys. There was a house break-in.
Oh,
right? Yeah, really? He was breaking into the house. And then there were the guys were there with the studio, and they were like, oh, nice beat. Nice beat. I almost stopped your heart from beating. Nice beat. Let me hop on to
that is crazy.
So how do you expect somebody like that to be a role model? Eminem spoke shit about his mom, and it's the truth. It's his truth, you know. Grew up in a caravan park, the white killed black friends. life is fucked up. He's got this child, doesn't know how to take care of him, works in a restaurant, and he was rapping about his life and his truth. So how do you then tell a guy like that to stop saying fuck mom when that's his life? No, that's my thing. Like, Kanyibao, her rise to fame and to the spotlight was young girl dates an old man because he's got money, rich man. So how do you then expect? Why would you have the expectations of the influence that she comes with for her to have the responsibility of being family friendly when what she has built to that point? I mean, she's done lots of great things since then, acting and right, but to that point, it was built on something that the public frowns upon. Yeah. So how do you expect an Ashebe to say then, okay,
sorry guys, I'll be centered or
and Matt made a great thing that we expect a lot from him, but he's just living his life, and his fame was almost coincidental. Instantaneous and coincidental. He didn't sit and say, I want to be famous one day and be a role model. He's probably the same guy that he was, maybe even diluted now because there's so much spotlight on him. Yeah, because that he was 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, because it would be weird, like walking on the red carpet with crystal meth. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying things.
People. But you know, the Shebe thing, bro. Like for me, and maybe this is my conclusion on that, is what saddens me, and I hate having to say it, but I mean, hey, this is a podcast and chill, so we might as well
say it, bro.
Is that thing, I feel like this guy's life is a script that we've already seen. It's a script that's written. We know the ending. We're just waiting for this movie to end, and we know how it's gonna end. I feel like his life story, the script is there. It's written. And we're just sitting here, just watching this movie and just waiting.
How's it gonna end?
We are here on the other side, being like, Sheba, yes, if you can just get proper management, get this, do this, do that, and it's like,
no.
That's true though.
No, but umuntu confirm it there. I think what the Zulu guys say is umuntu confirm whatever. But we've said like this one. You can just see. Because I assumed that after what happened with the daughter, right? I assumed that was gonna be a light bulb.
All of us did.
In his career, a light bulb in whatever in his life, even in the people that he surrounds himself with. And Jiggy, now that video with the pipe, right? And I'm like, why? Yeah. Why would you allow this to happen?
Yeah. I'm just happy, man, that you got a chance, to be successful, to live. He probably didn't imagine this 10-20 years ago, and if he did, he probably thought it was going to be a Somalanyana hood, a big hood guy, comfortable in the hood with a bottle store or two there, living comfortably. But this is probably beyond his wildest imagination.
But also
the life he's living, and I'm just happy he got to see that. This is sad that moment didn't become the moment.
Catalyst for something,
for something, because he could have taken a different trajectory, the Boogalab, whatever thing. But it's not in him. It's not who he is. He's living his.
With that again, it's us saying, but okay, you know what? That moment should have changed his life. But if he feels like there was nothing wrong that he did, I mean, he can only feel like a certain, like a portion of responsibility about what happened. But was he drinking and driving? Did he say he was drinking and driving?
I told him I'm gay.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
And it works.
Yeah, 50's black, so he's allowed to be.
But he's Aussie. I mean, that's like somewhere in between.
Yeah, you're down under. There's a little bit. UFC champ. That maybe gets you. That.
No, come on, that is hyper masculine. That is toxic.
That's toxic. That's toxic, is it? It's toxic. It's toxic. Well, that's good.
No, you're beating the minorities. You can't do that. Extremely. I mean, it's the least DEI thing ever.
The movie's about beating up minorities. We can't have the white guys be too successful in that. It'll remind them of history. But what we're gonna do is this.
Yeah, we're just gonna see what happens. That's what we're gonna say.
We'll see what happens. We'll leave it at that, eh?
You could be ED. That shit is awesome.
Wait, what's up there? What's up there?
I heard you were gonna be a stunt double for Chun-Li. Is that true?
Oh, that could work.
You could be Ed or Luke, yo. Look at that.
Yeah, we can't, you know, we can't give away too much.
The black guy's name is DJ?
I tried to get Akash Dalsam, and then they saw a picture of him without a shirt on.
It ain't working. It ain't working, I'll tell you that right now.
You're supposed to.
They were like,
I mean, this trip isn't going to be too good for me losing weight, because I'm literally here just doing like a food tour. Yeah, just cooking.
Where you eating? Where you eating?
Everywhere. Like
You gotta hit me when you come to New York, because I'm gonna obviously tell you where to go.
Everything's last minute with us anyway, you know. But yeah, we've got some cool
content.
Yeah, got a heap happening anyway. So we've got some cool shit.
Who'd you cook with while you're in town?
Well, just at QCP. We're in town at Ashton Brunson. We're going to be.
I was about to say.
He's going to take us around and show some good spots.
If you're with Action, he's got New York locked down.
So we got a few. We've got a few here in New York. We've got Miami doing a heap there as well.
Dude, you gotta link up with Carbone, with Mario Carbone.
Yeah,
he's the guy. He's a major food group. And
do we reach out? No,
I'll connect you guys. But especially if you're down, because I think Mario's actually, I don't know if he's there during summer. Miami gets hot during summer, so a lot of the people that live in Miami just dip.
So fair enough. But like we got we've got a heap of good stuff.
I love it. This is very good. So who knows what happens in Street Fighter? Like obviously we're not gonna release any information before what is this podcast supposed to be? Yeah, maybe just talking about it and make it happen. Yeah, and maybe talking about it removes all your leverage in the contract negotiations. Now you'll end up doing it for free. That's backfire.
Yeah. Well, if that wasn't good for the CGI, we figured it out.
True.
It all adds up.
So maybe there is already chats, and then now we've put it out there. What we've been talking about, maybe negotiations are going to get better for us.
Now they're in the corner. They gotta do it.
I mean, that's if there was conversation already. There's just so many different.
You've got a Jewish manager. I like it. I like it, Volk.
I like how you look at things. The flat white half full, you know?
Anyway, dude, Volk, we love you. We appreciate you. We'll watch you as long as you fight, and we'll even watch you cook. That's how That's how much we love you as a fighter, that we watch you cook. That's love.
And that is love, and I appreciate it.
You know that.
I mean, Volk might be, we should get on there. Volk might something. Maybe I'll let him cook you a feed or something. Old man wants to cook you a feed one time.
I can see old man Volk take down some babies. Have you seen that video? The guy? BV is bacterial vaginosis.
You don't want to say that.
That's a minute Monday. Anyway, Volk, we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here, dog. Cheers, man. Guys, Steak is the leader in global betting in U.S. social casinos. Bet on top sports like the UFC, political events, like the mayoral election of New York, and use the promo code FLAGRANT for your welcome bonus. Now let's get back to the show. I'm starving. I'm starving, and I haven't even done anything for my diet yet today. I think it's just the idea that I have to diet is fucking me up major.
Hey, get on the GOP, baby. Get on the Manjaro.
What is it? Is it? Are you doing that?
Yeah, we've been talked about this.
Yeah, but I keep looking at you. I'm like,
this guy's a piece of shit.
I'm so hungry. I need to eat something.
You can have a salad with arugula, double chicken, cucumbers, tomato, no dressing.
What?
You can.
What about lettuce? What about olive oil?
No.
What that's Jordan speaking.
Ask him if I can have hot sauce or something.
No. You can have hot sauce, but it has to be the one in the fridge. It has to be like the Cholula.
Vinegar.
You know what we can do? Actually, it's 5 calories. We can do like a lime squeeze or a lemon squeeze.
Oh my god. Ask him what I can do to flavor the salad, please. I'm about to pass out. I'm so hungry, please.
Well, you have the right breakfasts, Andrew. Emma informed me you ate breakfast. And then you had overnight oats.
I'm telling you, it's a psychological thing.
You had more calories in breakfast than you ever do.
I'm gonna eat it. When we finish this pod in like fucking 5 minutes, I'm gonna have an appetite like you've never seen in your entire life.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a salad, and I'm gonna make you a protein shake.
I can do that.
also got 3 weeks.
He doesn't look.
He's this is crashed up.
I know, you need.
I got 5 weeks.
You need an eating disorder. You need cigarettes and coffee. That's it.
Eating disorder. Yeah. You need a bag.
I gotta get
dream I smoke cigarettes.
Cigarettes and black coffee. Yeah. Yeah. You need cigs. Yeah. Split a bag you did.
He probably was crazy weight, contact energy.
I would do crack, but like if I didn't have a daughter, I would smoke cigarettes relentlessly. I would be so addicted to cigarettes.
Yes. The thing with the plus minus, you need cigs, not good for you. Lose weight, get shredded is good for you.
That's another thing. Like,
good with that.
I'm not like we're the vanity muscles. Like I don't think we have time to work legs. We're being very strategic about that. You know what I'm saying?
Bitch,
I'm on the same page right now.
Just
like,
wear baggy pants.
What's gonna be so funny is you're not gonna see my body the entire movie. I know it for a fact, and I'm gonna put myself through torture just to get a fucking ab muscle for nothing. I'm gonna have to like ask the director. I'm gonna have to pull him aside and be like, dude, can you just have like Dalsum rip off my shirt or something like that? Like I need one day where I can at least show my body.
Oh man.
For your acting role, you're playing a character who is technically like the manager of Ken.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how much I can give away for no, but I will. So yeah, I'm not like fighting in the Street Fighter tournament or whatever. Like, but I got some moves. Like his lore is quite interesting. I was like doing some. Yeah, like he is a joke character. Like he got a shitty Hadouken that goes like 2 feet. Like he's purposely weak because they're trying to make fun of this other video game that was trying to steal characters from Street Fighter.
So you don't need to work out, just look like you.
I actually could do that. But acting is just like, I feel like I don't know the one thing, but like a thing that you would respect about like, in an action movie is the actors putting themselves through the process.
Your character's a joke.
Yeah, but at least if I put the effort in to like look good in an action movie, I do get to fight a little.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't remember last action. No. True Lies with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It had Tom Arnold in it.
Yeah.
He was not in shape and he didn't need to be.
I'm the Tom Arnold of this movie.
Yeah, and he didn't. And nobody was like, "Why isn't Tom Arnold in it?"
That's the only thing I've thought about for the last 10 years. I remember seeing True Lies and I was like, why didn't Tom Arnold? And I fear that there'll be other people out there, real Street Fighter fans, that won't feel like I did the character Dan Hibiki respect.
Yeah.
I have to get in shape for Dan Hibiki, to honor Dan Hibiki.
You might get too shredded, then it'll be unrealistic.
Yeah. That's what I was worried about today.
Yeah.
When I was starving. I was like, I think I'm going to get too skinny.
Yeah.
During your third breakfast?
During my third breakfast, I looked down and I felt so hungry, but my stomach looked so full. And I was like, this is how people get fat. It's like the idea that you can look at your body and be like, oh, I have tons of reserves here. Why isn't it tapping into that?
Yeah.
It's kind of infuriating.
You just don't think of your body.
Don't look at it.
Pressing. You just keep. That's how the weight gets.
Yeah. Dude, well, I can't believe you're on Manjaro, not as an insult, but like I can't believe it.
We talked about this.
No, I know, but I thought that you were making a joke about it.
No, I'm on it.
He's on Manjaro, he got cheek fillers, he's going all in Hollywood now.
Did we even say that yet?
I don't care. I'm all out here.
I mean, interesting. That's, yeah. So,
I'm gonna get on more shit too, dude. 41, it's over. What do you got? What do you got, science?
I love this. You're just losing weight someplace, you're putting weight in other places. Shifting around.
Have you lost weight on the job?
Yeah, I actually have.
How much have you lost?
I'm working. I'm actually lifting, so like I'm never gonna put on real muscle, but like I look better. I look like I have a foundation to be in shape now, which I never saw before in my life. I was like, oh, this guy could be in shape one day. Whereas before, I'd be like, I don't even see the map. I don't even see a roadmap to it. I don't even see where we're getting there. Now I'm like, okay, there's a path.
I feel like there was a moment when we first met where you were pretty skinny.
Yeah, I could be skinny fat, but like very skinny fat,
but not like,
but never real muscular where like I could lift a lot of weight or like do push-ups with any like real decent form.
How many push-ups do you think you do?
Oh, correctly?
Yeah.
3.
No, you can do more than 3.
A real push-up is hard, dude.
No, it's not.
Yeah, this shit, yeah, I could do a few, whatever. But when they're like, hey, you gotta put your shoulders and your fucking core gotta be aligned, and that's 3.
You couldn't do more. You could do more than 3.
I don't know.
What about pull-ups?
Pull-ups.
Sad, bro. You've been working out.
The delinquent. He said he's always been a delinquent. He robbed people, he took phones, and when he recorded his first song, was coming in through the window to rob people. So, yeah.
Wait,
like when he got his first song, he was about to rob the guys. There was a house break-in.
Oh,
right? Yeah,
really?
He was breaking into the house, and then there were the guys with the studio, yeah. And they were like, oh, nice beat. Nice beat. I almost stopped your heart from beating. Nice beat. Let me hop on to.
That is crazy.
So how do you expect somebody like that to be a role model?
Yeah.
Eminem spoke shit about his mom, and it's the truth. It's his truth, you know. Grew up in a caravan park, the white kid, black friends.
Yeah.
Life is fucked up. He's got this child, doesn't know how to take care of him, works in a restaurant, and he was rapping about his life and his truth. So how do you then tell a guy like that to stop saying fuck mom when that's his life? No, that's my thing. Like, Cannibal, her rise to fame and to the spotlight was young girl dates an old man because he's got money, rich man. So how do you then expect? Why would you have the expectations of the influence that she comes with for her to have the responsibility of being family friendly when what she has built to that point? I mean, she's done lots of great things since then, acting and right, but to that point, it was built on something that the public frowns upon.
Yeah.
So how do you expect then a Shebe to say then, okay,
sorry guys, I'll be centered or
yeah. And Matt made a great thing that we expect a lot from him, but he's just living his life, and his fame was almost coincidental. Instantaneous and coincidental. He didn't sit and say, I want to be famous one day and be a role model. He's probably the same guy that he was, maybe even diluted now because there's so much spotlight on him.
Yeah, because
than he was 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, because it would be weird, like walking on the red carpet with crystal meth. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying things.
People. But you know, the Shebe thing, bro. Like for me, and maybe this is my conclusion on that, is what saddens me, and I hate having to say it, but I mean, hey, this is podcast and chill, so we might as well
say it, bro. Yeah.
I feel like this guy's life is a script that we've already seen. It's a script that's written. We know the ending. We're just waiting for this movie to end, and we know how it's gonna end.
Yeah.
I feel like his life story, the script is there. It's written.
Yeah.
And we're just sitting here, just watching this movie and just waiting.
How's it gonna end?
We are here on the other side, being like, Shebe, yes, if you can just get proper management, get this, do this, do that, and it's like,
no.
That's true though.
No, but umuntu aka confirm it. I think what the Zulu guys say is umuntu aka confirm whatever. But I we've seen like this one. You can just see because I assumed that after what happened with the daughter, right? I assumed that was gonna be a light bulb.
All of us did.
In his career, a light bulb in whatever in his life, even in the people that he surrounded himself with. And Jiggy, now there's that video with the pipe, right? And I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why would you allow this to happen?
Yeah. I'm just happy, man, that you got a chance, to be successful, to live. He probably didn't imagine this 10-20 years ago, and if he did, he probably thought it was going to be a Somalanyana hood, a big hood guy, comfortable in the hood with a bottle store or two there, living comfortably. But this is probably beyond his wildest imagination.
But also
of the life he's living, and I'm just happy he got to see that. This is sad that moment didn't become the moment.
A catalyst for something,
for something, because he could have taken a different trajectory, the Booga Love, whatever thing. But it's not in him, it's not who he is. He's living his.
With that, again, it's us saying, but okay, you know what, that moment should have changed his life. But if he feels like there was nothing wrong that he did, I mean, he can only feel like, a certain, like a portion of responsibility about what happened. But was he drinking and driving? Did he say he was drinking and driving?
Members of this government is despicable. I believe Tom Friedman's column in the New York Times just yesterday sums it up beautifully how I feel. I think as a member of Congress, it is my obligation. I was elected to participate. Doesn't mean I agree with people. In fact, I've seen a lot of stuff on the House floor, many you can imagine, with which I not just disagree, I find appalling, including listening to people speak on the House floor. So I'm deeply opposed to his leadership. I
also believe it's a responsibility to show up and listen.
How many kilometers? 3.5. 3.
Police reported ahead.
Johnson has a big win on his hands. If half the Democratic caucus decides not to show up to Netanyahu's speech, mark my words, that will be accretive to Donald Trump. So I'm weighing all these things right now. Now, at the end of the day, I'll make a decision.
I'm not sure the American public are fans of Netanyahu. I don't think it'll matter. I think they'll appreciate people taking a principled stand.
Independent voters.
I don't think there's a big pro-Netanyahu movement amongst independent voters. But
there's a big pro-Israel.
So let's talk about that. What's going on? I want to talk about deaths in Gaza from all the weaponry that we have given to them and continue to give to an ungrateful Netanyahu. The other week, we saw 4 Israeli hostages rescued from inside of Gaza by an Israeli military and police operation, returned to their families. A very good thing. President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, all reacted with praise, with celebration. None of them, in their initial responses, had a single word to say about the over 200 Palestinians reportedly killed, over 700 injured in that rescue operation, many of them innocent women and children. A lot of people have been asking this for the last 8-9 months. I'm sure you hear in your constituency. Do Palestinian lives just not matter to the modern Democratic Party?
Let me acknowledge the 38,000 human beings killed in Gaza, 1,200 Israelis, but particularly the innocents. To me, it's all the same. They're human beings. I'm appalled and disgusted. First of all, there are Americans being held hostage. Let me change the lens for a moment. I believe, if anything, it has been the United States and the Biden administration should have been the foremost responsibility to extract our hostages, our nationals. I think there are 6 or 7 still, knowing that they're alive. So the question is, would we undertake an effort to extract American hostages 2, 3, 4, 7? If we knew 200 civilians would be killed in the process? Or that's a tough question. That's a tough question. If you're the leader of a country, absolutely.
You killed 200 people to save 6.
Now, you look at first of all, I'm a Gold Star son. I lost my dad in Vietnam. One of the most despicable, I think, wars that the United States has ever prosecuted. We've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. We continue to. Look what we did in Japan to end the war. These are philosophical questions that most Americans would never want to be faced with.
But you were a member of Congress, right? You wanted to be president.
Yes.
So let me ask you a straight question.
Let me answer your question. I believe, as the President of the United States, his or her obligation should always be the safety and security of Americans first. It does not mean dismissing other humanity. But in the case of hostages, when it comes to this, and we've tried this before, we've seen carnage. The fact of the matter is, I think we should extract. And by the way, if that means there are civilian deaths as a result, unfortunately, that's, I think, the cost.
Well, the cost implies there's no other choice. We, of course, know that there was another way to get the hostages out. Hold on. There's another way to get the hostages out. We got over 100 hostages out in a deal in November. You could have got Benjamin Netanyahu blocking another deal. But just I want to be very specific. In your view, is killing 274 Palestinians, including many children, an acceptable price to pay for the freedom of 4 Israelis?
Like I said, I don't. You want a clear answer? Yeah. You want to make this black?
Is it an acceptable price to pay?
It's an unacceptable price, but I think it's a price that has to be paid. Wow.
Okay, so how many Palestinians would it be acceptable to kill in order to get back to the house? What's the upper?
When we start talking about human lives, every single one life is too many. And let me just.
You just said that 274 is a price that has to be paid. I'm saying if it was 1,000, would you pay that?
Because in my estimation, if we look at questions like this in a vacuum, of course we're going to come up with different answers than in the context of the entire challenge. Because if we are increasingly seeing the United States of America in particular as unwilling to sometimes do what's necessary to demonstrate some strength and
you just said a moment ago in the history of killing thousands of innocent people.
Millennium New Year, I went to UK. I was in the Virgin Islands sailing around, and I stopped at this island. He told me to see what he bought because he didn't fix the place up yet.
He had just bought it.
Oh, I don't remember what year he bought it, but he didn't build it out yet. So I went to see what he had there. So next year, and he wasn't there at the time. So I just went to see what he bought.
Oh, so he wasn't in the place?
So I was in there.
Was Chilene at the place?
No.
Okay.
Just the caretakers were there.
The caretakers were there. So you were never there when there was a party and the girls and all this stuff?
No, like I said, we didn't hang out together and socialize.
When you heard all the news and the accusations that all these, hey, Bill Clinton was flight log is this, and you've seen a flight log list with all these famous names that you hear about. I mean, you've seen the names. I don't need to tell you the names. So many powerful people that actually went to the island. Do you sit there and say, yeah, he probably did some stuff he shouldn't have done, and he's probably guilty of some of the things that he was young,
Well, he told me he was getting in trouble with being girls that were too young. He didn't deny that, So I think he was, he was sort of accepting the fact that he was with girls. Now, whether or not he knew they were too young, I'm not trying to defend him, but people are telling me that girls have said that they were told to tell him that they were our age, that they weren't underage. This is again, and I like to stick with facts, so this is secondhand information.
Right.
But journalists who've spoken to some have said that they were told not to tell him their true age.
When you went into the house, did you see any famous paintings, like, the Bill Clinton painting people are talking about?
I didn't see that painting, no.
Oh, you didn't see, because this is 2000. Maybe it took a lot longer to paint that painting.
Yeah, I don't know what else.
It's a legendary painting. So, okay. The Diddy case, are you following the Diddy case at all?
No, not whatsoever.
You're not a big hip-hop? You don't listen to hip-hop? You're not a hip-hop guy?
No, I mean, I like some music, but I'm not interested in Diddy.
Okay. Well, let me kind of give you why I'm bringing the Diddy case, which is kind of interesting, is the claims against Diddy by, you know, maybe Gene Deal, his former bodyguard that was with him all the time, or some of these other names that are coming and making the claims, Jaguar, right, and all this stuff. And also, boom, they're raiding his Miami home and his LA home, right? Okay. And, you know, I go back and I sit there and say, well, if he went to a Diddy party, he had cameras everywhere. He recorded everything. So what if he's got videos on all these other people? And if he's got these videos, you know, they're worried that what if Diddy decides to leak those videos? And what if Diddy got so much power with these videos that he's negotiating to get full protection, and he's kind of pushing the weight a little bit too much? And hey, man, you just crossed the line, and you're not as powerful as you think you are, because these videos that you have and these tapes, that we can really destroy your life. Well, if you do, and then you think, well, Epstein, who had all these parties, and maybe people that went to his place, and everybody wonders, you know, how did Epstein even make his money? You know, your impression of the guy, you know, being a billionaire, $600-700 million. What is your impression of how your brother made his money? Because he made a lot of money.
He made a lot of money. Well, he started on Wall Street when he was young. And he started on Wall Street when...
He was a math teacher before, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, he taught math in the school in New York City.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he was very good at math. Right. Let's put it that way. And he was on Wall Street in the days when Wall Street was like the Wild West. And he started corruption going on. I remember we were still living in Brooklyn, and he started on Wall Street. And he came home one day. This got to be in the late 70s when he started. And he said to me, I'll never forget, he said, if the general population knew what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution in this country. That's a direct quote from him in the late 70s.
In the late 70s?
Yeah, when he started on Wall Street. You know, he was like the youngest partner on Wall Street, when he became a partner in Bear Stearns.
Got it, yeah.
And he all the corruption going on.
He looks like a scheme of Lou Ferrigno here. Yeah. I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
Does he not? Am I like the only one?
Absolutely.
Put a Lou Ferrigno next to him. He looks like a Lou Ferrigno twin.
That's why I'm laughing, because it's so true.
Type in young, yeah. Oh my God, he looks just like Lou Ferrigno. No relation, right? You guys did?
No.
Yeah. Wow, that was a little too close. Look at that. That is wild.
It's very perceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is. That is wild.
It's very perceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
If the population knew how much corruption and what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution.
Did he ever break it down and kind of give you some ideas, or not really?
Yeah, he gave me a for instance.
What was some of the...
Well, one instance I remember, he said in the old days, you know, before they changed things, a broker would buy, say, $1 million worth of stock in the morning, and then he'd sell it at the end of the day. If the stock went up, he would then apportion it to the clients he liked. If the stock went up, he'd say, okay, I bought $200,000 for client A, $200,000, you know, for different people, and they get the dividends. And if the stock went down for some reason, he can give the losses to whoever you want to give the losses to. So that's been changed. I understand now, well, broker's not really around like they used to be. Everybody's doing their own work. But then when they changed it, when the broker bought the stock in the morning, he had to declare then who he was buying it for. So then if the stock went up, or the stock went down, those people got the gain or the loss. He couldn't then give the gains to Jim's and the losses to the right. So that was like just one simple example of what used to take place.
Anything else he told you or not?
Well, yeah, then he actually hooked up with an attorney, and they started going after brokers that were ripping people off. I remember there was one case, I don't know who the client was, but the guy gave a broker $3 million to invest. And after a number of trades, the money was gone. And the broker basically said, well, you know, we made 10 trades and they all lost. Now, Jim was a mathematician, and he knew that statistically, it's almost impossible to lose 10 trades in a row, just like it's almost impossible to win 10 trades in a row. Like the odds are kind of the same. So when he sees that every trade was a loss, you know, even if you did it randomly, you're going to get some gains. So then they started digging into this, and they found that there was a lot more trades made, and you know, money was mishandled, and they would go after the broker and reclaim money. And whatever money they reclaimed for the investors, they got 50% of. So they made a lot of money reclaiming money that was basically stolen from investors. This is what used to take place.
So what was? But I mean, all of that stuff is great. But Mark, to go from $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $3 million a year, $5 million a year, $10 million a year, it's hard to make 6 million. It's harder to make $1 million. It's harder to make $10 million. $600-700 million. How do you make that kind of money?
You make good investments.
Do you know any one of the best investments he ever made?
That he made? I don't know anyone in particular. I know. We didn't talk too much about it, but I know at one point in time he owned, one of the owners, if not the owner, of the company that made football helmets. I think it's Rydell. You know, they make all the sports team helmets. He bought that company, they were in trouble with everything, and he eventually sold it and made a lot of money with that. I don't know the details of it, but I know he sent me a helmet, so I knew that he actually had the company.
Who is this one guy that we did 2 stories on? The one billionaire that said he paid $120 million of consulting fee to Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, that was Black.
Yeah, that's Black, right?
Yeah, because I heard that on the news also.
Yeah, Leon Black. Can you go up and just put Leon Black and put Epstein? Leon Black, Epstein. For estate planning is what I remember. Estate planning. He said he spent there it is. students, who the hell has ever spent $158 million on estate planning services? I just did estate planning, and I know some of these estate planners that are the high-end estate planners that deal with billionaires. I was at an event a few weeks ago. Only 60 billionaire families were invited. I was there myself. We're at a Goldman Sachs event. It's in Chicago. It was a very intimate event, and even those guys use similar estate planners that you go through, and you can do unique ways of doing it, the irrevocable life insurance trust, the IVAs, all the stuff that you do, okay? You want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just for tax efficient accounting services. If you're enjoying this interview as much as I enjoyed doing it when I was sitting with them, you may want to order the shirt already, because the word allegedly is used a lot in an interview like this, and it's right, you can order the shirt. Last time we launched the allegedly, it sold out in no time. And trust me, it's very interesting the looks you get when you're in the airport, at the gym, you got a shirt on that says allegedly. People will come and smile at you, laugh at you, but many times they'll say, where did you get the shirt? So pause the video, place your order, and then go back to the interview. Take care, everybody. You want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just
friend and benefactor. And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white conservatives. The American Negro is nothing but a political football, and the white liberals control this ball through tricks or tokenism or promises of integration and civil rights. In this game of deceiving and using the American Negro, the white liberals have completed the operation of the Negro Civil Rights League. Sell our people out for a few crumbs of token recognition, token gain, token progress.
Now, when you hear this speech is given in the 60s, maybe late 50s and 60s, because he died, I want to say February of 1965, and Dr. King died April 4th of 68, right? So this message is being given at a time where it's like, wait a minute, were white liberals the same then as they are today? Have they been at it for this long of a time? Where even Malcolm X said this? How do you process what Malcolm X just said in this message?
I totally agree, and it's been the foundation of everything that I have done since then. That's what drove me. I go further by saying that many of the black elected officials and others commit treason against their own people by using race to deflect attention away from their own failures. In Baltimore, Freddie Gray was killed. That's when, to deflect attention away from why are blacks failing in school systems and in cities run by their own people for the past 50 years. If racism were the issue, then tell me why are they failing? But the answer that they give is, well, the police are agents of white supremacy. There's always a racial deflection that prevents them from taking responsibility of why they are running their systems. But many of them are hypocrites because they don't live by the same rules. Eleanor Holmes Norton, Jesse Jackson, all of them sent their children to private schools in Washington while opposing school choice for poor black people. So you have this contradiction, but race really is being used as a shield and a sword, a shield to deflect attention away from their failure to address problems that were promised by the civil rights movement.
How can you manipulate for this long, though? One may ask, how can you manipulate? 2012, 93% of African Americans voted Democrat. 2016, 89% of African Americans voted Democrat. 2020, 87%. So 93, 89, 87 voted Democrat. And, Malcolm X said this at the year that he said, this is 60-something years. How can you manipulate an entire voting bloc, an entire community for this many decades?
Because race is a very emotional, deeply emotional issue. It's like the state of Israel is to Jews. It's an emotional issue, like abortion is to the right to life. And so it is a deeply, and they know it, and they do manipulate it that long. But also it's because Republicans have not been competitive either. When they were successful. Look at Dick Riordan in L.A. He was the first Republican mayor in 35 years. How did he do that? Dick Riordan planted charitably 2 years before he harvested political. He went to the low-income Hispanic community and said, what is it that you need to rebuild your community? And he brought some of his friends to the table, and they built a state-of-the-art facility so that those communities could engage in after-school activities to teach English. It was only after he planted charitably that those liberal Democratic leaders embraced Dick Riordan. He became the first Republican mayor in 35 years, and when he got reelected by 60% of the demographic. DeSantis in 2018 got elected because of the black vote. He ran against Gillum, right? Andrew Gillum. But DeSantis only won by 32,000 votes because 100,000 low-income black parents voted because of his position on choice in education. They voted for him, even though Barack Obama and Oprah Winfrey was brought in to campaign for Gillum. So you have 100,000 blacks voting against Obama and voting against Oprah to elect because they made a decision based upon the content of the issue. And not enough Republicans did what DeSantis did. And when they do, I think they will be competitive. But apathy is what's keeping blacks. Also, if you look at some of those high-crime neighborhoods, in the mayor's race, only 8 to 10% of the people vote because there's such deep apathy in those communities. But low-income blacks are sleeping giants. They're going to wake up one day soon.
Low-income blacks are going to wake up one day.
Wake up and realize how they're being pimped and how they're being used.
What's the tipping point? What needs to happen for them to wake up?
I think the violence that is you're seeing now, a lot of unrest. 80% of Black Americans polled do not support defender police. 80%, but you won't know that by looking at the media. You know that, and 60% of blacks do not believe that racial discrimination is the biggest barrier to their flourishing. And so the challenge that we have is to, and what we're doing at the Woodson Center is giving voice to those people. We have about a couple thousand women who are Voices of Black Mothers United. These are women, moms who lost children to the violence. They're coming. The leading cause of death of black kids is homicide. In Silicon Valley, it's suicide from teens, and in Appalachia, it's prescription drugs. Well, the Woodson Center brought together representatives from those three communities, Mothers Consortium. And it was just common ground there. We united. And so what we must do is we must de-racialize race. But it's not enough to talk about what you're against. You've got to talk about what you're for. We should be for the saving of the children's lives. And so what we're doing at the Woodson Center is mobilizing mothers from those three communities to come together and say that we must do everything we can to fill the hole that's in the hearts of our children that causes them to devalue their life to the point where they're willing to take their own or take someone else's. They're different sides of the same coin.
Could you find out what the reason was for homicide, for suicide, and for prescription drugs? Like what's the reason?
Emptiness. Emptiness. When you keep telling, when you keep broadcasting to people that they live in a country that despises them, particularly the low-income blacks, that you live in a country that despises you, like the 1619 Project said, that racism defines all whites are villains and victimizers and they're privileged. That message gets communicated to blacks that perhaps the reason that this is happening is because they are unworthy. So the message of unworthiness comes from the very people who are supposed to be social justice warriors. And you say to a child, a white child, that you're devalued because you're privileged and you are an oppressor. Those are really dangerous messages that we're sending to our children when we keep saying to them that they live in a country that despises them because they're white and derides them because they're black. I mean, that's a very poisonous message. And that's why at the Woodson Center we're doing everything we can to mobilize that consensus among the people suffering the problem.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
It is not a race problem in America.
When you say that, a lot of people disagree with you. They would say, how could you say that? You know, maybe maybe it wasn't back then, but you don't know the America today. You know, you don't know what's going on with the challenges they're facing and the level of racism they're experiencing today in the marketplace, because maybe you are disconnected, kind of like how you were when you thought everybody was black until you joined the army. You realize that you only hate the black. What do you say to the people that literally 100% disagree with you and they say there is racism today? It is a challenging time today. What do you say to them?
I say, look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. You know, a lot of people are like the farmer that came to the creek where it was like it was 3 feet high and moving at about 20 miles an hour, and he forced the mule in and it was swept down the creek. A year later, he comes to the same crossing. This time it's only 6 inches. The mule refuses to go in because the mule had good memory but poor judgment. Conditions were not like they were back in segregation when I was locked up twice in Mississippi. Conditions have changed, but many of us but again, look at the evidence. When whites were at their worst, we were at our best. As I said, in 1930 to 1940, when segregation and racism was enshrined in law, blacks had the highest marriage rate of any group in society. Elderly people could walk safely in those communities without fear of being assaulted by their grandchildren. So let's look at the evidence. When we refused access to hotels, we built our own hotels, financed by our own means. The Wallahaji in Atlanta, the Carver and Calvert Hotel in Florida, the St. Charles in Chicago, the St. Teresa in New York. I could go on and on. When we were denied access to colleges, we built our own. And in fact, our small business formation rate was higher than whites in the 20s, and that really determines any group's participation in the economy. It is not what government does for you or what white people do. In fact, I think those who continue to push this race agenda are Eurocentric. They assume that the destiny of blacks is determined by what white people do. That has never been the case. We closed the education gap in the South between 1920 and 1940. How did we do it? Julius Rosenwald, the CEO of Sears, came together with Booker T. Washington, and he put up $4 million. The black community matched it with $4.8 million. We built 5,000 schools to teach ex-slaves how to read and write. And as a consequence of that study, in between 1920 and 1940, the education gap in the South between whites and blacks was 3 years. 8th grade for whites, 5th grade for blacks. Within 20 years, that gap closed within 6 months. There were 5 high schools at the turn of the century in New York, Baltimore, Washington, Atlanta, and New Orleans. They had used textbooks, overcrowded classrooms, half the budgets of white schools. But every one of those schools out-tested every white school in those cities. If we were able to close the education gap between 1920 and 1940 through self-determination and hard work, if we were able to out-test white schools in those cities, then the question is, in those same schools today in Baltimore, for instance, where they're run by blacks, not a single student could read at grade level or perform at grade level. And so how can you say that it is racism that is the cause of the present day challenges when under segregation we achieved? One other example we gave from our studies. In 1943, blacks were prohibited from being naval officers. Eleanor Roosevelt was persuaded her husband to train them, so they selected 16 black college-educated men for training, the Naval Academy, not the Academy, the Naval Training Center. The Navy says, aha, we're going to give these black cadets in 8 weeks what we give white cadets in 16, so they wash out. When these brothers found out what the deal was, they covered the windows in their barracks and stayed up all night and studied. When they were tested, they scored in the 90th percentile.
Wow.
So then they said, well, they cheated. So they tested them individually. They scored in the 93rd percentile. 13 of them eventually became naval officers. They called them the Golden 13. You can look it up. That test, the test scores today has never been better. So, again, I respond to people with evidence. The incarceration rates of blacks from the turn of the century up to the 60s.
And you've seen the difference. I think South Africans, just as a culture, we don't respect road laws like that. It's not in our culture, like to be like. I mean, you've seen in London how people will stop. You know, people will not just cross anywhere. You know. But in South Africa, we just a culture that does not really respect road rules and all of that. So I'm not surprised. Are you surprised?
It's very poised that skip the red light. You know. No, for real. Like my previous car when it got written off.
Yeah.
A cop skipped. I've got it on dash cam. A cop skipped a red light, bomb into me. Wow. And it was between those ages, that age bracket. No. He was.
Oh, he was sober.
He was sober. It was in the morning. I was going to work. I don't know, man. And I don't wanna. I think it would be lazy of me to just say, it's drinking and driving. You know, but it is. Young people who are going to work, going to school. I remember when I was taking a taxi, you know what I mean, from Forsley to Benoni every day. So it's also young people. I don't know, man. I feel like that's going to be the natural number because it's probably young people. Those are the biggest road users on the road, be it public transport or be it they're driving or be it they're walking as well. It's some of the most active
population
bracket in our population.
Some of the factors that come across, and I want all of us here to think about it. When you were in your early 20s, brand new car, with friends, your respect and relationship with the car is very different. You grow older to respect it differently to when you were a young man. With a car, I know I rode with one of my nephews, and I was 5-6 years ago, and I know I'll never drive with him again. The way he was driving was so bad. And to him, this is cool. Yeah. There is a level of disrespect. And you said it, road users and also as young drivers. Your behavior as a young kid behind the wheel is very different to when you're older. You grow to respect the car very differently as well. And that's one of the factors.
And I also wanted to emphasize that number, that it's not just about people in the cars. It's talking about, accidents where people get hit by cars. That's why I wanted to make sure. But it's a culture thing where people, And why you go see the zebra walks, what do you call them?
Actually, they are there.
Just mean, you get what I'm saying? Yeah.
And someone's going to knock you over for. They don't realize that you've got the right of way as a pedestrian.
No, but
you walk over the zebra crossing.
It's shocking how many people in this country get hit by cars. The number, if you have to find out, I don't know if it would be available in the stats, but it's a big number.
Pedestrian numbers are higher. Probably 43% of the total number of accidents are pedestrians. Every time we hear stats, whatever festive season stats we get, whether it's Easter or December, the highest number is actually pedestrian. We always think it's highway accidents. No, it's actually pedestrians. And now when you then look at the number even further, you realize that it's young pedestrians, young drivers. So it makes it even more scary. Your point is it's more of an issue of they are the biggest number of road users.
It's just pure stats, man. It's the most active, age bracket of the population. So it's people going to school. For example, how many school accidents have we heard of? Where firstly, those school cars are all overcrowded half the time. Have you seen? I don't even know sometimes they can't malum. But then it's tough, man. Being black is traumatic.
Cars for their kids are in these cars. I always
They
ask
know.
myself that.
They know.
Do the parents know? This guy has 50 kids in the
parents know.
My mom doesn't have a car, right? Toluti, there's like 2 transports that will go to Forslow, 2 Alberton, 2 Brackendowns to Glenview Primary School. What choice does she have? You know?
You see?
So it's traumatic being black, man. Like, what option really does she have? Because she doesn't have a car, and she can't, even if she did, she can't drive to Brackendowns early morning
and then go to where?
and then go to Katlohong to Esibubo Primary Lapa, and then pick me up as well. She can't. So sometimes they leave you in these cars.
Hey, Brad, did you see that video of it is a nice video. Initially, when you watch it, it's a nice video. This guy sees this kid walking alone in the street, and then, you know, he stops and offers him, let me go buy you whatever. But it's a beautiful video of somebody doing something nice and, you know, getting the kid shoes. Yeah. But within that conversation is the fact that why is this kid walking alone like this, and why is just a random stranger able to stop? And yes, he's going to go do something nice for the kid, but why is a stranger able to do that? And then you think about stuff like that maybe the mother doesn't have a choice. Maybe there's no other person who can actually walk with this kid to school. There's no other person who can go and pick the child up and all of that. Hey, it's sad, bro.
That one is scary, and I'll tell you where it unsettles me. These kids at intersections with a donation little thing.
I don't give.
That thing completely unsettles me.
No! I'm so sorry.
I wasn't even done talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't give.
No. I'm very generous. Yes. But I'm always so conflicted when I give a kid a strategy who's begging for money or asking for donations, because I'm enabling them to say this is actually a hustle. I'm validating that hustle.
Yeah.
That's my issue.
100%. My issue is we should not let them be there. We're dealing with human trafficking at a level that's scary in our country.
Yeah.
If you take one of these kids from Fage Motweni and drive off, that's it. And they are there all the time asking for donations. It scares me every time I see it.
I don't know how true it is. Maybe Archie that can actually, you know, tell us that. So one of these mamas with kids, whatever, traffic stops around. Apparently syndicates that actually hire women to hire out children from other women. Go into that mama with the 2 kids. No, because that generosity comes in when you see that baby. I get it. So now you can also go for your kids.
Yeah, bro.
No, it's a
you can rent out your kid. You get some money. Yeah,
50 rands a day.
Yeah. Your parent.
You're the only person
So it's a whole economy,
they get the kids, drop them off, not even their kids. I don't, and even those ones. And the reason is because some of us are giving them money, because we're giving them money, and what we're doing is fueling this fucked up industry.
That industry exists, it's flourishing, it's big, it makes money for those who control the system.
Should you not?
It's been a lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun in a typical David Mashebela style. We did it, how long is it? 3 billion hours. I mean, your shows are long, but but you want to remain engaged.
Yeah.
Though, you know? Beautiful. I don't know why we've never thought of having Brad Davis as stand-in, eh? Because we've never. Yeah, man, it was really fun. I enjoyed it. Thank you,
I've
sir.
done this show before, differently.
It was
we did the
different.
interviews and all of that. I come in once a year, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm that guy.
So it's not wrecking a studio.
But thank you again. Thanks for the invite. Thanks, Chilas. I hope you stayed throughout the show, eh? We've enjoyed it thoroughly. And we have to say goodbye. Thank you again for the visit.
No, thank you for having me. Like, I had fun, I laughed, and I learned something. Thank you for the Shanghai education. I mean, like, I'm very fascinated about that. I'm going to be telling people like as if I knew a lot.
Well, before we close, bro, I enjoy your feature on 702 with Religion.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You talk about stuff on TV. What's there to watch right now? Yeah. I want to just sit blankly looking at Netflix, Apple TV, and not knowing what to watch. Yeah, it's so annoying.
Yeah. Look, I mean, yeah, you know how sometimes you think you've watched everything. You know, and I always say to people that even when you have guests in your house, you know, let them control.
This is better,
you discover new shows, you discover new things to do, and all of that. So yeah.
No, let me put it on a show. Your friends and neighbors. Have you seen that show?
Your friends and neighbors.
Yeah. Please Google the name. Oh, it's a show on Apple thingy. It's amazing. Especially the end. So, in a nutshell, this guy is like a hedge fund, whatever manager, big, Wall Street guy, loses a job for shagging a junior, right? And
Power dynamics?
Yeah, power dynamics. Yeah. But he needs to keep up the facade of this rich neighborhood. And no one locks the doors in this neighborhood.
A lot of people are warning that this will be the final election and there will be no more democracy. If you and Trump were elected, there'll be no more democracy. It'll be the final election. And these are good people. This is Goldman Sachs, this is the Cheney family, this is, a lot of defense contractors. So
the people with the best interests of the American people at heart.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the people who really keep the American social
fabric. How do you respond to that when, when you have a multi-ethnic family and they go, you and Donald Trump are racist and hate different kinds of people because you've criticized having an open border?
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but roll my eyes at it at this point. And there was probably a time, honestly, 6-7 years ago where I really cared, what I'm talking about. Yeah. I really cared what the media said about me. Yeah. I just don't care anymore because they're so obviously full of shit. Right? Actually, if you look, even just you talk to working and middle class Latino voters, they hate the open border even more than my family from rural Ohio and Kentucky because they don't like having their wages undercut. That when the cartels are doing business in their communities, it's the Latinos that are actually the most pissed off about it. So I just kind of roll my eyes at it. I think that you have to have a certain sense of humor about American politics, and it's easy to do when you're running against Kamala Harris and you're running with Donald Trump. Because as much as he obviously, I think they've done more to him than any presidential candidate in my lifetime. He still actually has an amazing sense of humor about the whole thing. And oftentimes, I call him obviously every day at this point, talking about the campaign, but he always ends up cracking a joke. And I think it's in part because he knows that's what's good for me in that moment is we got to laugh about some of this stuff or we're going to get crazy.
Yeah, there is now, we're in October, we've got about 2 weeks left, so now every single day there's some article coming out in a publication that Donald Trump said something Hitlerian or about Hitler or about so it does seem to me that the hysteria is at a fever pitch.
It really is.
What do you think about John Kelly? He did come out and say Trump's a fascist and this is fascism and all of that.
Well, first of all, the amount of stock the media puts in a disgruntled ex-employee. John Kelly was fired, right? And look, he served his country when he was fired, and he's pissed off about Trump and that. And if you talk to the people who were in the room when Trump allegedly said these things that he said, even Mike Pence's former chief of staff are saying it's totally made up, it's a total lie. But here's the really interesting thing, right? 3-4 years ago, the media were all calling John Kelly an evil racist for helping to promote Donald Trump's border policies. And now it shows how thin this is, right? Dick Cheney, who I legitimately think is the single worst vice president easily of my lifetime, right?
But effective.
Effective at destroying the country.
Well, that's what I meant.
And maybe that's why he's endorsing Kamala Harris. It's finally somebody's come along who's been even worse than I have. Is Kamala Harris. But the fact that the media now pretends that he's some hero of human rights, the guy was a disaster. I mean, we invaded Iraq. We invaded, the 20-year quagmire in Afghanistan. All of these Americans who lost their lives, who lost their limbs, that was because of very stupid leadership. And now we're going to forget about it because the media hates Donald Trump. It's the most insane thing I've seen in politics. Threat to democracy. I figured out what a threat to democracy is when the American people vote for somebody the media doesn't like. Right? And that's not, definitionally, that's not a threat to democracy. That's a fulfillment of democracy that even though the media lies hysterically about Trump, the American people still want, to be able to afford groceries and housing.
The worldview, whether we call it Cold War liberalism or however we want to frame the worldview that America is an empire and must continue to be one at all costs, with running up trillions of dollars worth of debt, getting involved in foreign conflicts anywhere from Ukraine to the Middle East. There are people now saying we need to invade Iran. And that if America steps back on the world stage, there's a power vacuum that's going to be filled by China, by Russia, and that America should continue to pay for the defense of all of the European countries, and that America should kind of, shoulder that burden. And my generation, we saw Iraq, we saw Afghanistan. We've also seen, lots of our friends go away to fight those wars and come back and not have mental health care and not have support from the government. We don't feel safer because we invaded Iraq. We don't feel safer because we spent 20 years in Afghanistan. I don't know what we spent 20 years doing. But all the people that, the 10 richest counties in America are in Virginia. And there's something interesting about that fact, that all of those people are dependent upon America constantly having enemies.
And not like Virginia, right?
No.
The collar counties around DC.
Yeah, around DC. And all of these people have an investment in the United States of America continually going to war.
Yep.
And those are the people who seem to be speaking out the loudest against your candidacy, Trump's candidacy.
Exactly.
Because you threaten something, a power structure that has been in place for a very long time. You know, this has been spoken about by, you know, military-industrial complex. Eisenhower famously spoke about it. I believe it's FDR, maybe it was TR. Somebody said a financial element in the government has owned it since the days of Andrew Jackson. There are agendas that other people have. Now, is that why we're seeing people like Dick Cheney and people like Kamala Harris, where you would think they don't have much in common on the same side? Is it because that positioning is so important and integral to the amount of money being made?
In 3 kilometers, take the interchange on the left.
Factions of those parties.
Yeah, that's how I think about it. So I think there are 3 issues where for 40 years Republicans and Democrats have basically fundamentally agreed, and I'll list them an issue of importance to that, you know, call it the uniparty, call it the conventional wisdom. Number 1 is foreign policy, that we should basically stick our nose in every foreign conflict, and that doesn't mean we should never get involved, of course, but by and large, most of the wars that we've fought in the last 40 years have been total disaster for the American people, and frankly for a lot of the countries we've been fighting. And so foreign policy is the first and most important issue to that consensus. The second most important issue is trade, right? Massive investment in what I would call shipping our industrial base to countries like China and Mexico, which has eviscerated the American middle class, but it's made a lot of bankers rich. And then the third thing is immigration, right? The idea that you should have effectively unlimited borders checked only by political will, right? Every political party has tried to make it easier to bring more and more people into the United States of America. Now, the interesting thing is that on all 3 of those issues, on immigration, trade, and foreign policy, the American people have consistently been out of step with their leadership, and they keep on not actually having an alternative. Like, who has been the candidate of, you know, free trade is not good for the American middle class? Who's been the candidate of we've got to check our immigration system? Who's been the candidate of stopping the stupid wars? Basically nobody in 40 years, with the lone exception of my running mate, right, of Donald J. Trump. Okay, so that's where we are, and you're right. That's why Kamala Harris and Dick Cheney, that's why all these people hate him. I think it's interesting to think about the motivations here, because 2 years ago, I would have said it's all financial, right? Dick Cheney, you know, he's getting rich from these wars. Kamala Harris's donors are getting rich from these wars, and that's like the only reason why they're supporting them. For what it's worth, I do think there's an element of truth to that, right? Eisenhower learned about this. The military-industrial complex has its own self-fulfilling momentum. But I think there's a second thing that I picked up on, and you know, a lot of my Senate colleagues disagree with me on foreign policy. They're very good people. There's like this psychological post-World War II, you call it Cold War liberalism, where, you know, these guys like remember when America could do anything, right? We can
In 600 meters, take the interchange on the left.
just fix the world purely through American will, right? And they grew up in that world, and they're having psychological difficulty accommodating to a world where China has gotten more powerful in part because of their policies. Russia.
Take the interchange on the left.
And we can't just dictate everything. We can't tell everybody how to behave anymore, because sometimes what happens is we'll try to tell another country what to do, and they'll say this, right? And that's very, very hard for these guys to wake up to the reality that we're in, you know, if we were in what was called a unipolar world, right? America was the only superpower. We were for a while. We were for a long time. Yeah. Now we're still the lone superpower, but other countries are catching up. And I think the way to preserve our own influence, but more importantly, to preserve the prosperity of our own people, is to recognize the reality that we're living in. A lot of people can't, I mean, like, you know, they go back to, you know, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, right? Ronald Reagan's big moment, or, you know, George H.W. Bush. I mean, it was like a blip on the radar for us to completely crush Saddam Hussein and kick him out of Kuwait, right? They want to go back to the glory days when America could do everything and be all things. They got to wake up to the world of resource constraints. And frankly, the reason why we're not as powerful in relative terms as we were 30 years ago is because they screwed up, right? That's where the trade and immigration issue comes back, is they want to pursue a foreign policy that was built on the back of smart trade and smart immigration policy. They hollowed out the American middle class. They destroyed the industrial base of our country. I mean, the crazy statistic, China, we're still the biggest economy in the world. China is 32% of global manufacturing GDP, okay? We're 18% of global manufacturing GDP. So even though we're still by far the biggest economy in the world, China makes nearly twice as many manufactured goods as we do. That is the engine of real economic prosperity, is manufacturing. These guys want us to fight wars like it's 1954. It's not 1954, and thanks in large part.
In 600 meters, take the exit.
That's very difficult, right? Because you have a lot of unelected. We have 19 intelligence agencies, I think. I think it's around. I think it's about 19, which I don't think is enough.
A lot.
I don't think it's enough personally, but there's 19 of them or something.
I think we had 22 intelligence agencies. That's actually one of them really. And have figured out this all.
That's who.
Take the exit. Then take the ramp.
Americans are worried about. I think most people are worried about the CIA and government employees. My parents are worried about the Central Intelligence Agency and if they're making enough money. This is what my grandmother worries about. What do you say to people that are worried about people at the NSA? And the DIA, the director.
Take the ramp.
Forget about that one. It's a little room in the bigger one.
Look, I want to speak from the heart here to my fellow Americans who are really worried that a CIA bureaucrat making $190,000 a year might have to find a job in the private sector. I recognize that is the biggest crisis facing my fellow Americans.
Yes.
Not that they can't afford groceries and housing.
Yeah.
Right. So
people.
I'm like, okay, buddy.
Yeah, he was powerlifting. Remember when he got up to like 265? You know, when he won the K1 Grand Prix? He couldn't hit him. He was just covered behind muscle. And you know, K1 style, when they like fight with like the earmuffs on, and they're standing there like, he was just, there was no chin. You couldn't see it in there.
He was bad, but he won it too, didn't he?
Yeah, he won a Grand Prix, which is crazy.
He was a bad. I was always worried I was going to have to fight him in pride. But I don't know why they never put it against him.
Bro, when he fought Brock Lesnar, if they kept the testing that way, he might have been the heavyweight champion. He might have stayed the heavyweight champion too. I mean, he was hard to handle at that weight. He was so big, and he had those elite kickboxing skills. You know, I remember when he fought, I guess it's strike force, when he fought Brett Rogers. You can see the moment he hit Brett Rogers with one low kick. Brett Rogers was like, oh shit, like, this is different. This is so different. He was so scary, man.
Yeah, big tall motherfucker. I would like to see him go against John Jones.
I would have loved to have seen that back in the day. But if again, you let him fight enhanced, because the difference between him enhanced and unenhanced, he became an average fighter.
Yeah. But John was enhanced too, though. If they would have went against each other, both enhanced.
At the time. So you think John was enhanced?
Yeah, I think it's proven.
Really? Because of the whole thing with the picograms, whatever the fuck that shit is?
Well, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to it. I just thought he got popped, so I assumed
he did, but the problem that he got popped with, there were so minuscule levels that it didn't make sense.
Yeah, he don't look like somebody
that's steroids. No, he doesn't. But neither did Lance Armstrong.
He probably doing something different though. Lance.
No, he was doing testosterone. He was definitely doing that too. Those guys were doing. He was doing a lot of shit. They do everything they can when they do that Tour de France. Doctors say that it's actually healthier to do that thing on steroids than it is not be on steroids, because your body just can't recover. Because you're biking for hours and hours and hours, day after day. It's a fucking crazy event.
I think if you biking and doing shit like that, they don't do steroids.
Right.
But fighting, I'm against that shit.
Right.
Fighting, football, boxing, MMA, shit like that.
Football, you know.
Yeah, you know they do. But yeah, but I think if you got full contact against another human, I think it should be outlawed. But baseball, I wouldn't give a fuck.
It would only make it interesting.
Basketball, I wouldn't care.
Right. Who cares? Especially the professional athletes. They have a small window of opportunity. Yeah. They have like 10, 15 years at most where they can compete at their very best.
Yeah, let those guys choose.
Choose them out.
Yeah, let them know how to do it safely. But fighting, because you can hurt somebody. Because some people are totally against it.
Well, the only way it makes sense in fighting is if everybody agrees. You know, if you agree. But if you're cheating, you know, if you're just jobbing the tests, and you know, you got a good scientist that works with you and you're figuring out a way to rig everything. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
You know, I'm against it because I fought a few guys that was on steroids and I'm fighting in pride.
Who'd you fight that was like the most obvious on steroids?
For me, I felt like the most obvious was Kevin Randleman. I don't ever want to talk ill of Big Bro, but Mark Holman, he's honest about it.
Yeah.
They were doing something. Vanderlei for sure was on that shit.
For sure. And I think he fought like he was on it.
Oh my God.
He fought like he had rabies.
Bro, that guy was so vicious. He just walked around mad the whole time. You know, all the fighters in Japan were scared of him. That's why he didn't like me, because I was never afraid of him. And one time, the first time I had a run-in with Vanderlei, we all stayed in the same hotel, and I'm walking back to the press, and I get on the elevator with my corner man, and the elevator opens up, and it's Vanderlei in there to this corner man, and I don't know, it's not just walk on the elevator. And I turned around, and my two corner men took off. Yeah. So I'm in the elevator by myself with Vanderlei. And he looked at me like I was crazy because I didn't take off with them. Like, he seemed like he was mad that I was breathing the same air in the fucking elevator. He's like, what are you doing? And they was talking shit in Portuguese and stuff like that. I'm like, I ain't afraid of no motherfucking body. I was a kid then, too. But I just never been afraid of anybody. Then after I meet my two corner, what the fuck happened? Where the fuck y'all go? Like, shit, that was the axe murderer. I'm not getting there with him. Just leave. I was like, just leave.
They didn't even pull you out.
They didn't even touch me.
Oh, that's so ridiculous. I would never trusted those dudes again.
Yeah. Just left me. I was cool, but he never liked me.
Were you there when he had that fight with Charles Crazy Horse Bennett in the back room?
No, I wasn't there.
Apparently, the story is Crazy Horse knocked him out cold.
Yeah, heard it.
That's what the story is. The story is they ganged up on Crazy Horse. Crazy Horse was a wild dude. That dude was crazy. He was fun. I remember I got drunk with Crazy Horse one night. Me and I think it was Eddie Bravo went to see Brock Lesnar's first professional fight in LA at the Coliseum.
Was it with the UFC?
No. No. I think it was with K1. I think it was a K1 fight in Los Angeles.
I might have been there.
Hoist Gracie fought that night. I think Hoist Gracie fought Sakuraba, if I remember correctly.
Was that a rematch? I thought
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I wasn't there. I don't think I was there.
And he beat him. And Hoist was a little saucy. He got caught.
Hoist beat Sakuraba?
Yeah, but Hoist was saucy. They caught him with piss test, if I remember correctly. Check to see if that's true. But I sat right next to Crazy Horse, so me and him got fucked up the entire show.
That guy's crazy.
We had fun. He's funny, man.
Yeah.
We got a lot of laughs. But he was a wild dude.
You know what he's doing now?
What's he doing now?
He's in Thailand fighting for Fight Circus. You heard about him?
No.
Man, he's fighting like two motherfuckers at the same time. Two Thai dudes at the same time. I said,
Man, this is
what?
bad.
Man, this shit was fun. I want to do this.
How big are they fighting?
They're not his side. They're his side.
He's fighting 2-on-1.
2-on-1 in Thailand.
Fight Circus pay a lot of money or something?
I don't know how much they pay. I did a two-headed boxing match with Bob Sapp. After that, I didn't get paid much money, but you know, I was doing it for fun.
So you and him versus somebody else?
Yeah, me and Bob Sapp in a two-man T-shirt. We can only use my right hand. We can only use his left hand. And we fought two dudes. That shit was so fun.
Oh, that's
Man,
crazy.
that's the most fun I ever had in the ring, bro.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it was fun. Fight Circus is crazy.
What does this say, Jake? Oh yeah, he tested positive for fighter Tim Percy tested positive for methamphetamine.
That's my friend.
And Hoist Gracie tested positive for nandrolone.
Shut the fuck up. Tim Percy is my high school, my college wrestling. He's my roommate in college.
No shit.
Tim
Who
Percy?
did he fight? Who did he fight? Who else was in the card? Let me see. There was some.
The fuck?
Who else fought?
The original, let's see, pre-fight problem.
Scroll back up to the card again, please. Let me see who was on that card. Because there was one crazy KO where there was like a football player, Johnny Morton, right? He fought a guy who's a comedian. That guy, Bernard Akka, a Japanese. How do you say his name? Akka, a Japanese-born Taekwondo practitioner, kickboxer, mixed martial arts, and comedian. Yeah, that guy. Oh, Johnny Morton. That was horrible.
The comedian fucked somebody up?
Yeah. I don't know how good his comedy is, but he can fuck people up, I'll tell you that. Jake Shields was on that card, he won. My rear naked choke. Yeah.
Yeah, Sakuraba was on there.
Yep. So, Hoist beat Sakuraba, then tested positive. Ray Seppo and Marvin Eastman dropped the college. Oh, man. So that was a K1, right? That was like up until Roger won real quick. That was his first fight ever. Yeah. But so Crazy Horse was backstage, and all the Truth Box guys got in with Crazy Horse. And didn't Christian Marcelo, I think he choked Crazy Horse out, right? Put him in a triangle afterwards, too. So Crazy Horse apparently knocked out Vanderlei, and then got choked out, and then he went and fought, or had he already fought?
I don't remember if I heard Vanderlei fought after he got knocked out.
He did. After he got knocked out. Al Cold fought and won. He won by decision.
Who did he fight that time?
Let's find out. Let me see Vanderlei's record. I'll tell you when I see it. Because you can tell he's like fighting a little cautious. You know, like maybe didn't want to get hit.
Bro, that's crazy. What the heck cameras make that thing up?
I think there is video footage of it. I'm pretty sure there's footage. There's definitely footage of Marcelo choking out Crazy Horse because he gets him in a triangle with his jeans on. I remember watching it.
07, right?
Yeah. It wasn't Mirko Krokop. I think it might have been Fujita. Nope, that's not it because he won that one by soccer kicks. Does he have any that won by decision? Maybe it was no, he lost to Arona. Is that possible? Or is that
maybe you should look for the same card, Crazy Horse.
He lost to Arona and then he beat him. Decision split. I wonder if it's that one. I wonder if it's that one. Pride Shock. Click on Pride Shockwave 2005. Let's see. What else is on that card? Is Crazy Horse on that card? Charles Bennett?
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. That's the one. That's the one he fought Arona and he won a decision. And I remember watching Crazy Horse was so nuts. Look at that video of Crazy Horse staring at the camera. That's click on that. See if is that a highlight of Crazy Horse? Yeah. Bro, Crazy Horse had power. Yeah. I mean, he just put people to sleep. He put a lot of people to sleep. Compact power too.
Yeah. He never went to the UFC though.
Nope.
He couldn't get his shit together.
But he's a wild fella.
The fuck is wrong with him?
I mean, he fought with gold teeth in. He fought with a gold grill in, and then he had a mouthpiece on top that was gold too. But I don't even know where he trained.
I forgot where he was from, Texas somewhere.
I don't remember, but I mean, it did not have like the ultimate skill set. He just had crazy power, and he was just wild, very wild, and strong,
yeah.
very strong.
He didn't have that much jiu-jitsu though.
No, it wasn't that good on the ground, but on the feet, I don't think I've ever seen anybody that I can remember. Anybody sit in front of the dude like night, and you can see it once you hit him with like one time, the difference in the power. Oh god, it's great power like that. I think some people have. Like, did you watch the light heavyweight title fight? Oh my god, bowling time, man. Alex Pereira, that fucking power is nuts.
You know what? I was thinking like, how I would fight somebody like that.
That's the difference. Is you're very strong. You were always a very strong light heavyweight. You had very good wrestling skills. You know, he hasn't really fought anybody that's an elite wrestler yet. You know, you think about who's he fought that can really wrestle. He's got crazy KO power. He's got good karate skills. And he did win by choking out over him. He did win with a choke. So it's not like he doesn't have skills, but he's not. You know, he's not some Daniel Bryan. He's just an elite wrestler. Is this the video footage of the fight?
That's awesome. The fight sounds better exist somewhere else, but this is a documentary about Crazy Horse.
How about the behind scenes?
It says can't show the restrict the footage. What? YouTube restricts fights?
It could age restrict the video in the country.
Oh, so they're just showing it? So he catches him in a triangle with jeans on, chokes him to sleep, alcohol, with his phone in his hand. Look at his out.
That's the pass. You know that, yeah.
So he wakes him up. He's like, oh shit.
If you want it, it is going live on social media. Make sure you stick around so you see it there at 5.
After this, I think that Trump needs the presidency to protect him from Beyonce.
And claim your slice of $100 grand. Check out the 5FM app or website for more info.
Joe Biden is a slave to the Bible. He's at a dance party with Beyonce.
this is not only true of Addis here, it's as true, this is what I hear, of Addis here as it is of Mklobo, as it is of any language station in the SABC. Apparently, and I think it's because a lot of people, maybe they either feel like the language will deteriorate if not, or they're just very proud of who they are when they come from. You go on those stations, any of them, and you don't speak like formal that language, formal Afrikaans, Zulu, whatever it is. You get complaints. People like they write letters.
And you're going back on Addis here sometimes.
I am, and I believe you've got a challenge for me for tax Afrikaans.
I just want to make sure that you are ready and you have some nice Afrikaans words.
We have a
nice woordeskat.
Baie goed woordeskat. Yeah, we have a tannie Gerde in our life, my wife and I, and I've never heard her comments on anything that I've done in the media. When I was at Addis here,
definitely Yanoed, but somehow the comment that I posted said you can't dilute it.
I think that works.
No, it does not. So I'm trying to delete the comment, but I don't know how to do it.
You know what? Quickly go to the video, comment on it so she can't delete it.
No, please have you to show me because
go on your phone, click on the comment.
You
click
do
delete.
the
Hold it. Just with my like iPhones.
The comment is definitely honest.
Oh no, it's there forever.
I actually can't do it.
Oh no, it's not.
Okay, you grab it and
you can delete it. Look here.
Thank you.
Okay, the first you go back here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you search for go.
You see, it's tricky.
Well, I know how to do it. I just don't want to. I don't like go into your search history. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, please don't do that.
After you, don't worry. Okay. No one's gonna think. Everyone's gonna think you're cool.
Okay.
You're still super cool.
Okay, but can we delete it?
Yes, you can. Of course, you can delete it. Unless South Africa goes, no, you can delete it. Go watch the video. Drop us a comment. Let us know what you think we should Yano next.
A traditional leader killed and 6 matrics raped in the Eastern Cape.
Coming up in your sport, live cricket action, day 2 of the second test. The Proteas are already 3 wickets down in this morning's session against Bangladesh, 410 for the loss of 5. Plus, Orlando Pirates making 6 wins from 6 to extend their PSL lead.
Lakers were in a great place overnight. Police are searching for 2 suspects who raped learners in the house they were renting in the village. It's not clear if the rapes are linked to the murder. To this now, Municipal Workers Union SAMU in the Free State has called on the Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana to review the national model of funding.
Liars! You're all liars!
What's going on? What are you doing?
You're the boss of Temu. You're scammers. You said if people download the Temu app, they could get a tablet for $1 Why can't I get it?
But the promotion is real. Where did you download them?
Does it matter?
Ukubana isitaduka se-stadium iyaba yindawo ephakathi naphakathi eyawukunceda into yobana bonke abantu base-Buffalo City nabazawusuka kwezinye bawukwazi uyawufikelela khona.
Okay, iyavakala. Uthini ke umongo enizawube nigxile kuwo?
Umongo esizawugxila kuwo njengoko senditshilo ndathi urhulumente uye wajonga wabona into yobana kufuneka abale into yobana ukusukela oko yaqala i-HIV ngaloo minyaka yaqala ngayo sele ehambe umgama ongakanani. Umgama ke uhanjiwe sisokola okanye amacwebe esokola onke ezama ukunyanga i-HIV kambekambeni ka-health isebe belisokola kakhulu nakuba bekufuneka lisiwe amayeza. Iinzame ke zenziwe kwathi kwaba kuyafumaneka into yobana amachiza akhona njengoko sizaziba ngokusithetha ngento yobana abantu abapositive batya i-ARVs ke ndayazi uba ayo igciwane le-HIV. Therefore ke ngoku eyona nto
phambi kokuba nje uqhubekeke ndiyacela uxolo ntoba ndikuphazamise ndifuna siye evenkileni and then ubuye ke ngoku uqhubekeke.
Utyabiswe yintoni namhlanje amahlaba ndisholo iinyawo ngathi ziyatsha uyakusukule sobekhala siphethela i-probiotics inamandla okuzileyo ichiza lonyaka olufunakela phezulu kokakhululezo sifanele inyako namhlanje nakwindlela ifamasi emfuli kuwe i-probiotics omnudalo oluzisa amaqondo esuku egazini ndawe phakho.
So, nigga, we because we're arguing over different belief systems amongst us, we can't see what's to come because we keep looking back. Right. So the greatest thing I can say is history repeats itself. History repeats itself. Somebody has to be a slave again. So you don't have the skills, you don't have the hand skills that the immigrant has to fix the roads. You don't have the skills that the non-English, Spanish-speaking Mexican or Latin can't read English, but he can listen long enough to get past an interview to go show he can do carpentry work. So we don't have that. We don't know coding. We don't understand the algorithm. We don't understand content creation. We don't understand that when you make a video, it's not about likes and views. It's about engagements and impressions. All right. So we don't know that. So what else will we be left to do? Play basketball, football, or consume? We're already the largest consumers on earth. What's there left to do? Put them niggas back in slaves and chains.
And that was leading to my next question is like, what I was saying too is the future is this, which is a dark future for black people. Yeah. If we don't figure out how to pipeline and create jobs, trades, and keep the dollar circulating within the black community all at the same time, just like the Jews do. How? Because think about it. We go to a white man's school to pipeline to get into a white man's job. We don't hire each other. So we don't have any tech firms. We don't have agricultural pipeline. We don't have an app development pipeline. We don't have pipelines to hire ourselves. And I feel like the future of black people, which that's why I'm building a museum in Atlanta, which I told you, because I realized if we don't tackle the issue now of teaching people how to get into these industries and create our own pipelines, we're going to be slaves, and we're going to be the worst group.
So with that being said, you're at the top building, but you started from the bottom. Right? I got to the top to go back to the bottom to finish what I started. I can't come teach what he teaches. Right. I got to teach what I know and what I'm an expert in. Re-socializing our culture. Right. Prison don't rehabilitate. We need something to re-socialize us, right? So meaning, when our kids go somewhere, they don't know how to say, excuse me, thank you, may I, please. Right. So, can I see that? We try to finesse and hustle. We don't play fair with it. We want to get over. If it costs 10, we want to deal on everything. Right. So we have to be re-socialized in the way we think and how we see one another. Right. So now, nigga, it's so many components, because if we don't learn economics, we still angry and resentful toward our father or our mother. We still hate our baby mama. So we still ain't solved the inner issues. Right. So that's why I keep saying, nigga, go look in the mirror. Nigga, fix that motherfucker in the mirror. So one thing I can say about you, you're an honorable husband, you're a great father, so you got traits that you can stand before and fix. Of course. Right. There's a lot of niggas, they ain't right kind of men. They might in a position to help, but nigga, internally they ain't right. They still angry about something. They still resentful. I ain't never seen you angry. It's been 4 or 5 years. I ain't never seen you angry. In no disposition where you've ever presented yourself. You've always come off as logical, rational individual.
I can take it there though. So I
know. But no man of great status lets you see that. He thinks through it. Right. Because if you see that, then he's not rational. Then now you got it. Right. Man, a man is always a thinking man. Right. And only the strong can show compassion for the weak. That's why you can take it there and don't.
That's facts. I think the thing about me is I see that if somebody doesn't step in, and because how I see it is when I create this museum and facility, I'm going to directly step in, and everybody's going to do their part. Like you said, you're going to help with the re-socializing and reprogramming and fixing the hurt and dealing with the hurt and moving past the hurt. Yeah. My job is to, for one, let's just say a young kid has an idea. How do we get him funded? There you go. You get what I'm saying? How do we get this funded? How do we get him around the right people? How do we develop our own Shark Tank? So that's the mission. You know what I'm saying? Resources and alternatives. We don't have no resources to create alternatives. Okay, young, hey man, listen, I know y'all want to get a kid 10 years. Right. We got something that save y'all some money and help everybody. We don't have no alternatives other than going to prison or the graveyard. There's no other alternative. Okay, what's that? Military or what other alternative we have? There's no trade schools, there's no entrepreneurship program to develop. There's none. You have to get in trouble to get some resources. So a single mother whose kid is at risk of getting in trouble, but not a delinquent, has to become a delinquent for that mother to have resources to get help. When he get in trouble, they're going to make sure you get anger management, they're going to get him some counseling, get him seen about, see what kind of drug. If he's at risk and not in trouble, then where's the resources? That's where your finish coming in. The Jews got to finish with resources. That's what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. I have to build my own village and say everybody is welcome here. And like you said, even that part of resources, like for instance, I did it with my son. If I was not rich and I was poor and I depended on the school system, because my daughter is a little bit more advanced. My son was delayed, but he became advanced because we had the money to pay for an extra tutoring. So we've been paying for 2 private tutors since he was 3 years old. Now he's 6. He's ahead. I'm a private tutor from about 5 almost to 6th grade. See what I'm saying? So think about this. I had the idea of, and this is the crazy thing, right? So I know that private tutors cost about $20 to $25 an hour, right? So with the profits that I'm gonna make from my museum, I'm going to encourage others, if you want to save on taxes or whatnot, just whatever profits I get, I'm going to at least pay $2,500. So that's like what, You know, how many is that? Maybe like 100 tutors, right? So 2,500 hours, 7,500 a day, right? And if I can make, hell, 75,000 a day, 10% go to getting kids tutored. Like, and if I get 100 kids tutored, like on, like throughout the week, you know, maybe 3 hours, and then every teacher get a chance to make $75 after they see all these shit like that.
And then have somebody like me come in and say, man, we can go get some newly recent graduate students, good in math, English, and get them start us a non-profit 501c3 to help students with learning deficiencies and get Title IV after money to come through the federal government that'll fund the program, pay the kids. So it's the knowledge that we put us together. We got some bad motherfuckers.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, this is the thing that I feel like, for one, at the bottom level, we're lacking doing private tutoring for our kids, because the reason why the whites, Asians, Jews, all them are ahead of us is because their kids get better learning than we do. And they get better one-on-one learning than we do.
And they have summer programs, which is another alternative that still engages their academic minds during the summer. Our kids lose everything from May to August because their minds are not engaged. They don't pick up no books. They ain't went on no vacation. So the learning stops when school stops. But niggas, education starts at home.
It does.
I knew mathematics tables before I got to the school.
But how are we going to expect a bunch of single mothers to?
We don't. I expect the village. I expect the same. I expect the village.
So that's how what I'm saying is, black men, we got to realize that it's too many broken homes to depend on women to fix our culture.
You said something earlier. I meant to chime in on.
What's up?
You said when you see a need, you gotta meet it. Right. That's what a man does. I don't care what household, I don't care what block. When a man goes somewhere and see a need, he meet the need.
We need private tutoring.
He meets the need.
Because the reason why we need it, in my honest opinion, is like you said, like, it's too many young black boys who could have been something but lacked the foundation in the beginning. So nobody sparked his mind to be smart. Because at the end of the day, and let me ask you this, do you believe that it's certain people who can't learn in the classroom setting, but they're better in the private setting? I'm trying to say.
Everybody know, all teachers and instructors and professors and academic people know that there's different styles people have to learn. Right. I may be auditory, you might be oral, so I can see it, hear it, and know it. You might have to write it down. So the way we all receive and retain information different. If you look at the America's educational system, it's broken and it's been failing for years. If you go by state to state, they fight over the education budget, which is one of the biggest budgets in every government, right? They're failing. So it's not about our kids learning. So it's not upon the school system to learn. They say it takes a village. Where our village at, man?
Right.
So I see you being in the village. I see
I'm doing it, and all I'm doing is I'm waiting. And the thing is that I want people to understand too is I'm trying to rush this shit. East Point is holding back the permits, and I'm telling them, look, I got this mission going on, but you know how this shit go with politics. They want me to, well, you didn't invest in my campaign, or I'm running for mayor, so you gotta give me 5,000. So I had to go through all that.
Stop breathing upon.
You know how to go.
Paying to play.
You know how to go.
That's where the nepotism comes in.
Yeah, and it's all black people, by the way.
Nepotism.
Yeah.
Everything in black people world is nepotism. Meaning, if your family don't know this person, you don't get it. You can't get that spirit.
No.
And that's what's hindering us.
But I'm trying to tell them, look, I get it, but I got this mission. At least let me build this shit, work on it. They like, look, until you scratch all our goddamn backs, we're going to goddamn take our time. And I had to do it. I understood. I was like, look, that's all you had to say in the beginning. At the same time, I'm on this mission.
The problem you're trying to solve hurts a lot of funding in other places. There's a book that's called The Revolution Will Not Be Funded. Right. And it's written by the Women's Jewish Council. And it breaks down the intent and the purpose, the sole purpose of what nonprofits were created for. Right. They was called the nonprofit industrial complex. Every politician have some money that they can use. It's called a pork project. They can say we finna go study grasshoppers fucking and dedicate $2 million to it. There's a lot of aid that go outside of our country. The aid that we need benefits capitalism, but it keeps us in destruction. Our pain and our problem is monetary gains for systematic institutions in America.
Well, even Rockefeller said he doesn't want a nation of thinkers, he wants a nation of workers. And I feel like once I understood how this nation is ran, like I'm like, okay, if they don't come in court education, who the hell gonna be the police officer, who's gonna flip burgers at McDonald's, who's gonna work at Verizon, who's gonna work at all these Fortune 500 companies that's on the stock market that they themselves invest in on every dip. So all the circulation.
So it's the Chinese Americans, it's the Russian Americans, it's all the foreigners who was here, that grew up with us in our educational system, who went to school with us but really don't understand our culture because we're not taught in schools.
Right.
Everybody else is. Right? So they're gonna be the police officers. They're gonna be the firemen. That's why you see now President Trump is calling for them to come on.
Yeah.
They're not calling for us. They're not saying let's get rid of the immigrants and get these jobs back to our niggas. These are good paying jobs our niggas once had that the immigrants get. You think real Americans is building that building right there? I watch them every day.
Yeah, hell no.
Those are immigrants who can barely speak the language. So they're not championing for us. They're not advocating for the niggas to be put in a better position.
That's what I'm trying to tell niggas. We gotta save ourselves. We have to create a pipeline for ourselves because no one's coming to save us, and we gotta stop begging and asking them for laws and talking about let's vote on this one.
They told us they wasn't gonna save us. They saved us out of slavery.
Right.
They came back. They saved us by giving us civil rights. Okay, y'all on your own now. They're not coming back anymore.
Right.
They said, if you read their documents, if you read the arguments in Congress, from now, they're not, they I think maybe 10 years ago, they revoted, they extended the rights of the civil rights. They're not coming back to save us. We on our own.
And they clipping us when we were in the race.
It's every group for themselves.
Yeah.
So we have no ally. The greatest ally we have, homie, to sustain us is try to find some kind of way to create an import and export outside of America. And the ideal relationship is Black Americans in Haiti. Haiti still have their land. Haiti still have the same resources in the ground, if not more than what Africa have been taken out of. They still have their resources. Haiti have even said, hey, man, y'all come over here. We can grow food over here that Haitians can't, right? Haitian own Gildan, which is a textile industry that produces $1 billion and some dollars a year. Who fucking with textile more than niggas? We wear clothes, we make shirts, we need to be, Trump took it out of Mexico, gave it to Haiti. We supposed to be going over there trying to build some kind of.
We stay connected, no matter where you are or where we are. Metro FM, it's where you want to be.
Piensen.
Entonces para leer.
Sometimes sing a bit of petrol, yes, that's all right.
C'est anglais. Ok.
Yeah.
C'est anglais.
Vanilla. Mustard.
SABC News, independent and impartial.
It is 3 o'clock. In the news this afternoon, Tshwane Mayor outlines financial plans and Nahao calls for the permanent appointment of community healthcare workers.
Hugo Bros has named his preliminary squad.
Hugo Bros has named his preliminary squad. That's to, of course, face Uganda and South Sudan in the AFCON qualifiers. And Munster have parted with their head coach. Details 3:30.
The executive mayor of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya, says the city has a 4 billion rand deficit. Moya, together with the Gauteng Finance and Economic Development MEC, Lebogang Maile, addressed the media during a joint briefing in Sandton in Johannesburg today. This follows their meeting where they discussed the municipality's financial state and its impact on service delivery. Moya says they have a plan to accelerate their capital expenditure. 24 cases of suspected fraudulent corruption at the Home Affairs Department have been referred to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations and the Special Investigating Unit. This is a result of investigations by the Multidisciplinary Task Team. The team was appointed after the Lubisi report revealed that more than 45,000 visas and permits were issued fraudulently between 2014 and 2021. One of the members of the task team, Rose Bishop.
In terms of the number of
challenge, maybe we should think of different words, Afrikaans words, that you need to use in your next interview. Because you're going on to RSG again.
Yeah.
So maybe we should think about a few words and you need to sneak it into the conversation. You need to be able to use it very convincingly. Tabo, you had a suggestion, but I don't think yours is actually...
I'm barely coherent as it is. Now I've got to throw words in there.
What kind of word? What kind of word?
You
Like
just
an
say the geheim.
There's other things I don't
Yeah,
think
maybe we should use the
Plural.
Geheime.
Meer as een.
Geheime.
Ja, meer as een secret.
Okay.
Even now it's even in Afrikaans. Meer as een.
Geheim. I think because we're talking about recipes.
Ja, wat is die geheime over een geheime ingrediënt?
Bestanddeel. Ja, ingrediënt.
Wat is die woord? Bestanddeel. Een geheime bestanddeel.
I was thinking phantasmagories.
No, man. What
Since
is
you had Paula on politics recently, and she even said phantasmagories. You can say the Biscay phantasmagories. The rest is tasty.
You got any good Afrikaans words for me?
Yeah, I think you should use the word naars.
Naars. What?
You don't even know it. Yes! So I'm the real Afrikaans. That's not how it works. Wait, nar. So it's spelled cane.
Okay, knar.
N-A-R-S. Knash. Oh.
Like squeak.
Someone that's like, is it not crunch? When something is crunchy, what would you say? What would you say?
I don't have no idea. It's good. I don't know.
Okay, it's Nars. It's definitely not Nars. Okay, even I need to. What is crunchy?
Class.
No, guys, no.
So that's what Google says, which is I'm imagining what Polly did all lessons.
Okay, maybe.
Record it.
Oh, okay.
Like I wouldn't trust Google Translate.
Sorry, I'm taking my laugh back. Sorry.
Still funny.
Yeah, but that's not really funny.
So class is your word that I must use.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, so you just pronounce the K.
question should be, what are you learning from this? How would you use this power, the power that Trump's using? Trump's using his power of the presidency, the power that he's given. Stewart said, it's enough with the he is a Hitler. Stop doing that. What would you effing do if you had the presidency? Okay, so, and first of all, John, they can't stop doing that. You know the Democrats can't stop doing the how dare you, and they can't stop calling him a fascist. Secondly, you know what they would do if they had Trump's power. You watch them do it. They made everyone take experimental medical treatments. They locked us down. They closed people's businesses. They ended a war in the worst way possible and started another war.
They charged him with a felony for selling his house to Jon Stewart, right?
Yeah, that's right. So that's what they did, and then they prosecuted their political opponents. That's what they did. But they had that power. What would you do? That's what they did. You saw them do it over the last 4 years. You know damn well what they would do. They used the power of the FBI to sink 5,000 of their agents out of political movement to disband it, discredit it, and criminalize it. That's what they did. You know damn well what they would do.
They do. They withdraw the someone who never tells you what they actually think. Harris, and look at someone who tells you what they think, like what's going on. That's what they would do. They really want to come on. All the what she thinks. But this is the cycle we find ourselves in. First of all, triple dynamics. Every action is met with a very non-equal overreaction. These Americans are sick. They are massive.
So this is when Trump was giving out pardons. They're like, these are sick. Right? Remember that? When Biden did it.
They were preemptive. They are un-American. This is one of the most egregious and despicable acts in American history. This is sensible. I know you should take that class. Major and submissive liberal crying.
They're talking about Trump giving pardons to the January 6th people. Oh my God. Yeah.
You heard what John said last night? I should have taken out the submissive liberal crying, which is like funny as true. He did take that.
He did take that.
Submissive liberal crying 101. Isn't it an abuse of foreign power? I don't know. But that is his constitutional power. Again, for some reason, we have given presidents the power of the king. And then we say, oh, by the way, we have the power. We're going to go like kingly and right?
This part-time host and occasional funny man, Jon Stewart, calling out Democrats and establishment media for their incessant hypocrisy and fear-mongering about Donald Trump and the Republicans. Welcome to Nerd News. I'm Nerkish, and it looks like it's one of those rare times when the left goes so far that...
No, this isn't neurotic. This is Nerd News.
Even liberals like Jon Stewart are forced to point out their lies, which have been almost too many to count since the start of President Trump's second term. Here's Stewart slamming top Democrats and the media for doing the only thing they know how to do, trying to terrify Americans into doing what they want them to.
The return to 1600 Triple Avenue was as disorienting and chaotic as I imagined. Then we have weekend. Serenity now. Then we can finally catch our breath. Begin to move forward. Intentionality. Friday night massacre. Late Friday night purge. A chilling purge. The purge. Ah! Trump is ushered in the purge! I proved equal advantage. Although this is misinterpreting. What is this purge about exactly?
In 300 meters, continue straight.
You got rid of 17 inspectors general. That only leaves no one knows how many. I have no idea. What Trump did violated the law. You can't just fire these people. Title 5, Section 403 of the U.S. Code, federal law. Inspector general may be removed by the president. What? So what's the purge? What's the... Why?
Continue straight. Then, turn left.
Oh, apparently you can fire them, but you have to give them 30 days notice. Oh, so that's what we're upset about? Oh, you can do it, but not in that font! That kid knows font!
You know, just like Bill Maher, Stewart only seems to see the problems of big government when a member of the opposing party is holding office. I mean, kudos to him for acknowledging it, but the expansion of...
Turn left. Then, your destination will be on the left.
kuba sensukudlula kuyo indawo andithanda ufota yonke into apha. Futhi abantu azange
in your career is like timing. He's not a tall guy and he doesn't have long arms. Like, you actually have a lot of reach. I think that's what people don't realize about you.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. Yeah.
Okay. but like his ability to counter. First of all, almost the entire fight was just striking, and very few kicks thrown, and it was this like impeccable timing and counters that he was doing. And Royval's long, kind of tall for the division, like quick jab. But like, what were you seeing with this van kid? Like,
that's why I kind of like to watch it back, like
strategically.
Just watch it on like TV, you know, and then they'll give you all the better camera angles. But exactly what you were saying, for just Van, especially early, he was like, he was just waiting, he's patient. And Royval was using that jab, doing that very nicely, and they're just waiting for the right time to go. Or when he did decide to go first, he was really good at still bridging the gap.
Yeah.
Well, as you were saying, he is short, but he understands the distance.
Yeah.
If he wants to jab his way in, or when he wants to commit, he does the work for me when he comes in. I'm going to make him pay. And he's quick. He can just do it like at mid combo. The guy's firing. He's just going boom, boom, already 3 beats like halfway through.
Great balance.
Oh, mate, it's incredible. And then even his when he chose to go forward or go first, he did a great job of even bridging the gap to
What was he doing to close the gap? When
I just a bridge rather than me just stepping with as you did a bit of boxing, back foot, and you're just sort of stepping that front foot in.
Yeah.
Bridging's gonna be more of a leap. You're gonna leap everything. So your whole base has to go further.
Yeah.
I'm that little bit further back. So just me stepping with a normal jab's gonna pull short.
Yeah.
But you bridge the gap, we call it. So that's you literally bridge your whole body, both feet.
You're stepping it.
Yes. So both feet end up getting right where you want to be, so you can fire the big shots as well.
So this
and it was always well balanced, like you said.
It was so much fun to watch. The guy's on 3 weeks' notice, right? He had a big fight 3 weeks ago, won it in spectacular fashion, and then I think he broke his toe. Nobody said anything about it, which I like. I know all you guys fight injured, so it is weird, but it is cool after the fact, when someone wins, to acknowledge injuries.
Yeah.
But a thing I've noticed that's different, obviously, from MMA and boxing is boxing is closer because you don't have to worry about the legs, right? So the fight is a little bit closer. MMA there's a little bit more distance. So when you're bridging the gap, like you said, when you're committing, you're really putting yourself in the lion's den, which you have to do because everybody you fight is fucking 6 feet tall.
Exactly.
Right? But so when I was watching these guys manage that distance, I saw something I thought was really cool. A lot of times in boxing you'll see a pull counter. Floyd was magnificent at this, right? A jab comes in, you'll embrace the jab, you'll even kind of step back a little, not even step back, but lean back and then throw the right on top. It looked like Van was moving. Situation as well, where it's the only way you're closing that gap is if you're moving into the punch that's coming at you.
Yeah, well, it depends on who you got. Like you were just saying with him, he did a great job of still being in a position where he could, hope that jab misses or whatever it is. But you're right, he would usually throw, I think from what I remember, it was like a hook even, as he was throwing the jab, boom, 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 and then just be like a free piece as he was coming in, which was pretty impressive to land a hook in that sort of, where he was positioned. But with myself, with the last
You're making money, bro. You're making money, bro. Okay. I thought you had the reserve meal.
Okay. But for me, with the last one, I had Diego Lopez, who's very similar, where he won't even try and dodge your punch,
and he's swinging.
If most people that want to counter, they're going to try and slip the punch and fire at the same time, if that makes sense. Where he was just, I'm just going to, as soon as you go, I'm just all offense. I don't care about defense one bit, which makes them dangerous, but obviously they can be hit but he had a good chin. Where I just felt like Joshua Van did a great job of, just waiting for Roy Val, really committed and then was able to sort of counter. They weren't too far, when you say with the distance, I try not to get too technical.
No, being technical.
But with the range, sometimes they even made they go that little bit further. Yeah. Because Roy Val likes the boxing, he was trying to just stay just out of that boxing range, but Joshua Van did a great job of just making everything he threw count at the right time. And then it looked like the round was getting away from him, and then it would just go blah, 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 just
to finish it at the end of the third, almost finish him. Okay, and then
you've got to watch that fight anyway.
Yeah, you got to check. It's and then of course, obviously, to Poria, your boy. Have you watched? Do you watch those fights? When you get it, what is that like for you? When you, I don't even ask you these questions. When you get caught, what is that when you're rewatching it? Can you separate yourself from it and just look at it technically and be like, oof, I shouldn't have.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's the only way I sort of look at it.
luck at all. It's skill, etc. But I would say positioning wise, it's not like you were like grotesquely out of position in that moment that you got caught.
Well, no, exactly. Well, the difference with that fight and the first fight, like I will try and like I also been a bit more clever when I wanted to get into range, and I didn't want to just walk forward.
On the first fight or second?
In the first fight. In the second fight, short notice, very, very short notice. Yeah. So I was like, all right, I can't just sit back and sort of just wait around and win rounds. I don't, I'm not going to win 5 rounds against Islam right now. I didn't back myself because I didn't have the camp. It was 11 days. So I'm like,
oh, you're saying cardio-wise?
Cardio-wise, I'm like, I'm not going to win a 5 decision against Islam. Well, the chances are a lot slimmer because I'm not going to be as fit as I.
So you were looking to get him out of there.
So that's what I wanted. So I was like, I'm going to press. That's why I'm going to come into range. So it means I'm going to be in range to be hit more.
Yeah.
I knew that he would be kicking. I knew that he would spam the kicks, especially because I was going to come forward like that. And even when he was kicking, I knew he was going to still go up. You're right. So I knew that was going to come. But it was just what I hated about that is because I told myself, and this is, I guess, how I am, and I guess you need this sort of mindset and be able to do this. Like whatever decision I make, that's it. I'm locking. I'm
committing to that.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell myself, and I'm going to believe it. I'm going to be delusional in a sense. But that's, I could be. This is going to be the most dangerous I've ever been because I'm going out there to take his head off. Haven't had a camp. I reckon this makes me more dangerous. I believed it. Yeah. And then I go out there, and I couldn't even pull the trigger. And when I say I couldn't pull the trigger, right? I'm like sitting there, and I'm like, it makes sense, right? You didn't have it like much of a camp. Barely any sparring, and then so your timing's just not going to be there. So I wanted to be like, I'm going to be in his face and then just let the hands go and I'll catch him. So while I was there, and then I just could not let him go. So here I am. I just felt like I'm just standing in front of him, waiting for something to happen, right? And then he was going body. I'm like, even telling myself he's going to go high. He's going to go high. Wait for it, and then still just takes me. I'm like, oh fuck, like I was still. It's weird because I was gone, but knew exactly what was happening.
Did you have the vision wobble?
No, not really. It was like I don't know if it sort of went dark, and then it was a loud noise. I remember just like this weird noise like that, and I remember it's hard to explain. But then I'm like, oh no, I'm rocked. Like I remember, I'm like, no, try and survive. Next minute I'm on the ground, like try and survive. I don't think my body was doing what I wanted to do. Yeah. And next minute I'm just wobbling around. But it's but yeah, that's the game we played.
Yeah.
And then all right, I'm getting real technical today, but with flight, it was a quick turnaround. I probably should have went into that flight. So I'm going to start. That was a proper concussion after these.
Yeah, you got to take a little time.
So that's already, especially with a guy. Exactly. So you should be letting the head rest, and not only that, even me trying to get back and drive, you didn't really grind. Like in a sense where we made sure everything that was, made sure we did the steps to move forward. But even when I first started getting back into camp, here I am watching. I need to be careful. I'm getting caught. I don't want to get hit. So you're already going into camp bad habits.
Yeah.
And then a month or two later, you're fighting someone, and then you could even just see the way I'm fighting. I just look back at that and like,
it felt more cautious. Like you were in and out.
I wanted to go, and then I go, it's like I either go or don't go, or if you're worried about it, shoot for the takedown. Then why are you like second guessing halfway through? You put yourself in a worse position to be like, I better get the fuck out of here.
Then what adjustments did you make in your next fight after Victoria?
Well, that's good question. So luckily I drilled so much of
because it's not like Diego Lopez doesn't hit hard.
Yeah,
also.
man, and like we said, like how he fires, right? He's just going to sit on it. So a lot of good drilling we had to do, really good drilling. So I was lucky enough to have the team that did around me.
You take extra time off this time to make sure you're not in that mentality.
I had a massive break biggest break I've ever had. Took that real serious, and then had a massive camp. So I did went above and beyond. Usually everyone knows I train hard. That's always going to be the case. But this time, even with my diet, I didn't have a cheat meal for like 16 weeks.
Wow.
I didn't have a drop of alcohol for the 16 weeks.
No bubbler?
No bubblers. No bubblers. That's for probably. But that was 16 weeks. But I still remember that one.
We'll never forget that.
Fair enough.
Ilya, sorry. Yeah. It's like this, he steps in with it. It's like he doesn't even throw like a long extended jab. It's almost like a fake left hand, but he sits down. But what's interesting is that in one of the first exchanges with Charles and him, Charles threw like a kind of long, straight right hand that beat Ilya's right hook.
Okay, yep.
And
beef and going back into the past. Now, let's address the whole idea behind beef. I hate beef. I hate getting angry at people, and I am not currently in any beefs, all right? So I want to just make sure that we're very, very clear about that. Even when you have disagreements, that don't necessarily be beef. And even when you have miscommunication, it's not necessarily beef. It's really just that, miscommunication, and sometimes misunderstandings, but beef is a whole nother concept. So I want people to really understand that I have no ill will and no negative feelings or sentiments towards people. When you get past a certain age, that stuff is old, because the goal, getting out of the hood and the goal growing up, was to get to this point in life to where you can enjoy life, things are awesome, you want to be able to ride your bike and have fun, and you do all of the things that make you happy versus giving energy or negativity to things that don't necessarily add value into your life. So if you ever dealing with something where you feel like it is putting you in a negative space, and this is not directed towards anything or anyone in particular, that's a fact. But if you ever dealing with something to where it's drawing you into a negative space, or it consistently, and this could be a girl, right? It could be a chick that you're talking to. It could be a circle that you're surrounded by. It could be a job that you in. It can be an environment that you continue to subject yourself to. You got to remove yourself, and you got to surround yourself with things that make you or put you in a better space that allow for you to be a more complete human being. You see what I'm saying? You are the sum total of the people that you surround yourself with. And so you're going to evolve throughout your life, and you're going to see things, you're going to go through things. It kind of reminds me of high school. When I think about high school, when I think about a lot of times when you run into people that are only focused on how great they was in high school, it's like, you're telling me that was like your apex, that was the top of where you was at? You know what I'm saying? Like, I went to my high school reunion one time. I went to my 10-year high school reunion, and it was cool, running into everybody. And then after that, like, man, I'm not going to all of the meetups. I'm not going to no 20-year. I'm not doing none of that because, and it's not that the people aren't cool or whatever like that, but especially when you talk about this social media era, you already can see where I'm at. You can see what I'm doing every single day. A lot of people already know what's happening with me. I know, or I keep in touch with the people that I'm really, really cool with, or the people that I've been friends with since high school, or even all the way down to kindergarten. You know what I'm saying? And it's because we are equally yoked and we're going into the same direction. Sometimes people are only there in your life for that time, and that time is awesome, but you don't have to always relive it. You don't always have to go back to it, because you're going and you're growing. Both of y'all are growing into different directions. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that what people don't understand a lot of times, especially when you get older, and I'm going to assume that a lot of people is of mixed ages. I looked at my demographics. We study them every month because we also got to submit them to the sponsors and stuff. But I looked at my demographic, and my demographic go all the way from maybe like 18, 20 up to like 54, majority men. And so when I speak to the majority of the audience that is resonating or following the content. I don't speak in general just to the general sentiment of people. Now, it can be applied for everybody, but my whole point is that growth is good. Growth is good. For me, specifically, if you notice, I never, ever am looking to go backwards or taking 200 steps backwards just to recapture a feeling, and I certainly, and this is really, really the biggest thing, I never do what people tell me I'm supposed to do. I do what I think makes the most sense as far as the direction that God is leading me in. And like I said, sometimes you link up with people, or sometimes you go, and it's an awesome thing. It's an awesome thing. I'm not going to try to go back into something for money. I'm not going to try to do, like, I don't even want to go back to previous jobs. I could amicably split from a job, and I never leave a job on bad blood or in a bad space. And I never feel a certain type of way with that job. But I'm going to just tell you, honest to God, there is nothing in my life that I feel like, or I look back in the past and I say, man, I want to go back to that, or man, I want to recapture that. I'm not interested in that. It ain't a job that I've never been to that I'm saying, yo, I want to go back to that, because I'm so focused on where I'm going instead of where I come from. It ain't a woman or a hoe that I didn't deal with where I'm like, man, that was a great, no, she was there for a moment, and she was there, and we had a great time, and now it's time to move on from her. You know what I'm saying? The only things I like old is money and classic cars. That's it. But I prefer new money more than I prefer old money, and I prefer newer cars more than I prefer the classics. I drive the new ones, But I look at the classics, and sometimes I pull it out, and it's a nice thing, and then I get into it, and I'm like, man, these windows is different to try to roll up, or I gotta get this check engine light. Nah. I like all of my shit new. I like growth, and just because you like new and you like growth does not mean that you don't want everybody else to win. I want everybody to win. I want people to be successful in whatever it is that they're successful in. But I'm always gonna be searching for new. I'm always gonna be searching for growth. And when people grow, it doesn't mean that they have to be. It just means that they grow in two different directions. Now, of course, you know, this is the internet, so people are messy, and so they always take it to mean something else or whatever like that. It doesn't. Genuinely in my heart, it doesn't. It just means that I got people in my own family that I grew up with. When we see each other, it's love. But am I checking for every single person that I used to rock with in my past? Absolutely not, because I'm too focused on my future. I'm focused on living life. And I think that when you get past a certain age sometimes, for some of us, not all of us, there's a lot of us that still live in our past. When you get past a certain age sometimes, you realize that life is too short to be focused on any kind of negativity as far as trying to have problems with people. And life is too short to be doing what everybody else tells you to do. I am 1,000% focused on growth. I'm 1,000% focused on enjoying life. And next year, I'm going to have newer cars and I'm going to have newer growth. This year, I'm going to continue to trend in a positive direction. It's funny because even when I look at my numbers continue to evolve and grow. It's all about slow growth, progress, and continuing to push yourself to be successful. That's what life is about for me. So that's my message for the morning. I love you guys. I appreciate y'all. I hope y'all focus on growth. I hope y'all focus on the money. And I hope y'all focus on balling and get to it. That's what life is about. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to see y'all for the Millionaire Morning Show. We rock out with that at around between 7:30 Eastern. So adjust for your time zone. And we're going to have a great week. I got a lot of dope stuff coming in. I got my homegirl Mika flying in. I got some friends flying in. I got a whole lot of stuff that I'm working on. And we got some pre-recorded shows that we're doing for this channel in particular that I really enjoyed. We piloted them a couple of weeks ago, and now we're about to go full-fledged. Now that we're able to look at the analytics and the statistics, we see the opportunities that's in that. Even when it comes to this platform, I want to grow, and I don't even care about like what other people think. I want to grow in a certain direction, and I want to continue to evolve. And I don't want to be the same person that I was yesterday. And I love you guys. I absolutely do. Thank y'all for continuing to rock with me. Again, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon link is in the description. And then Teach Hanley 40% off your first order plus a free gift. Plus 20% off for life. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to holler at y'all later. See y'all today.
Exactly. So that's what
everybody don't get it though. Like to me, dad means to discipline and direction. That's what I'm here for my child. So if I leave my child on the wrong path, then it's the path she gonna take for life.
Okay.
But a lot of times look at it like Diane and Canaan. Not Canaan, Cain.
I watch that one.
Okay, Power, they was done, like the kids was done from the start because the way Monet raised them, they got no choice but to live this life. Mm-hmm. So it's always kind of the parents' fault.
But it's a choice that we made.
You're making them choices based on the things that you normalize. A lot of your morals and the way that you move comes from your parents. It comes from your surroundings. It comes from the things that people normalize when you were younger. So when you adopt that's the only way you know how to move. Now, yes, at a certain point, you have, as for yourself, you have to stop putting the blame on your parents and try to adjust. That's if you want change, though. But if you don't want change, you just want to always look back to what your influence is. People don't even recognize how much those influences guide their judgment, the way they make decisions in their everyday life.
But you gotta be aware of that so you can change that. If they don't know that's why the way that they is, they just think they just got that way. You know?
Who taught them that awareness though? Everything you know you was taught. The way that you think, somebody taught you how to think that.
That's true. Yeah. But it's an and, it's not an or.
It's an and. It's all encompassing.
It doesn't absolve you from being responsible. Listen, you go out and you kill somebody, you want to fucking jail. I don't care what the previous history was. The other side of it though is, and he was raised around killers. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that it's a clear-cut answer. I think it's all on an individual basis. But yeah.
So ngifuna nje so vele kulira manje. So ngizana kama kulira tseko. Ngihlala nithema la. So manje sisiyangivaya. Ikasi si7 6 boys 1 girl. So much kulira ngasitshala. Bese mina ngihlala nithema la sisho singashaya ikhabutra yakhe. Singibuya ke manje sengijoyina ya group leya. Thema la marisipani la uma ngikhuluma nje tenda da ubira leki. Wongo uzobulala ingane le. Hayi. Bajoyina sakane kids futhi. ya la market le kuphuma khona uroni nyakala aceda ukushaya papa action aceda ukushaya izo ngisho beka student so bekashaya so mina siza ngizoperforma yena ushayela team so thina sizopresenta so festival uyabona umuntu ombona e-TV lasiphinde umjida ngibona this week ngina so ngikhula nje vele soloku ke ngiza nayo ke ngijoina ke ama community group after Tsakane Kids ngaya ePitsini embizeni cultural academy Tsakane saba ne collaboration ne Love Life and then after lapho ngeza eYT which was Hot House so Hot House kula ke ngibona khona eZibaya nawo ke lapho ngisakubonile nabo Alfred Ntombela na imidala abayena so abantu ababhaya ngabona lapha ngabona nala market yethu namshayiji uzobuyela but then ke umuntu vele ukwetiyetha because after yona ngabaya ngihlala so qedile matric so matric ngiqeda kaso ngiyaqeda matric ngiyayifela ngiyayifela matric yami angina next month ngizoyenza leyo abanga uthi ngayo rewrite manje rewrite ngafela futhi rewrite phela bathi pieces is pin yabo nami ngayiprepa azange ngipasi ukuthi ngamanga ngayifeli I had to go man rewrite ngapisha futhi ajoina ke le group lapha ke iPitsini embizini cultural academy ngeke ke namajita because ngifuna ukungena crime sesibuzana bese ikokota because we are running about it qala ngaleyo nini bese uyabona why because ubeka history yakho yonke ekhaya before it now you're done so family name being for it access azangiphuza abantu abadala basiphuza self mfowethu thing irange mfowethu amnake mfowethu into lezi babuda ukuthi kunezinye izinto engeke sikwazi ukukhuluma ngazo ngake ngahambe la eFinasha ukufunda kithi ngenxa yabangani so izinto engeke ngiyela fika bana so kunezinye izinto ezikuzukhuza kuzo at first hand mangabe ngiyakwazi ukuyibona ngazo le izokubuyisela uzobona ifawu akulembuzana ukhuseki so ngiyazuthi ngikhule ngumuntu onganabazali time lami na-relation ngifuna ukuthi yabo so ngisase-teenage so ngikhuliswa amahulumani wami nawo asazifunela nawo impilo ukhuliswa umuntu okhulayo amahulumani wami nawo asazifunela mfethu ukuyabona ukhuliswa umuntu ongasipali naye usafuna isipali naye usafuna ukuzidiscovera ezumjida nawe ngabe uyamcela so if ke uzikhuza akekho uzokhuza ngoba nehulumani yakho nayo idinga umuntu ozoyikhuza uyayibona so if ke awukhoni ke ukuzikhuza hard luck uzofunda njengathi uzolimala uzosha bese uzokwazi ke ukufunda ukuthi so kunamasaying abantu abajwayele basho ukuthi if abakhuluma yes phila ngalezo if awubabizanga ungayi ngeke ufe angeke ufe ngizonqala kuphela kunomuntu bekajabula ngo-2010 athi feel it is here kodwa thina this year besinenjoy ucustom uzamkhaza lesimoya nabayana ebantu sobona ukuthi kumnandi kufana khulu kusa DJ Sibula la kusazoyenza usazoba kumnini mfowethu ngeke kufana usala legend sometimes nazithi Pitori zithi Mamelodi or zithi Atteridgeville zithi social group or zithi down zithi sosha mfowethu kodi G khabo awuthiyabulingela mabra ngitsana kodi age central yeah ngikena ko kasengo barike via Philip ngitsama ka 35 Valman le Bible school ke theory feta transfer nyalenza ntse ma age ngiyaqaba social na ukhuluma majini kodi G komagala ngikithewada awufika TT ngikifewa thewa mo vilakazi engine garage phuma Joes ngiyayibona yeah bese ngene ke ngamabhoko innocent awuchapha noSecret awuchapha shout out to you yahasina black innocent ke mavuso ngawayinta kibo ke but ngiqale ngahlala ubayanda city ngibona understand ukuthi spaces sokuqala ngafika ayanda siyabona mthamo mfowethu akwande la uthathe khona uthathe you know the story yazi ukuthi sibuya kumhlaba wonke jikelele so ayanda city ke bangibiza ngahlala YouTube flat isengisuka khona ayihlala eDamoto eseleni dumile ke esanisa yeah esanisa manje eDamoto noma kwenye out bathi bush mfaka uthebo ratuna umfaka la mtendo kancane ngihlala ngespa so ngiyatravel every day stay theater until innocent that boy so mina ngilezi yesibulu bengingokunyamalala ekhaya uthethe unyamalala unyaka wonke mara ngihlala 3 months ngihlala 3 months kabani ngihlala 4 months aphinde futhi ngahamba ngiyazazi ukuthi anginafootball angina-next asina nje ngibe ngicontributor ngo-3 anginamali yenkukhu ngeke ngahlala nakhabutha ngifuna okumuntu Thembisa yeah ayi awuthamukele yake thaba ngifuna uyinja wena sinamba besigibele itaxi sine mali shotayo sigibele sitshela udriver sesiyafona yeah sitshela udriver sesiyafona ukuthi awuthamba kahle kahle la siyashota ayi sikwathi taxi driver bona wena ukhuluma nganisangena enanyanyisa manje I don't know how many times imali ukufika eJozi iphela ke esangweni elayini yeah esangweni sicela naze chicken yeah mfowethu besicela la akazembe incosi yami sesibone yami mama ke ngithele so ithembisa ke ngiyayikena ke kwanta nasemangweni uvusa imthini sobeka yini yeah tisha yami usikheki aphaya boy ya umzini ke nalo so ngikhula kanjalo kwena mabula ngihlala khabo bani until ngitheni out abathi uBenjamin Bells uzomisa uBenjamin Bells imitha sengithe uBenjamin Bells imitha ngenza iplay nabolebu nenye awuthamba thulebu umphahlele shout out to uyana nomunye iproducer abathi uAndre Stalls so besenza iCheck Off Festival la eJoburg Theatre so samithana nabo Ben and then ngathola opportunity yokufunda eVets drama for life fika khona ke drama for life ngiyabona ukuthi la ngathi sizoshuba la mina ngifuna into ezofaka inyuku ngapha yisigela kumele sithathe inyuku kimi remember mabuda phela thina abanye sibuye emafemini
right? I don't know.
Ti mo ngombe.
Ang bandolin sa sak. Ang bandolin nito pala. Oh, bethu nabantwana bam. Alright. But I got into that. I will bring something to light it. I charge in the day. Cocoa that. Huh? You could put in I just fine.
Do you like it?
La sí. Ah, ¿cómo se llama? No, eso es mi motosierra.
Tim.
311 22.
Step and fly, he was always stepping back into that range because we're back and Charles wanted to be back here and just use that to come straight in. And now
Charles is a very like back and forth straight. He's not really hitting with angles.
And you said that the flight miss could it have been that shift. Now he's just circled Charles more into his own right hand.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And then is that what it is? And then goes there and then just dip that little bit. So if he went in a straight line, he probably could have still slipped and maybe missed, but shifting off as he wanted to step into that right line, he slipped into Ilya's right hand. So if you watch him when he shifts, he even shifts
So he's moving Charles off center while
he does
shifting.
as he shifted, knowing that he was going to follow.
So
whether he did that on purpose, I don't know, but but it seems like it was pretty strategic. Even the way he didn't just shift back, you see him shift off center. Yeah, like so. So usually it's easy to shift to your right. A little bit harder to shift to your left.
Yeah, it's like in boxing, the guys who are great body punchers. Like there's a guy named Miguel Cotto. Do you remember Miguel? He had a really strong jab, but then he would shift and put his weight over his left foot, and then just rip those body punches. And I think the concern in MMA, I would imagine, is like shifting left. There's a foot or a shin that's going to come right to the top of your head potentially. In boxing, when you shift over, there's not much that can hit you.
Yeah.
Like maybe an uppercut can be under, but like if I'm this way and you're a conventional fighter, what do you throw, like a knee or something?
So if you keep dipping that way, you're saying?
If I dip this way, and you're conventional, you're fighting orthodox, that fucking game over.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a risky move too.
Yeah. So with the shift, I mean, she like sort of shifted back out of range, but out. So not really with the slip. He ended up slipping with the punch when he decided to throw the two.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm going to get real technical. All right. So when he even shifts off center. The only thing is when you shift to your left, he shift and then
you can stand if you want.
Yeah. I'm going to stand. Is that right? Am I still in? So
I'm Charles.
So he sort of when he shifted back, and then he sort of went bang, and then he sort of shifted here. But now look at on side.
If I walk straight,
but I'm off center here.
Yeah.
So if you notice,
so there's nothing I can throw at you.
Yeah, but I feel like off here. But you notice he shifts back, and then as soon as he comes in, he goes boom, and he even shifts his hips straight in. So he shifts back, and then just goes boom.
So now you're walking straight into the right, and you don't have anything with power to I guess I'm like reaching over.
Yeah. So you got an angle, and then again I pulled you.
Yeah.
He's pulled that way. I'm really fixing that. Sorry.
There. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's shifted this way, but again, firing from here across your body would have been hard. So he even shifted, and as soon as he went, he's just went bang.
And then
he's even shifted his he slipped his head with that left foot.
So what's the strategy against a guy like
Ilya? That makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Watch it anyway, it makes sense.
Tell us, so what's the strategy against a guy like Ilya? Let's say you guys run it back again.
Wrestle the bloke, mate.
You gotta get him down, right?
Him down. Look, that's what you want. You want to see what's going to happen with his gas tank. So even with Ilya, great fighter. Like a lot of the things he does, like I'm sure a lot of it's well trained, and then he's got so many good instincts as well. Like even him just shifting that way, he's probably trained for that, but then just as soon as he wanted to square his hips up with the right hand, the power was there and put him in a safer position while he was throwing too. So just little things like that he probably trains for, or it's just great instincts. But yeah, we want to see the gas tank, see what happens with it, because I thought Charles, when he was taking him down and forcing the sort of wrestle and the grapple, I felt like it was starting to wear on him a little bit. So even when he sort of ended up on top when they grapple, I don't know if you remember, Ilya gets up and then I remember he was just staying up and there was kicking him, didn't let him up. He waited. I'm going to wait 30 seconds, kick his legs.
Interesting.
Get my breath back, because that probably took a little bit out of him, which I thought was clever. And then the ref stood him up, and then he's like, right, back to
So now you get a little break. So you would attack the gas tank, and you do that by grappling cardio. Because that's different.
I guess you would have to. So like again, like when you're on your right.
Serve luxury with Cadbury by any two participating slabs and nominate. T-6 apply.
Have you been sitting on a smart business idea and need to get it online? GoDaddy makes it fast and easy with user.
Again, like when you're on your right, you want to catch him coming in because he wants to commit as well.
Yeah.
But there's that danger of him landing as well. So with Charles, he should have known that this guy's just going to try and take my head off. I've got world-class jiu-jitsu, and Charles is pretty strong. He's improved his wrestling as well. I might take it there.
And I feel like
take him in the championship rounds if I have to, or I finish him early.
I feel like a lot of these guys, though, it's like you've had so much success, and maybe you felt this too. Like you have so much success throughout your career doing something, and because it might chip away at your confidence. You know, like, I give a lot of credit to Ankalaev. Like, when Ankalaev fought Pereira, I think all of us were going, there's no way he's actually going to bang with this guy. And then he outstruck him. So, like, I imagine if you're Charles, you're like, I'm one of the best fighters in the world. Like, why would I change what I do for a guy who's coming up 10 pounds? You know, does that chip away your confidence at all when you go, I have to not do what I normally do against this guy?
Depends on the fighter, I guess. And yeah, you're right. It seemed like he's, no, I'm going to press him and I'm going to show the weight. You know what I mean? But then I just thought that's what I thought was going to happen. That's why I thought he was going to knock him out. And that's it, because he's not so defensive. He's, you know, he's all offense, Charles. So.
We already know what time it is. You see the lighting. If you're new over here, get ready, buckle up. Let me tell you something, okay? Boners are not just about performance, okay? Never blue chews tip falling back to their house. Steal what?
He's got a gas tank, dude. You know about gas tanks?
All the rounds on social media and all the rounds in the pantry.
Yeah, that might be a good match. That's a money fight though. Like, that's not for belt. It's not for anything. But if you were the guy that could take out Bonnie Blue, like 1,000 have tried.
Hey, I ain't going there. That's for sure.
Now, who do you want next?
Who do I want next? All right. Well, yeah. Look, Mobzar's probably the guy that I think deserves it, right? That's what I've always been about. I've always been about who deserves it. You know,
I'm about you making money.
Yeah,
that's what I'm about.
That makes sense.
I see you with the
most
girls.
Most of the times it's contract fights anyway.
So they have a say in
well, it's contract. So
you get a piece of that. You get a piece of that pay-per-view. Like
pay-per-view, yeah, you're right. But yeah, let's get into that. The pay-per-view system isn't as good as it used to be. Talk to me. Well, I'm not going to give it too much away.
Well, give me an idea.
No, I just mean it's just the way it works is just a little bit different, and that's why you see the pay-per-views now. You know, they're starting to look like they're dropping drastically because it's just the way the system is, and there's still millions and millions of views, but you only get paid on certain pay-per-views. You know what I mean? And so it's a hard sort of way. Astrid explained it a lot more, but you're not, you know, when you see the pay-per-views wise, you're only seeing only a couple of countries, and you know it's only over $40 as well. They're the only pay-per-views, not including your, say in England, it's a subscription base. So you know they're you know, so you're not including any of those. There's only like I think 3 or 4 countries that they can
contribute to the actual pay-per-view.
How does that change
So it's not,
for you financially? Like, are you like, I can still make as much as I could before, or can you not make quite as much as you could before?
Well, I mean, you can still make money. Like, again, the right fights, it's just very hard. And if you've got a Conor McGregor on the card or someone, John Jones, I'm like, all right, now you can really make some. They can tie up some of that money compared to what you're fighting for. But it's just it's pretty hard. So even now, good cards like the pay-per-views that you're seeing, good cards at like 300, 400. That's considered really good now.
Really?
Yeah, where
when you say 300, 400, you mean 300, 400, 100,000 buys?
Yes.
Whereas like the huge monumental fights might have been at $1 million.
I'll say exactly. So it's hard. I don't know. Again, I probably shouldn't be talking this because I don't know enough about it. But it's just not sort of how it used to be. Now the different like deals, like you know, like TV rights deals and all that. I think it's a little bit different. And now again, you've probably got all the streamings and that as well, right? So you know, I don't think everyone. The only way to watch it is to buy pay-per-view. There's other ways people are probably trying to watch it too, right? So there's a lot of things that factor into it nowadays. But
yeah, it's tricky because I don't know. I've heard some people say that. I've heard some people say like currently the UFC is like a star problem. Like they don't have like as many stars as they did. I think that what people need to understand is that like this happens in all fight sports, even the ones that are predetermined. Like it happened in wrestling. Like you go through ebbs and flows.
Dude, even non-fight sports. When Jordan retired, there was a ratings drop.
Exactly.
We didn't have Jordan yet. Then we got Kobe. Then we got LeBron. When LeBron's gone, same thing.
So you know, it's not like, oh my God, is the UFC over? It's like no. What's going to happen is we had a time where there's Izzy, Josh Jones, like there was like a 5-6 year period where it was like every division had multiple, the Diaz brothers, it's like multiple guys that you needed to watch. And now some of you guys are getting up there, some people are retiring, some people are custom fights, and a new crop needs to come up.
Yeah.
And you refuse to let that happen in your division. Which is really you know, there's this guy with this beautiful haircut and a great backstory, and you're like, I'm not out yet. So I'll just take the belt back to fucking Australia.
It's a great story, but my story's still going.
I know, they had this guy's story so fucking downtown. I'm watching this thing, I'm getting emotional. I see you coming out, I'm like, nah, Volk's not giving it to him today.
Like, I'm almost 40, but you ain't having it yet, you know what I mean? Nah, it's, there is a lot of people, like, you're right though, exactly what you said, like, that's just how it sort of goes, but there is so many... so many good fighters coming through. Like I'm like watching, like even Joshua Van, another good example. Yep. But I mean, even my division, you got you've got Pico that's just come in. Obviously, if he has a couple
of... Is it Aaron?
Aaron Pico. He has a couple of like really good boxing and wrestling background. So that'll be interesting to see. I haven't watched enough of him, but it will be interesting to see how he goes. But then you have... I'm having a brain fart now.
This is not good.
The fighting nerds.
Oh, God.
Featherweight.
Yes. You guys did a face-off recently.
Yes.
Yes.
You remember his
Not
name?
Kyle. Silva. He's phenomenal.
And he's a great fighter. Great fighter. You got a lot of them actually coming. So I don't think it's too long till you get a lot of names there.
Exactly.
But am I still going not letting them in?
You're not going to let them in.
We no longer do those things. You know, we finished that in our 80s. As soon as we backward, you know, there's another guy who was saying, he feels good to come over the area. Life is slow. But I could say, some of so it is like that. So Cyril Ramaphosa, as you know, as sellout as he is, you know, but he's dealt with them, all of them. Cyril Ramaphosa has defeated all of them. I mean, I can mention Umbeki. He's beaten Umbeki repeatedly. Even now, I think it was Umbeki was saying, Cyril Ramaphosa must step down so that he can come in as an interim president. So, Umbeki, you know, he thought that he's the Messiah. And this is the guy who has failed on all economic policies. And in South Africa, because we've got tribal politics, the Xhosas, especially the influential ones, they think Umbeki was the best. Zulus think Zuma was the best. In the main, I'm talking in the main in general. The vendors think that, you know, Ramaphosa, even though they're suffering, some of them, or many of them, even in Shawela, they're suffering. Let's face it, we may try to deny it. South Africans are tribalists. The people who are not tribalists in this country are township people, the very same people who've been excluded. Go Sharpeville. These are people who've contributed. The people of Sharpeville. The landmark we try to say to post 1910, it was the people of Sharpeville. They put South Africa on the map. The people of Soweto 1976. They put South Africa on the map. After 1960, South Africa was sanctioned. There was a boycott because of what the apartheid government did to South Africans. In 1976, it's another struggle. And as sad as it is, they buried one of the surviving leaders, which was 16, a friend of mine, a person that I have known for ages, Pani Mokhatle, says he's the king of his royal tribe in the Northwest. He's the man who was supposed to be king, but because of the squabbles, he was shot at some point. He went back to Alexander. His father is supposed to be king. I am told with his father, you know, I don't know, you know, back in the days, I don't want to speculate on this one, because back in the days during apartheid, you find that I'm the rightful heir, I'm supposed to succeed my father and become a king, but you find that I'm anti the government of the day, they'll take my younger brother to be king. And then from there, they've created division amongst the family. So now, another thing, he's supposed to be king, and his land is rich, but he was confined to Alexander. He lived in London, you know, he went back to Northwest, and girlfriend, and I was supposed to be the funeral. I missed it, you know, for other reasons. The way he was buried, those who were there, it's sad, because sometimes we marry people who don't understand our history. And I know families, sometimes they will say, yeah, where were his friends? You know, in South Africa, it is tough. It is tough in South Africa. Money in circulation is scarce. The civil, you know, Ramaphosa economy is bad. And sometimes when a person dies, we do say, well, you know what, we'll support the family, the kids. Yes, we mean that. But unfortunately, now we are trapped. We are trapped, we are fighting to pay bills, electricity, ESCOM and all that, you know, school fees for the kids, and we're finding ourselves which we can no longer fulfill those promises. I remember even when Deborah Fraser passed, I was there, you know, and I still call Chico Twala and what's happening, you know, in his state, Deborah, I hope she's taken care of. Many people will come and say, we'll never leave. I'm not about Deborah, including now I haven't been there for some time, because sometimes now we're facing our own struggles, so it is tough. So if I may, sometimes you know, feel and you're eating. Where were they? I'm bearing, him now. Bunny passed, I think, on Sunday. I don't know. Not on, quick. Well, during the week was buried, and even the people in the neighborhood didn't know. Some of the chiefs and kings and say, we are under this guy, but we don't know because the wife is from the Lesotho. That's what happens when you marry a young girl who came in here as a domestic worker, and this girl, was recruited by your daughter to become a worker in your house. I'm reminded of the story of this lady, a white woman. Her father, wealthy. She recruited someone from those countries, for Philippines, these countries, what's this country where Bangkok is the capital city of Thailand. So she brought this woman to take care of the father. Of course, as a helper, a maid, the father ended up marrying the maid, and then she left everything, inheritance, to this wife, excluded his kids. I'm talking mega millions. You see, that's what happens if Mandela. I'm reminded of that. And I don't believe, personally, that the Mandela that died, who was married to Krasha, wrote that will. He has to be cold to exclude Abantwana Bakhe, to make Abuzinzi pay for what he has given them. I mean, you cannot be that cold, which I've given my daughter 500,000, therefore I'm deducting. It sounds like Krasha to me. That's what happens, One thing that I remember, Uguti, one of the daughters got nothing because they said during your lifetime you took 1, 2, 3, and therefore there's deductions. And for me, it cannot be. Krasha's children, they were blessed. Mandela's house, taken away from Winnie. So for me, I understood why Krasha had to be, closer to Mandela. Even when Mandela was sick, I think she was somewhere outside the country. She came back quickly. Winnie was coming. It was that battle. We must secure his signature. Must not sign anything. And the Mandela that I saw in 2010, he was no longer in his senses. Who came to the Stadium to kick off concert in FIFA. He was told when to greet, when to smile, when not to smile. So the will there, but we in the latter. I don't believe what you will. That's what happens. The wife buried him like a nobody. And I'm thinking, even now, there are talks, he must be exhumed and be given a proper funeral. Not there, not west. This is the king, buried in Kukwini, sold his house. Some of the properties I think he bought belonged to the wife. His children, cut out. Even his children were not there. Sometimes the people that we marry, they become our enemies. And I believe when you marry someone must come into your family to aid. Even if you're fighting, you have issues with your siblings, your mother, but your partner must say, baby, it is not right for you to be fighting your siblings. You cannot be fighting your mother. Go make peace or shut up if you cannot add something of positive significance. So it has happened here with people like Bani, Mukhatle, they've been forgotten like that, like Titi Machine, forgotten like that, the hero, 2016. So it is the township people. What I'm trying to say, in the townships, there's no tribalism. The people who came with tribalism, Coast, High, these people, they were employed in government institutions because the people in the townships did not want to work for the government that is oppressing them. Same way as the Zulus did not want to work the land that they used to own. They brought in Indians to work in the sugar fields. Same with township people who do not want to become police, who do not want to work in government institutions, because we view them as institutions belonging to the government of the day. The government of the day, it was termed illegal and illegitimate. They brought in police, recruited for people to come here to arrest us, to harass us with the number of people to get life. Transkei, blackjacks, CIDs, call them, investigating officers, crime investigating officers from KZN, from the homelands, the CBDs, and clinics. They push this tribalism. Now we lived amongst ourselves. So to Xhosa, you can find people talking, 5 people, but we understand each other. I lived in Sotho section, they tried to divide us, but we integrated ourselves because we had clubs, youth clubs, soccer clubs. We use the same infrastructure, trains. We use the same train. Schools, 4 languages in one school. We pay rent. I'm officing the same. We go to a clinic. We become friends. We date each other. We've got kids. Across our tribes. But people who come from KZN, they're people who've never met Nabatwana. They don't know the difference between Msotho and Mtwana. People who say Eastern Cape, if you don't belong to that clan, we are nobody. And I don't know why people sometimes they like to impose their own culture. What if you're not circumcised? You become Nkwenkwe. I'm not Nkwenkwe because I don't subscribe to that culture. It's like you, if you're a Christian, then you expect everybody else to subscribe to your culture. Not everybody's a Christian. Not everybody is a Muslim. You cannot define me in terms of your own outlook. I don't go to the mountain. Till now, our mountains are gassy. Bullet, petrol bomb, and I can tell you there is no South Africa. If you took away the township people, and the township people, I mean the people of Towoza, Katlehong, Foslo, Soshangove, people of Atteridgeville. I'm talking people, Val Triangle, Kailicha, Crossroads, Mlazi, people who were not oppressed by their own black people as tribal leaders, people who rose and fought the government of the day. And we know who did what. Current boycott, Lewa, consumer boycott, Lewa. when our students went to some of these homeland bush universities, they were named and termed with they are bad elements. Kongoye, IFP are taking our students, 84. It is our students. So we've contributed immensely when other people were comfortable, studying, enjoying the benefits of apartheid. And today, the very same tribalists came back to town, pushing tribalism through these political parties. Something that we don't know. So now we are our people. Kalamazu is from Ekasi, Esintoleng from Ekasi, Kaizer Chiefs from Ekasi, Pirates from Ekasi, who's feeling who Thomas Kawani, the most expensive player 1982, 22,000. Hellenic. NPSL dominator Manchester Ekasi. We refused in apartheid, but white teams cannot play in the black league. Orlando Pirates at some point was expelled from the league because it refused to expel colored players. Because they were forced by government of the day, which no, you must play as blacks. They said no. That's when we heard about Wits University coming, Highlands Park, Kaizer Chiefs lost Men's Day Cup to Wits University. All eyes on Kaizer Chiefs because those days it was black and white. Men's Day Cup, what am I saying? About Tsipa, Simon Skosana, Tep Makatini, about School Point Lab. I grew up watching those guys. Go Pona magazines. Go Bob Marley. But when 3 months later, you'll be told Bob Marley has died. Because news was slower. So in the police stations now, you find people, Motambolis Aita, Uchi, the Machoro. Which now you must talk the language. No, I can hear you. Talk Machero in Kulmiata. Maybe we are. Because we refuse, to be subjected to this nonsense. Well, Ben Neighbor is fine with Cyril. I don't see Cyril, winning a Soweto. Mother dear. Mbega Nabosofa song is younger, of course. People who've been ignored. Somebody who walked straight. But Shy Township like Orlando. That's why many people had to come to the townships. Like Soweto, Mandela, Sisulu, Sobugwe, they lived in Soweto. Jazz musicians, soccer players, Debbie, we gave you culture, music, they had to come here. But I my backyard. Everything started in Makasi. So we've contributed, but to Cyril, I can tell you, going back to Cyril, Ushaya Umbegi, Jack Sope for the first time. I don't know whether we've, but I don't know whether, I don't want to say vote of no confidence. Where a judge has been taken off, like taken off, I think those are the first good democracy, where a judge is stripped off. Ushaya, the public protector, Mkwebane. Ushaya no Isma Khashule. Gatin is quiet. Gatin has become an ice boy. Ice boy. I remember one guy saying, Gatin, but his journey, I'm worried about Gatin. He's overhyping things. Once you hear somebody overhyping things, you must know, that person is not genuine. But I said, okay, benefit of the doubt. This is the man who was supporting Zuma. Now it's Cyril. He's supporting his own pocket. That's why these guys, they want to be in Joburg municipality so that they can chow tenders. He's hit about Musimaimani. Have you ever heard Musimaimani criticizing Ramaphosa? Have you ever heard the media, as in South Africa, they are all CR17. Still Ramaphosa has collapsed this country during COVID. Everything is low. Even the ANC has collapsed it. For the first time, it got below 50%. The media is quiet. Yeah? Even whites, they are quiet. The middle class, they are quiet. Whites were complaining about Zuma. The middle class is quiet. Black and white, middle class. When you go buy a ShopRite, Woolworths, there are no special prices for black middle class, white middle class, the poor. The petrol the same, hitting us, the same. Even vendors, they're quiet. They feel the pinch. That's what I like about Cyril Ramaphosa. He doesn't discriminate unless you're a billionaire. His billionaire friends. ANC, they feel. Helen Zille, quiet. Hemen Mashaba, quiet. Supra gone. Isma Khashule, Jongo Supra, Nangula gone. Mampis. Washaiba Zuma is a chess player. He was playing chess in jail, yeah. Forget jail, or Pumalapa, MK has no direction. If Cyril dies, or Zuma dies, it's the end of MK. There are good people in the MK, but many are opportunists. So that's where we find ourselves. Cyril Bashaibonge, and he's defeating them because he's got a strong lobby group behind him, not because of something that he's doing extraordinary. They are scared because when Jacob Zuma took out Ugodan, Ofago Weekend Special, the funny.
Yeah, I put it in season 1 of my show. It's absolutely true. But that's from real life. Absolutely true. She sewed it in the lining of her purse. And so I was just remembering just watching my mom, like, who is this human being? It's like, you don't know who your parents are until like something like this happens. Yeah. Like, you don't know if they're good under pressure or horrible under pressure. My parents were unbelievable under pressure. And it's like the first time you see them so uneasy when everything's been so wonderful up until then, and you just see her like turn it on. And she sews it in the lining of the purse, and she was getting my sister and I. The whole plan was I'm gonna get my sister and get my sister and I out of there. She was gonna come back to Kuwait, finish out everything else, and then meet us in the States. That was the whole idea. And so on the way to Jordan, we had to stop in Baghdad, and they were searching all the suitcases because they were finding any valuables. They would just take them or tax you or whatever. You gotta pay a fee. You know what I mean? So that's what the thing was. So my mom stayed on the bus actually, and she because she had a little bit of money left over, and she just didn't know where else to put it, so she just hid it under clothes. Right. Well, they were just throwing the clothes out of the suitcase. She was like, oh my god! So she told my sister and I to get off the bus, and while they were searching everything, the soldier sees my mom never got off of there. But while she was on the bus by herself, she messed up all the clothes. She had some like orange peels from the drive, so she just poured all the trash all over it. And then the soldier comes up on there, like starts yelling at her. The sergeant sees him yelling at a woman. He gets pissed off at him. He jumps on the bus. He's like, "What's wrong with you? You know, look at her suitcase. It's obviously been searched already.
Orange peels everywhere.
Just look at her suitcase. Such a good thing." And she goes, "Look at her face. That's not a face of a liar." And he goes, apologized to her, and we left him. My mom fucking pulled that off in the most stressful circumstances.
That's how we're toast. I heard that
that's
after,
just a snippet.
No, I want to get into all of it. I heard after season 1 came out, they executed that soldier. No, is that true?
He probably died of natural causes. He was like, it's probably 60. I hope it's
How you reach out to him? You gotta reach out to him.
I don't know how to get a hold of him. I was 9 years old.
Good old orange peel, man.
This is how we're gonna kick this off.
Yo, this is how we're thinking of. Oh, let's talk about DJ Khaled. He's never seen orange peels.
Yeah, he's never. I heard he just eats it whole. Good old
orange peel, man.
This is how we're gonna kick this off.
Yo, this is how we're thinking of. Oh, let's talk about DJ Khaled. He's never seen orange peels.
Yeah, he's never. I heard he just eats it whole. He's like a hippopotamus. He thought it was just an apple. It's the same thing. It's just like, you know,
living life.
Yeah. There's nothing really to say about him, to be honest with you. It was more so I opened the special that way, and even like I'm saying this now, you're not gonna see it coming. You know, it's really just a dope opening to something that I've never seen in a stand-up special before. So I wanted to like do it that way. But yeah, it's just like I was kind of like the idea is that over the last 2 years of writing a TV show, of the only Palestinian television show in the history of American television, and feeling all the stress of that, and then at the same time, you're kind of seeing what everybody else is saying, and what they're doing, and what's going on. You know, as comedians, that's what we do. We say the thing out loud that everybody's thinking, but nobody's saying. So when I do that, and I've done that, you know, that opening line in like 30 countries, and
they go crazy.
They fucking lose their minds.
Is there a part of you that, like, when you see that opening line just crushing so hard, is there a little part of you that's like, I hope that motherfucker doesn't come on board now? You can't take away my life.
As a matter of fact, it is a lifeline. But it's intended to be a lifeline. Like, yes, it's
not too late. Oh, it's never too late.
No, it is from a lot of people's minds for sure. It is too late because it's gonna look fake no matter what, right?
Yeah.
But it's like the opening line, and then there's the ending of the special where I do this time bit. It's like a poem, you know, slash comedy bit slash, you know, trying to encapsulate everything that's been going on the last 2 years. And in that portion, I do, you know, it's like hey, it's never too late kind of thing. It's never too late. It's a chance for him to do something about it.
Is it wild to see American, like in your lifetime? Is it wild to see Americans start to care about the struggle?
Yes.
Yes. Like, what is that like? Do you feel? Is it confusing almost to see it?
No, it's more like about time.
Of course,
because it's like I've been talking about it for so long, and there's been a massive struggle for me in the business itself, and all the hurdles that I've had, and like telling me like change your name, go to LA, don't tell me Palestinian. Like, what's going on? Like, why do I have to do that? Like, I just never really understood that fully. I got it, but I didn't understand it fully, to be honest with you.
What made you stay true?
It's impossible. What am I gonna? I can't pretend to be something else. Stand up is the essence of stand up is being yourself on stage, and it takes years of practice to be yourself on stage, and just shifting that, you know. You'll be something else. I mean, you can think of an example, probably.
Yeah.
Carlos Mencia. I want to start that shit. I was hoping you'd say it, to be honest with you. Go on.
The thing about Carlos, though, is that he looks so Mexican.
Yes.
He got treated, whatever racism Mexicans get, he probably caught that.
Yeah, like if you look at
it. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm saying, like, it would be a part of myself.
Al, are you even black? You can't tell?
Boy, that's fucked up. We're not stand for this, man.
Hold on.
This is bullshit.
Black people can speak up here. What percentage are you?
I'm 50% black.
Okay, so you get to say it. You get to say it. It's a declaration. You can say that word that he says when no one cares.
That word with sand in front of it.
When you first heard the sand version, what did that feel like?
It was 9/11. It was like I've been in the country like 10 years. I didn't even know this slur even existed.
9/11 inspires some fire races.
Some real fire races.
We admit that. You didn't have until 9/11?
No, in Houston it was like, yeah, of course. There was
Carlos Mencia.
Hey, we're talking about Houston, by the way. He says the end.
It's the most. I don't know anything. It's the most diverse city in America. Legit, 100%.
It is the most diverse city, and they love telling you that. And they love telling you that. It's fact. It's a fact. And they love telling you that after they say the N-word.
That's their justification.
Yeah.
No, I heard that New York is the most diverse.
Feel free to just make up what
I'm just saying. We're going off.
According to Forbes magazine, which is never wrong, it's the most diverse city in America.
Ford said that shit. But in New York, like, we don't fill out the census, so nobody. It's only white people fill out. So
they fill out census in Houston.
I think they tried. Yo, Rhode Island. My bad, I missed you guys last time, but we're coming back. March 28th, ytshorts.com for tickets.
Best show I've ever done. Hopefully the best show you've ever been to.
Hoboken and a bunch of other cities. I'll see you guys there. Thanks so much. marketlive.com.
Legit, like the neighborhood I grew up in, A-Leaf, which is like just had so many amazing people come out of there. it has like 90 languages spoken in that neighborhood alone. It's pretty. It's according to the school system.
Houston is like the first level of the video game of America.
Yes.
For like immigrants. You know, like if America was kind of complicit in doing some fuck shit to your country, we go, all right, y'all can come, but you gotta survive Houston. Yes. And then after that, you get to have this American experience. Because then all like the Cambodians go there and like the Vietnamese as well. Yeah.
I don't know about the Cambodian population, but I know there's a huge Vietnamese population and a huge Nigerian population as well.
100%. But and I'm sure you can tell the difference, obviously, between the Cambodians and Vietnamese just off of looking at
impossible. Impossible. Let's just say Vietnamese.
Shout out to Cambodians, though, for real. We love y'all, we appreciate y'all, and we're glad the war stopped.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly where the studio is.
We need to repair it. Shout out to Cambodians. The Cambodians.
What's happening?
Listen, Mo is on here. Obviously, we're talking reckless. You know what I mean? Listen, we're the only people in America right now that believe that Muslims should hear jokes. I think we're the only 1, 2, what are we, 5 of us?
Yeah.
We're the only 5 comedians that believe that.
It's so.
How did you feel about when
so
you?
disgusting, bro. It's the whole.
I'm glad you talk.
It's so disgusting.
I cannot wait to talk to you about it because
it's so disgusting, bro. I find it so wildly appalling. First of all, like even the comedians that went there talk about it, and they liked it. They fucking laughed.
Like they're shocked.
I'm just hearing some of the fucking comments, or even like the guys like on podcasts talking about, oh, we're making sure the guys that didn't get invited, that didn't get to go to the shows, talking about doing this kind of shit. Fuck you too.
What was that thing?
Fuck you too.
Yes. What did he say?
No, they were like, it was like different podcasts. No, this bullshit, bro. It's like really, really upsetting because
I wish I got that back from Saudi.
It's straight up like exactly. It's just straight up that like casual racism, bro. It's fucking insane.
It's the biggest low expectations.
It's insane, bro. It's so wildly appalling. And then first of all, from my perspective, bro, I'm a Palestinian roaming around in the streets. Like no matter where I go, I'm dealing with something. And also like me going to that region, going to Saudi Arabia, going to Riyadh itself. How many Palestinians that reached out to me after the show that they brought their kids, man? I'm so like, it makes me emotional, bro.
Yeah.
And then my kids got to see you on stage, got to say the things that you got to say, and it was completely free reign. You got to do what you want to do. So fuck you for your casual racism. Fuck you for not wanting to push the needle forward. Fuck you for not like even like considering of being upset that the film industry's there, NFL is there, the UFC, everything. Everybody's there. And you want to pick on comics, the most freest art form on planet Earth, probably the last free art form on planet Earth. We can actually push the needle forward. And you're talking about this is the issue. I find huge beef with that. And you're talking about like 284 journalists killed in Gaza, and nothing about that. Nobody's like having a beef with doing shows in Tel Aviv or anything like that. Fuck that, bro.
Talk your shit.
I'm being. This is the truth.
We the best. We the
best comedy. It's like I really find it to be appalling, bro. The casual racism is fucking insane. And I'm a Muslim. My brother's buried there down the street. You couldn't stop me from going there and performing for my own people. And as far as money's concerned, it was very much like in line with what I get paid in the Middle East. It wasn't like I went out there and like, oh my God, I got 6 yachts. No, it was very much in line for what I got paid. Tell them how rich you are. Tell them. I'm not that rich. No, not that. It's not tax money. I pay all the taxes. That's the one thing I don't fuck around with in America. I pay all the taxes.
I'm more afraid of those 3 letters than I should.
100%. I'm comfortable. I've been in worse situations than a detention center. I've just been chilling. I made good things happen in a detention center.
I love that that's your perspective. Maybe like ours is different because like we performed in the Middle East before, so we knew what to expect of that. But like the funniest thing is when you see these people who like identify as very progressive, and it's like their expectations of people are so low that it doesn't match up with the progressive ideals.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like I couldn't believe you do that. Like I couldn't believe it.
I just can't believe you would just go and perform for these animals. Let's just say it. Just fucking say it. Just say it.
Exactly.
Just say it. And I've been dealing with this shit my whole life, and I don't want to hear anything about it, especially like from comedians attacking other comedians. It's really fucked up, and I just really don't like that. And it's not where we need to be as comedians. We need to be, more thoughtful and have real dialogue, and not just trying to throw people under the bus for absolutely no reason. I'm just really just shocked by it. I was really blown away by it. I couldn't believe it. In Houston, my hometown, the place where I brought the first ever narrative sitcom, to that spot, is millions of dollars of revenue is coming to the city from me bringing a show, way more than I ever made on a TV show. And I stood for Houston. I love Houston. I still live in Houston. That's my town. That's my shit. They couldn't wait to shit on it. No, couldn't wait to shit on it. Somebody putting it out there like, shame on you, motherfuckers. Shame on you. All I've done is give up so much. You think it was easy to film in Houston? You think that was an easy pitch to fucking go to Netflix? But hey, I want to really film this as realistically as possible, as grounded as possible. And Houston, Texas, is a place that has no structure for film and television. And the moment I go over there, you want to throw me in, fuck you.
You already been over
Houston Chronicle.
Yeah. But you already been over there.
I've already been over there. I've been over there, and I'm a Muslim, bro. I'm a Muslim. It's an obligation to go to Mecca. I have to go to Mecca as well. It's like part of that system. And my brother's buried there. I lost my brother 3 weeks before my first season came out. Like, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
I want to give you a chance to push back. This is people say like, well, the government paid and you're accepting money from the government. I want you to speak on that.
What do you mean?
That somehow that makes it immoral. I don't agree.
Where does all this money come from? It all has one source. This has nothing to do with it. I sold tickets there. That's what I think about. I think about going there as pre-negotiated. I go there and do that. Nobody's sitting there, no royal family sitting there writing checks to you to do that. It's part of a big fund.
I think they don't realize that people had to buy tickets to go to the show.
People had to buy tickets to go to the show.
To be honest, I wish they didn't. I wish it was free.
They book people who can come out and sell tickets. And we could have done a much bigger venue probably. I was last, one of the later ones to be added. Fucked up enough. I was booked on October 7th. Which was like, why did you do this to me?
In Dubai, October 7th. We flipped. Bro, they were exhausted from celebrating.
That's not funny. You can't say that. I ain't saying shit. I ain't saying shit. That was funny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. I can't do it.
No, but it's good to hear that perspective, and like, it is funny.
Bro, the casual, I can't stand it, bro.
He's fucking. I'll be honest, I think it was fake.
Yeah,
there are people who fell for it, but I think that a lot of it was started by bots. Because literally 2 weeks after, we all said this, so like in 2 weeks, nobody will even make a peep about this, and it has completely died down.
Yeah, it is.
And then what has happened in Saudi over the next 2 weeks?
I think it was a negotiating thing. Somebody was negotiating something, and that's what created the pressure. That's probably what it was. And then even the fans, like maybe like creating a little fuss to like create some negotiating leverage. I don't know. I'm just speculating here.
You're saying between countries?
Maybe, maybe it's the case, or agencies or whatever.
People didn't hop on it though. CNN was on it. Comments on it.
I think it's not there's any distraction that they can fucking come on. Like they just start doing it.
The
part that really frustrated me is like really pissed me off is that I'm nobody even like you just lump me into this shit, and me being Palestinian, me being my background, and the everything that we've done as comedians to try to push the needle forward and try to just be truth tellers, hopefully, and storytellers. And then there's people that even took the money and came back and fucking apologized. Like, that's just crazy, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. These people want the fans in Saudi. I mean, 50% I think the population is actually Saudi. I think something like that. Yeah. And who's the other 50%? You know, who's the other 50%? So it's just like, it's not like we were sitting there performing. We were performing for real fans, people that had appetite for this, people that wanted to see this. And I can't tell you enough, like, the amount of emails that I got from, like, people, like parents that brought their kids out, or Palestinians that were there, that were like, oh my God, I can't believe you said those things. And it's just, it's so empowered and free.
Because a lot of people that talked about it, they're going to go out on tour around the world, and they're going to start to realize that, like, you know, there are rules in certain countries that might not align with their progressive policies or politics, and we're going to see if there's any pushback. I don't think there will be. I think the whole thing was fake in the first place, and nobody actually cared.
Exactly. Here's another thing too. It's like even some of my fans were like, I expected better from you. I was like, well, I expected better from you actually, because I thought you would trust me. I thought you would trust me to be the same person no matter where I went. That's the biggest thing. Like, I don't change. There's a lot of people that do change. You know, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. People that go to a certain country and then they become like monkeys for that country. Like, no. I'm myself, no matter where I go. It's very important to be thoughtful in the things that you say, and I'm very, very like technical with it. And I've been doing this shit for a long time. No, I don't know who. I genuinely don't really have examples. I'm talking about myself only. That's the only person I can speak for. Is like, I expect more from you as well to trust me and to know like everything that I've done with the show and how groundbreaking it is, and what I did with that last episode in season 2 is nobody's gonna do that. Nobody's gonna do that.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait for you.
Think you've gotten your credit? You think you've gotten your credit for?
I got it from the people, man. Like the amount of tickets that I've sold on the road and people that want to see it from every background that you can think of. That's what I don't care what anybody else says. I don't care what industry says or anything like that. You know, the numbers on the road and the people that have come up to me, no matter where I am on planet Earth. That's my award. That's how I feel like it. And if there's many, you know, there's things coming up, and I hope they do recognize it because it's good for the next future filmmakers, and I think it's the right thing to do, just because objectively it's so dope.
I was telling you, I have not gotten a chance to watch season 2. It's been on the road too much. Season 1 was awesome. Season 2, from the people, I hear like unbelievable praise. Unbelievable, like it meant something to people. And I think you are kind of the man of this moment, whether you want to be or not. I just think you don't really have a choice, and you've risen to the occasion. But I'm just very proud of you as somebody who's been doing 15 years watching this whole thing happen.
No, it's genuinely like something that I feel like is my life's work, you know? Yeah. It's like a life purpose, like to go into something like this and get this off my chest was not an easy thing. Where first season I was kind of like, you know, it was pandemic, I was divorced by a year and a half, I was dealing with so many things, but the first Zoom room ever, and I think, you know what I mean? It was like so many different things in the air, and people telling you should do this, not do that, and you feel confident in a particular storyline, and you start picking at it enough where you start losing confidence, like fuck. And I went into the second season, like nobody's touching that. Me, these are the guys. I love y'all. You come with me. If you don't, I can't have this like doubt shit. You know, I can't have, you gotta trust yourself completely. And I did that to the fullest extent, and nobody really meddled in what I had and the vision that I had. And it was just, to me, it was like a perfect piece of art.
You're single now, right?
No, I'm married. I have a baby.
Again?
What do you mean?
You said you got divorced.
I divorced in the first season 1. That's 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Oh shit!
6 years
I know
ago.
you got a baby. Well, I'm sorry. I went out there. Congratulations. That's amazing.
No, it was awesome. I don't know. I got remarried. The girl I married.
The girl I met.
Yeah, you did meet her, right? Yeah.
Let me ask a question. Did you come back home? Did you come back home?
What do you mean?
Oh, come on.
Brown girl?
Oh, she's brown, yes. I've always been brown.
What type of brown?
Always been brown.
What type of brown? What type of brown?
Portuguese?
Wait, Portuguese sound white.
Spanish?
So you only went back to once, huh?
Three times. Hold on. Here's the thing. We've known each other since 8th grade.
They got you.
And we know
white girls.
No, she's not white.
What is she?
Portuguese. She's so stupid.
Spanish and Portuguese. That's white. That's your opinion.
Yeah, I know, but she's not, bro. But North African influence like crazy.
Now, don't even try. It's the worst game, bro. No.
That's true, though. What do you mean? History?
Listen. Did you revert her?
No, she converted herself.
Oh, really? With no influence from you?
Zero, yes.
Get out.
That was the first time, too, to be honest with you.
No, zero. It's for real.
Really?
She was pregnant with our son, and it was like she was about 3-4 months pregnant, and she just woke up like just crying, just like she just wanted to do it from her heart. It was beautiful.
Wow. Yeah. And then what is your reaction to that?
God, are you sure? No, you have to like. I genuinely like don't like to press about these things. I think it's my responsibility is like to surround the family with like good vibes, good spirits, and things like that. And that was like came from her, and I just wanted her to be sure 100%. Like, I don't want this to come from like, I gotta do it because, you know, no, you gotta feel it in your heart. And it has to come, and the rest is between you and God, and fine.
So now she's on board.
She's on board, yeah, she's amazing. But and I've noticed since 8th grade, and all these years went by, and we rekindled. We never dated like back then.
Long game.
My mom met her like 5 minutes later. My mom gave her a ring. I was like, what are you doing?
Oh.
Yeah, she was like, she's so dope, bro.
She like white girls too, huh?
Oh, you're the worst. Top 5 worst.
Don't break me. You give me the fucking top spot.
There's a lot of worse. There's a lot worse. She's still into top 5. Everybody has top 5.
She's cool and you want stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, does it put more pressure on you to be 100% like committed? Like, you gotta be. Is she about it?
And now you gotta be about it. Like a convert, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. There's like extreme examples of people who convert and things like that. It hasn't been like, it's been a very natural and like smooth thing. You know, my whole thing is like compulsion in religion is also bad too. So I was always taught that it's like the balance. My way is the middle way is what the Prophet Muhammad used to say. It's like my way is the middle way. So you always have to be balanced in everything that you do. You can't be too extreme in everything that you do.
But she's not just like pulling out hadiths out of nowhere and you're like, oh shit.
I'm shocked that you're pulling out hadiths right now.
That's something I love. Mark has been trying to relate to you all the time. Every time you're like, shut the fuck up. I truly love it. It's a fucking, it's a lame thing.
I enjoy this one.
It
don't last long.
Hey, could be Syrian.
I'm gonna take shot after this, bro. Who knows?
It's not that big a deal, but just cleanse your
Don't talk about it.
It's okay. You want to go to hell? It's not a big deal.
But you can get me out though. You can get him out.
And you like waft up the smell, like, ooh, what is that? Jesus Christ. Well, dogs are doing that with their ears as they're running. They're wafting up these scents. So they can pick up little minuscule particles of scents as they're wafting up. And then my pit bull had longer ears. He had ears almost like a Labrador, but he was a pure pit bull. Big fucking head, just jacked body. And he would, like dogs would come, like dogs that were loose would come to the fence and fuck with him. And he would go crazy. He just couldn't get to them, and they would be fucking with him. And one dog pissed on his fence, like just lifted his leg, a Labrador, came by, pissed on his fence, and so he started slamming his head into the metal bars, like so his wrought iron metal bars, and he slams his head into the bar, and he's like mostly head, right? Like, pit bulls are like 50% head, and he's just like fucking, and he gets his fucking head through, and I hear all this noise, and I'm alone in the house, and then I hear this noise, and I look out the window, and I see Frank with his head like wedged between the bars, and I see this dog right outside the gate that was pissed. And I was like, oh my God, he's gonna get out. And so I run up to the fence, and I get to him right when his ass pops through he bent the bars. He got out. And so it's me running down the street in my socks, chasing this dog. And Andy Frank, baby. He plowed this dog right into a pile of trash cans, right in my neighbor's trash cans, and I got a hold of his collar right before his fucker. So then I had to have another car welded all around the perimeter of my fence to keep him from separating the bars. This Israeli dude came over here, and he was the welder guy and the fence guy, you know. And he's like, "What happened to your fence?" And I said, "The dog did it." He goes, "This fucking fence? Did this dog bait this fucking fence with his head?" I go, "Yeah, the dog peed out there." He goes, "Bro." I go, "Yeah, that's a crazy dog. It's a different kind of dog." Oh, that's Mike Perry, dude. That's a different kind of dog. Yeah, different kind of dog. They don't care about pain. Pain doesn't mean a fucking thing to them. They just want to get out. Like this dog was like, I don't think the dog was like being friendly. Like you're like, whoa, smell my pee. You know, he's a Labrador. Right. He's just like, like, I'll piss over here. He thought he was fine. It's like, oh, I'm a cig. Probably didn't even know what a pit bull was. Yeah. This dog's a lot louder than me. Yeah. What's going on over here? Oh God, that dog's wearing that dog has a chain. I had this one neighbor that had a dog that he never chained. I mean, at all. It was basically a wild dog that he fed. It was a boxer. And this dog wouldn't listen to anybody. When they leave him in the house, like if they left the screen, so like they left the door open, the screen, the dog would just fly through the screen, just burst through the screen and go out. And then he'd come home when he was ready. You couldn't, all he just had his own like plan or whatever. They were really close to this dog. Is that a pit bull too? Yeah. Look at it. That's what he did. That's what my dog did. Oh, he bent bars, man. Yeah, they're different. You gotta really make sure that your perimeter is secure with a dog like that. But this dog is not a dangerous dog. It's just a little boxer.
I think I just got so nervous. I think just like I would be so nervous around them, you know. And
but you should be if they're not trained well.
And we didn't grow up around any dogs. You know, except for like dogs that were in our neighborhood. And they were more violent animals. We didn't have any like dogs in our home or any experience around dogs. You know, I remember first time I ever even met a indoor dog. It was I didn't know a dog could even be indoors, right? And I was at my buddy Scott's house, and they had a golden retriever. And this bitch came around the corner, dude, and I was like, who the fuck is that? I mean, it was like the most beautiful thing. I mean, it was just like,
fluffy, beautiful, gorgeous.
fucking long blonde
gorgeous
hair.
dogs.
It was like Suzanne Summers. We just coming, and I was like, damn, that thing is fucking fine.
Suzanne Summers.
I just never seen a dog look like they had like gotten a good night's sleep. You know.
Remember Suzanne Summers with the thigh master? All they have is the spring. Tightening out your pussy muscle, because that's what you're doing. Like, there's a lot of, like, it's not squatting for your butt, it's not lunges, you're just tightening up them pussy muscles.
Oh, dude, squeeze that dick, squeeze that dick, squeeze that dick. That thing's gonna gleek by the time you get done with it, dude.
See if you can find the ad for the thigh master. A lot of ladies bought that too, because they want to look like Suzanne Summers. Look, it's just the spring. She's still looking good. She's like 1,000 years old.
Oh, yeah, she's still looks really good in my head.
One of the biggest blunders in all of television, though. Her and Three's Company.
Three's Company? That was a great show. What happened to it?
Crazy negotiations. She wanted more money. She was demanding more money, but she had become a giant star. And so they basically relegated her to, she wasn't even on the show anymore. Like, there was one episode where she made a phone call, and she called them when she was on vacation. That was her in the episode. Her in some totally different location, calling them on the phone. And then they eventually replaced her.
Yeah, I remember they got a new woman.
I think it was like, you know, she got an aggressive agent. It might have been a husband, one of those deals. Yeah, it was like, I got this. I want to fucking, you deserve more money. It's just like what happened with Call Her Daddy. That's a similar situation. You know the Call Her Daddy podcast?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Alex, what's her name? Colin, no. Alex Cooper, yeah.
She had a co-host.
Right.
And the co-host had a boyfriend, was an agent.
Something Franklin. Sophia Franklin?
Is that it? And then Portnoy told us the whole story.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it was like the dude thought that like, she's gonna be this, she's a fucking star, and you need to pay her more. And like, you know, they had a deal. The deal's a deal. She wanted more, and then there was negotiations. And yeah, so her husband, former television producer Alan Hamill, went to negotiate for her, asking for $150,000 a week, which was the average that men were earning on television at the time. Okay, it's not television. Yeah, it's like saying, oh, well, brain surgeons make this, and I'm her, so I deserve it. And on par with what her co-star Ritter was making, John Ritter. She said she didn't know at the time that Ritter was making more, since the three of them had a favored nations clause. What does that mean again?
Favored nations, I think, is like, what is it? It's in.
I thought that means that you all make the same amount. Is that what it means?
No, I think it's a Inuit thing, isn't it?
No. That's First Nation. MFN provision is a term including a contract for products or services that prevents the seller from selling its products or services to the buyer's competitors for a lower price or on better terms.
Oh, I thought this was a Choctaw, dude. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Favored Nations contract. I want what she's getting. Favored Nations.
You know, agents will ruin a lot of stuff. Oh, God, yeah. It's unfortunate, huh?
Yeah, omnipresent in entertainment contracts. Certainly, it's very close exposure. The favored nations clause are relatively simple to describe. They're a contractual commitment that no other relevant party will receive better or more advantageous terms from the party making the commitment. That makes sense. So if you and I were doing a show, we would have a favored nations deal where we both make exactly the same amount of money, which is fair. So she probably didn't know that he was getting paid, because John Ritter was a giant star.
Yeah, and that is oh yeah, John Ritter.
Yeah, John Ritter.
He was incredible.
He did an episode of News Radio.
Did he really?
Yeah, he's cool. So that was them back in the day, man. It was a great fun show.
So talented.
Someone ruined it.
Didn't he do Noises Off, that movie too?
What was that? Noises Off? I don't know what that is. Is that a deaf movie?
I don't know. Dude, I'll tell you this. One time I was walking down the street in New York, and they had a deaf group or whatever, like a gaggle or whatever, I don't know what it's called, but they got together, and they were outside of a bar talking, and I'm walking up, and I'm like, I thought maybe like the world had like shut off or something, I couldn't hear, because I'm seeing all these people interacting, but there was no sound.
Oh.
And I get close, and
here it is, Noises Off. I've never seen this. What is Noises Off? I do recognize that stuff. It's Christopher Reeves.
Oh, I thought John was in it.
Yeah, he is. We're doing a theatrical play.
It's a movie. Oh. It's like one shot. It never ends or something.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But
is it good?
Yeah.
Something to check out?
It's an old movie, yeah.
He was a real sweet guy. He was real. Everybody loved him. He was on the set of News Radio for a week, and just a super nice guy. Like, there's sometimes you meet people and you hope they're going to be nice because they're nice on TV, but they're not.
Yeah.
And it's really frustrating. It's weird. Like, they're creepy to you, or they're shitty to you because you're an actor. And you're like, oh wow, you're fake. You're faking it for television. In real life, you're like this weird, snipey, sort of shitty, fucking insulting person. Yeah, I met a few of those too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very frustrating because you're like, God, I thought you were nice. I saw you on TV. You're nice. Just trying to say hi, and you're fucking cunt to me.
Yeah. Yeah, we were supposed to. Michael Landon was supposed to come to our town.
No, it wasn't Aquaman. It's Man from Atlantis.
Was he?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Was he on Little House on the Prairie?
Yeah.
I think he was on the Man from Atlantis too, wasn't he? Everybody would swim like the Man from Atlantis when I was a kid. Oh, yeah, they swim like this because he swam like almost like a dolphin. He didn't swim like a person.
Well, dude, you have to think the first
Wasn't
people.
him? No, who was it? Who was in Atlanta? Who was the main actor? Patrick Double. That's right. I confused those two.
Well, Joe, you have to think probably the first people. Oh wow, that dude. I
Never saw this? Man from Atlanta?
Bet David himself is sitting right next to me.
My man.
How are you, my man? It's
I'm
good to see you.
good.
How
How
you
you
doing? I can't complain, man. I can't complain. First of all, how's life these days for you? Let me just get this straight, because we're sitting here in the aftermath of a presidential debate. You are unapologetic about who you're going to vote for, and you have been telling everybody and their grandparents, do you see what's going on the left, et cetera, et cetera. What has life been like for you over the last couple of weeks or so since that debate has taken place?
Since that debate has taken place. I mean, this is probably the most, if we were to talk about a, person who is the face of a league, in sports, you're a sports guy, if you were to say, what is the worst performance the MVP or the face of the league has had in a finals game, in a fight where you're so disappointed, who would you say, right? And no matter who you ask, left, right, or center, everybody will tell you this is the worst performance we've ever seen in the history of any presidential debate. Doesn't matter who you put up there.
Reagan versus Jimmy Carter?
No. This is
Barack Obama versus Mitt Romney, the first go round?
Well, Romney got it the second go round, and then Romney on the third go round. I was on a flight one time with Bill O'Reilly from Burbank to Vegas, and this was an event he was doing back then, I think, with Mr. Just like, I don't know, whatever the time is when Romney and Obama are going back and forth. And I said, hey, what the hell happened? Romney had the lead in second debate. Third debate, he got all stopped. He says, because Romney got feedback from his marketing team that single women voters don't like the way they were hard on Obama on Benghazi. He took that counsel and he lost. He could have beaten Obama, but he didn't go strong on the third one. No, there's never been anything worse than what we saw here. We've never seen anybody show up, being able to deliver a single message, allowing Trump to have that one hit to say, honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, I don't know what he just said, and I don't think he even knows what he said. So now the real thing is going to be how quickly the DNC is going to be able to replace. If so, if not, there's many moving parts, but we're living in uncharted territories right now. We're going to see what's going to happen.
You know, it's interesting because you've talked, and we'll get into all of this because I don't know too many people you haven't interviewed, to be quite honest with you. You sat down with me years ago. This is before you brought me to your studios here in Florida. We sat down when you came to see me in New York City. You've interviewed the late great Kobe Bryant. You've interviewed a plethora of other notable figures inside and outside the world of sports and whatever. But I know what level of passion you have for this particular subject. Are you of the mindset, even though I know that you want Trump to win, are you of the mindset that in Biden's case, he should step out of the race or he should finish the deal?
Do you trust in his way to communicate any message with anybody? Do you trust him? Because this is how it works in the world of business, okay? Let's just say, Stephen A., you're running a $3.5 trillion a year company. Let's call this company USA, okay? Let's say
I, on behalf of you, I'm going to go negotiate with another guy named Xi, or another guy named Vlad. Let's just call him Vlad. Or let's call another guy named Zelensky, okay? Okay. Or another guy named Raisi, or whoever, Khamenei, that's running Iran, the late Raisi. Would you trust Biden on behalf of you to go negotiate with any one of those guys? I don't think you'd say yes to that. Right? Exactly. So we are the owners of this country. We're the voters, right? We are voting for somebody on behalf of us to go negotiate in a favorable term for us. It's very simple. You have to negotiate favorable terms on the $200 billion we gave to Zelensky. You have to negotiate in favorable terms on to put the fear in, Putin to not do what he's doing to, Ukraine. You have to put the fear in G. So to me, it's not that simple. It's not even about me and Trump are not friends. I've never broke bread with him to have like a conversation. You probably had more interactions with him one-on-one than I've had with him. I've met him at a UFC fight. Dana made the introduction. I've been to Mar-a-Lago a couple times. I met his son. I've met him. I've met Don a couple times.
I've never seen him since 2014.
That's the financial advice he gave.
That's the last time we saw each other. When we were at a game, at the Knicks game, and he introduced me to Bill O'Reilly at that particular moment in time. And I was the person he called in 2015, when he was trying to purchase the Buffalo Bills. And he said to me on the phone, he said, Stephen A., I want to get the Bills. He said, but I got a feeling these folks are going to get in my way. And his exact words to me, and I've said this publicly, so I'll echo it to you. He said, if them fuckers get in my way, I'm going to get them back. I'm going to run for president. That's exactly what he said. He said this to me in 2014. Wow. He said it to me in 2014, trying to get the bills. The price for it was $1.4 billion. Yeah. He wasn't able to get it, and there you have it.
Yeah. So think about, by the way, I spoke to him and I said, I'd love to see you on Stephen A. That's one of the first things I told him. I said, I'd love to see you on Stephen A. I think that would be an entertaining interview if you interview Trump.
I wouldn't run from it. I'd gladly interview.
I know you would. And I think it'd be very entertaining for everybody to watch. And if they're watching it right now, they ought to consider it, especially if they did Logan Paul. It'd be a very different kind of an audience to speak to because a big part of the audience listens to you. So for me, I just did 3 interviews. Today's, whatever the day is, day after 4th of July, we're sitting here. You're working the day after 4th of July. Most of America right now is like, no, it's my 4-day weekend, all this stuff, right? We're grinding, we're working. I asked one of the guys, I said, hey, you're interviewing today. He says, yes. So you sure you want to work for a company that's working on 5th of July, day after 4th of July? He says, I asked the question myself, right? Do you think President Biden is working on the 5th of July? Do you think he's working 6 days a week the way Trump would do? Do you think he would pick up the calls? Do you think he would pick up the calls more than a Newsom? Do you think he would pick up the calls more than any of the other candidates? So the fact that they have him over a Trump as a candidate, I trust Trump in the locker room to sit down and talk to these guys with G. Did you hear the story that when Byron Donalds was on State Steel, the other fellow that was with him that said, hey, what's the best Trump story that you have? He said, he goes one time and talks to the Taliban, and he says, hey, I want you to know something. We're about to exit Afghanistan when I get reelected. When we do, I swear to God, if you do anything to any of my soldiers, even a hair, if anything happens to them, I'm going to kill you. I'm telling you this respectfully. I don't want to have problems with you. Trump gets up, takes out a sheet of paper out of his pocket, hands it to the man with a picture of his house and his family, and walks out.
Wow.
See, I once
Byron Donald told that story.
Byron Donald's associate next to him on Sage Steele's, I'll give you the link afterwards, told the story. And guess what? Do you believe that kind of story? I do. I do believe he would say something like that. I think we need strength today. We don't have it.
Let's get into you for a quick second. And for people who don't know you, just read it from my notes because I want to make sure I have it right. Immigrated to America when you were 10 years of age after your parents fled Iran as refugees during the Iranian Revolution. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were eventually granted U.S. citizenship. Of course, you joined the U.S. military, served in the 101st Airborne after high school. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay, so look at the Patriots. I see you. Launched PHP Agency, an insurance, sales, marketing, and distribution company before you turned 30. Yep. Is that correct?
Yes.
So when you think about yourself as a person living here in America, as a guy, family fled from Iran, you're here in America, this American citizen that you are, this pride that you have. Talk to me about what your vision is of what America should be.
What America should be. Okay, so take a look at it. You're the greatest guy in sports commentating ever, right? You're the GOAT. Everybody calls you the GOAT.
I don't call myself.
I'm not saying you calling it. We get to say that. But you're the GOAT in the face of. If I want to find out what something happens with, hey, LeBron James contract 2 years, $102 million, and he didn't decide to take a lower contract to get $104 million or whatever it is to get Paul George or DeMar DeRozan or any of these guys, and Klay Thompson at the option, they went elsewhere. What does Stephen A. say about this? Oh, okay, got it. All right, I agree, disagree, but I want to know what you have to say, right? Okay, you're black. I'm Middle Eastern. Stephen A. had a 1.8 GPA in high school. I don't think you had a 1.8 GPA in high school, but I had a 1.8 GPA in high school. Parents got a divorce to each other twice. They married, divorced, then remarried. I'm born, then they're divorced. Okay, that's my upbringing. My mother's side, they were communists. My dad's side, they're imperialists. So they were both the same religion, but politically they were on the complete opposite ends. One side, my mom's side, they would say rich people are greedy. My dad would say poor people are lazy. So who's right, who's wrong, right? When I was 14 years old, I come home one day, and I asked my mom, I'm like, Mom, politically, what are we? She says, we're Democrats. I said, really? Yeah. Why are we Democrats? Because Republicans are for the rich and Democrats are for the poor. I said, no way. Yeah. I said, when I grow up, I want to be a Republican one day. I didn't say
You said it just like that?
Just like that.
Wow.
I said, when I grow up, I want to be a Republican one day. Now, I have no clue what we're talking about. I can't stand politics because politics divided two people I love the most. I'm not.
With Biotrans, and we are advising ABC properly, and we are working well together. One of the things that I have raised in the mayoral committee is that we need to include them in the value chain.
I want to move a little bit away from governance. Let's take a step back on the PA story.
No, before you move, you said what I did couldn't it have spread in the city. I'm responsible for roads and transport. If I were the mayor, maybe it would have, but I'm not the mayor. I'm the MMC of roads and transport.
Okay, maybe let's look at the mayor for 2 seconds.
And it's spread there.
Let's speak for 2 seconds about the mayor. What is your assessment of Dada Morodo's performance as Joburg mayor?
We are a team. We are working together. There are challenges. A coalition in Johannesburg. It's the ANC got into a coalition. Now the ANC has been used to ruling alone, so it's difficult when you've got other partners. But at this point in time, we are working. We are talking to each other. We are being frank, and I think we can then move forward. I think at the beginning there was that sense of I'm the mayor, therefore I make decisions. That's why MMC Chwako, after his speech, raised an issue that we were not asked to do inputs. But we have since regrouped and said, Mayor, this is not how we should be moving. And I think we are in that space now where we are able to talk frankly to each other and say, how do we take the city forward?
There was this interesting thing that happened in the lead up to this formation, the situation of Joburg's government. And part of it was the PA's movement from working with DA to wanting to work with the EFF and the ANC. And part of the complaints, I remember actually trying to speak to the DA about keeping the PA, but the DA adamant that there's a trust deficit. That there's this issue about trusting the PA, working with the PA. And it's not the first time I heard it. It kind of stays with the PA. Perhaps you can maybe speak to that if I speak about the history and where PA is today.
Siri, just John is fine. John Steenhuisen lives reality. He understands reality of South Africa. Helen Zille is still in that white supremacist mindset that only a white man can do it and a black person can't. Helen Zille is still in that mind of authoritativeness. We would agree with John in a meeting with AfriForum, Action and other parties. But John will come back tomorrow with a different scenario. So when Helen Zille spoke about trust deficit, it was not trust deficit. We refused to be garden boys of Helen Zille or the DA. We refused as the PA. We were voted in, and we've made that very, very clear. In fact, in one of the meetings when we were negotiating the coalition, Helen Zille says to me and my president, Gideon McKenzie, that we must prove ourselves. The Federal Council says that we must prove ourselves with one and then prove ourselves, they will then give us it. I said to her, what the hell do you think of it? You think we care about the opinion of your Federal Council? Why should we prove ourselves to you? Why can't you prove yourselves to us? Who do you think you are? I said, don't talk to us like that. We have nothing to prove here. We have been voted here. We have not done a favor to be here. The people voted for us. So that is the problem. So, and also we are giving the DA, for the first time, the DA is worried about losing Western Cape. The Patriotic Alliance have come in, and the Patriotic Alliance have now taken from them, and we are their biggest threat. We are their biggest competitor. That is why Helen Zille hates us. But when you sit with John, myself and John exchange cigars every now and then when we meet. And when you sit with John, you sit with the Freedom Front Plus, and you're having a brag. You agree on how we should move forward. But John Wabatu, then Magogo, he goes to report. Magogo says, no. Not that way. this way. And what I'm saying, the Freedom Front has also said.
So it's not me, you're correct. And we'll come back. I promise you I'm going to come back to all of this. I want to go back to the story of the PA's formation. Because, you know everything you've been called. I don't need to remind you that people will label you everything in between, including Sushi King, you attempted business, we know about your criminal past. You had gone via EFF, the first attempt into politics. What didn't work about that route that worked out with the PA?
All right. Everything about my life and Clayton's life was a journey. Even the EFF was part of that journey. So here is Malema and Shivambu. Floyd. I was always closer to Floyd than Julius. So the president, the current president Cyril, was the chair of the disciplinary
of the
appeal of the ANC.
Yes, appeals committee. Yeah.
So I called Floyd. I said, Floyd, you are going to be expelled. You and Julius. He says, no. We spoke to Cyril. We understand each other. Cyril understands our position. I said, no, I'm telling you on authority that you are going to be expelled. And when they expel you, let's get together, form a party focused on the youth. The youth has got more numbers. Let's form a political party. Then Floyd says, sure, let's wait and see. They get expelled. Floyd calls me, hey man, how did you know? I said, I don't know about how I knew.
We never tell our sources.
Yeah. So now, Floyd says, hey, it's not a long time. Then I drive to Limpopo, to Polokwane, to meet Julius. We go to Chesanyama. After Chesanyama, we go to his house. I say, bruh, after 5 years, you cannot come back as the...
Met with the ANC, they said no. EFF met with the ANC, they said no. PA met, they met, we said yay. Now she comes here. We have been telling people this thing is pure racism. Embarrassing the African National Congress. You know, I must today say something. During the negotiations, I've never seen the ANC being so generous in listening to views. And now Helen Ziller rocks up and say, nothing happens without me here. It is the Mises mentality which took us to exile. She needs to stay away from this thing, because in the spirit, now she talks about clause 24, clause 54, clause 24. The best example I can make you. If a girl, if you decide to marry a girl, the two of you say we're going to get engaged. That's what happened here. The intent is to get married. If that marriage doesn't happen, what recourse does that girl have? She can go to court. She can go to court. The court can fine me for not marrying the lady. But the court can't instruct me to marry her. That's the same thing happening here. She talks about the clause. This is a statement of intent. How are we going to form the GNU? When the GNU gets formed, it will then give life to the document. It will then... Now they want to make Fikile Mbalwe like he doesn't know what he's talking about. She didn't read this document properly. My brother, that thing means nothing.
And another thing that she said, that she seems to think the ANC doesn't also understand, and I'm interested to hear what your interpretation is as the Patriotic Alliance, is clause 19, which is about sufficient consensus, because it talks to the party representing 60% of seats in the National Assembly. And Helen Ziller says it's not seat in the government of national unity, it's seats in the National Assembly. And according to her, that means the ANC doesn't have that 60%. Even if they bring in you as the PA, the IFP, the people that have already signed, they don't get 60%, which means when there's a deadlock, the ANC would have to consult with the DA. The DA would have to rubber stamp whenever there's a deadlock. How do you understand clause 19 of this?
Clause 19, number one, the ANC doesn't have the power to decide what happens in the National Assembly. Let's start there. So how can the ANC bring out the document that says all the parties in National Assembly? Since when does the ANC decides for the Freedom Front Plus or for the EFF and for the PA for that matter?
Sufficient consensus is for the parties that are signatories to the document. She's now realized what she's done. That Fikile Mbalula and his negotiators has got the upper hand. They outplayed Helen Zeller. What does she do? She's trying to ridicule them here on your show. I watched the show. She's trying to make them look stupid. She's trying to make the esteemed team like didn't know what they were signing about. The ANC, the PA, the PAC, we can form 60% of sufficient consensus in the GNU. In the GNU. Where does she get these things? Here's the issue. Helen Zeller knows that, you know, for me, somebody said something so profound. Helen Zeller said nothing different than what former President Jacob Zuma said. He said this is a coalition. By her saying that nothing can happen without her, it makes it a coalition. She wants.
What's what? Look, chicken, what's what?
Of Home Affairs. I would like to become Minister of Watch the show. She's trying to make them look like. When that the ANC decides for the Freedom Front Plus or for the EFF and for the PA for that matter, sufficient consensus is for the parties that are signatories to the document. She's now realized what she's done. That Fikile Mbalula and his negotiators has got the upper hand. They outplay Dylan Ziller. What does she do? She's trying to ridicule them here on your show. I watch the show. She's trying to make them look stupid. She's trying to make the esteemed team that didn't know what they're signing about. The ANC, the PA, the PAC, we can form 60% of sufficient consensus in the GNU. In the GNU. Where does she get these things? Here's the issue. Helen Ziller knows that, you know, for me, this was, somebody said something so profound. Helen Ziller said nothing different than what former President Jacob Zuma said. He said this is a coalition. By her saying that nothing can happen without her, it makes it a coalition. She wants to insert her in this thing. You cannot tell there's some rights that the Constitution gives the president. I would like to become Minister of Home Affairs. I would like to become Minister of Police if Home Affairs.
She actually said if the president appoints, gives you guys ministerial position, she's still going to complain to the African National Congress.
She's a Karen. She can go complain to you. She can go complain. She's the queen of all the Karens in the world. Why who's she going to complain? I don't even have the right to tell President Ramaphosa. You have to make me this one because the Constitution enjoys him the right. It's prerogative. It's his prerogative. Who he appoints. If he wants to tell me this weekend as the minister, she can go and cry and cry. She might just not go and cause problems to a toy somewhere because she doesn't have papers to a toy. I'm going to arrest her if I get the minister.
How would you feel if President saw?
Some straight.
Karens in the world, let me just minister, because the Constitution enjoys him the right.
His prerogative.
It's his prerogative who he appoints. If he wants to appoint me this weekend as the minister, she can go and cry. She might just not go and cause problems to a toy somewhere because she doesn't have papers to a toy. I'm going to arrest her if I get the minister.
is whether within state security and the NPA itself, there's an understanding of how old these attempts are, how far back we should go to understand the attempts by organized crime to capture the NPA. One thing's clear though, we are dealing with organized crime, organized corruption, maybe corporate corruption. What worries me is the link between organized crime and organized corruption. So what General Kumalo has been able to tell us through an organogram is that there is this cartel, the Big Five. Before I proceed, a warning. I think last time I did say we must not think this cartel constitutes the totality of organized crime in South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely.
In other words, there are other cartels that may have not been discovered yet. But when I look at the organogram of General Kumalo, there's something else you must look at. So there are slots in the organogram which attempt to give us an understanding of the structure of the cartel and the structure of the leadership.
There are 3 at the bottom.
Yes.
Then there's a line to the top, and then there's one that comes in from the side, kind of to that line to the top, which is not connected to the 3, but it's connected to the top one.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would draw a different organogram. The same organogram, and then another, where I show that by his own logic, he says, there is a difference between a syndicate and a cartel. I'll draw another organogram, and that organogram will show us the link between the cartel, the Big Five, and syndicates that are aligned to it. Now, I don't know whether crime intelligence has plotted that. So, because my assumption is that General Kumalo would not have told us to distinguish between a syndicate and a cartel if he was not aware of the existence of syndicates, on the basis of which he differentiates the activities from the activity of the cartel. If I'm correct, then the organogram is incomplete, in the sense that yes, you can show the Big Five structure, but you also need an organogram that shows the big, so you have a block, and that one block is the Big Five cartel, and then you have other blocks that are linked to the Big Five. These other blocks are the criminal syndicates. The question for me is, how many of the criminal syndicates which I think are linked to the Big Five has crime intelligence been able to identify?
Interesting, because when we zoom into Kumalo's diagram, he also lists the activities of each of the members. So that would suggest that the syndicates that could be linked to the Big Five operate in those different spheres. We had hijacking, there was contracting, etc. And of course drugs. Yes, exactly. So one might think those blocks then would be, the blocks connected to the Big Five might be syndicates involved in those specific areas.
Another thing I'm curious about will be, so I would draw the organogram in that way, in terms of blocks. So yes, you have the Big Five, and inside the Big Five block, you have the 5 leaders of the Big Five. I would then, as I say, have an organogram in which you have one block, which is the Big Five, and other blocks that are linked to that block, which is the Big Five. And those other blocks being the criminal syndicates. Another way in which you must look at this is by drawing circles. And then you have the Big Five, that's one circle. It may or may not be the biggest circle. The syndicates, different syndicates, you draw different circles representing the different syndicates. And then when you plot them on the SMWX whiteboard, you look at 2 things. Which of the circles intersect, and where do they intersect? And what kind of criminal activity is represented by where they intersect? And which of the circles do not intersect? And then another way of looking at it is in terms of what I call the beehive. What is the center of a beehive? The queen bee, or as we say in isiZulu, unomthebe. Now, one structure you can create if you're a crime cartel is that you have concentric circles. At the center of these concentric circles is the queen bee. In order to get to the queen bee, you must get to the concentric circles. What is the queen bee? It could be the leader of the Big Five cartel, or the queen bee could be the Big Five cartel itself. So if your structure is in terms of concentric circles. You have created concentric circles so that you can't get to the cartel in its incarnation as the queen bee unless you go through the concentric circles. So that's another way of looking at it. Now, when you use concentric circles, there's something else you're doing. You are saying to yourself there's a possibility that the criminal organization, the Big Five, relies on guerrilla tactics. And if it does rely on guerrilla tactics, one of the things it will do, to go back to your point about each member being in charge of a particular area of operation, then if they are relying on guerrilla tactics, they must rely on a structure of cells. So the Big Five, the main cartel, has cells that operate underneath. And the members of the cells underneath or below it may not be aware of the existence of the Big Five itself.
Or the other cells, maybe?
Or the other cells.
Sure.
Well, in a pure guerrilla tactic environment, members of this cell are not aware of the members of the other cells. And members of all cells that have been created below the Big Five will not be or should not be aware of the existence of the Big Five as the main cell, so to speak. So if I were an investigator, I would also look at the possibility of such a structure. So each structure has implications for how you understand the operations of the cartel. Because one of the things the structure is used for is to prevent detection of the operations. And the different structures are not effective in the same way in preventing detection. So what you do want is to rely on the most effective structure, not only for your operations, but also to avoid detection. So I must say that sitting here, it is not obvious to me that the organogram as drawn by General Komalo, is fully representative of the real state and structure of the Big Five cartel. So if you move from organized crime to organized corruption, you must then look at the possibility of cartels within a cartel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meaning, as some of us suspect, departments like Home Affairs, of course SAPS, and others have their own syndicates. So I think we can safely say in Gauteng Health, there is a syndicate. In Home Affairs, there is a syndicate. There is a syndicate that operates within SAPS. Now, these different syndicates, separately and sometimes together, are involved in what we call organized corruption. Now, if we go back to Kumalo's organogram, you will remind me, I think there's a block at the top that is vacant.
Yes, because we have already heard that that block used to be occupied
by Musas.
Yes. Yeah. And he, of course, passed away in January 2024, I believe. And this is something that I've been grappling with, to the extent that, is that top block now, has it been filled? And yes, so we've been told 3 of the 5, but we know one of them has passed away. So now we only have 2. And it's not clear to me in the testimony yet whether that structure was the previous structure when Mr. Msibi was there, or whether it's the new structure now. What do you think?
But remember what we already said. We said one of the ways in which we look at the cartel is in terms of a beehive. So at the center, the queen bee. Now the queen bee is no more. But before we go to the queen bee is no more, we must not assume that the head of the Big Five is a civilian.
This is what I was going to ask you, is we might not know the names, but what kind of people do you think could be the other members of this?
Well, when I say we must not assume that the head of the Big Five is a civilian, I'm also saying we must not assume that the late Musas was the head. Because the head could be a senior police officer. And why do I say that? If you look at cartels or cartel activity in South America, in countries like Mexico, what ends up happening is that the most influential, the most powerful, the strongest cartel is constituted by the military. And therefore, the group from the military that constitutes that cartel led by the most senior amongst those officers. So what has happened in countries like Mexico is that it is the military or a group of officers that actually becomes the dominant player when it comes to drug trafficking. And therefore the most important of the cartels. You know why? Because none of the cartels can outgun a group of military officers.
Wow, now you're making me think that Cat Matlala got a whole group of high-ranking military officers to be his bodyguards as well. So we know there's already one link between the military and members of this cartel. Military.
So in a country like Mexico and other countries in South America, what ends up happening is that the most feared cartel is the one that is constituted by the military. And the most feared leader of the cartel is a general. And when it comes to cartel activity, nothing moves unless it is sanctioned by this general. I don't want to say we're there yet.
Yeah.
But in our thinking, we must paint this as one of the scenarios. And that would mean that when you go back to Khumalo's organogram, the head of the Big Five, maybe a senior police officer. I think I know which police officer you have in mind. I think that's the same one in mind, but I won't say the name. If that's not the case yet, if we stay on the current path, the day will come when the head of the most influential drug cartel is a senior police officer, a general in the South African Police Service. That's one of the reasons why the recommendations of the Ad hoc Committee and the Madanga Commission must be implemented with a sense of seriousness, because this is where we are heading. Also, we may head in a direction where there is a confluence of interests between senior generals in SAPS and senior officers in the military. So, yes, I see what General Khumalo has given us. I'm not assuming that what I'm saying is not obvious to him and others works with.
Yeah.
It's quite possible. In fact, my expectation is that the analysis I'm giving is the analysis they've already done, because it is their everyday job. But I am not excluding the possibility that aspects of the analysis I'm doing is analysis they've not done yet. And then, of course, that takes me to the capture of politicians.
Yeah.
If we come back to the ANC, what is it that has brought us here? In 1994, something very important happens. There is a change in the relationship between the ANC and state power. And the cartels exploit that change, or try to exploit that change to their advantage. We come from a reality of the single party dominance of the ANC, which means all they have to do is to capture politicians in the ANC.
Yeah.
The GNU is more of a challenge, because you now have to capture politicians in more than one party. But if you ask me, none of what I call the bigger parties have been unscathed when it comes to the capture of politicians or the capture of the political class.
Yeah.
So if I was in the EFF, I would ask him that at least the least we should suspect is that there has been an attempt to capture EFF politicians. We know there have been attempts to capture ANC politicians. If we restrict ourselves to the ANC, what did Mkhwanazi tell us? Mkhwanazi says there are miscreants and reprobates who are behind organized crime. And these miscreants and reprobates have captured miscreants and reprobates in the political class, and have captured miscreants and reprobates in the South African Police Service. That is the story, basically.
Yeah.
But if you go back further with the story, to the extent that it pertains to the capture of ANC politicians, we know that it has been difficult to win an election without money in the ANC. Whether they are talking about CR17 or CR22 and before.
Yeah.
One of the things we can assume is that some of the internal ANC campaigns have been run through blood money. So, in my thinking, I am not excluding the possibility, for instance, that some of the money that was used to run the CR17 campaign was blood money. I am not excluding the possibility that the CR17 campaign was not the first internal ANC campaign that was run through blood money. I'm also not assuming that the CR17 campaign was the last internal ANC campaign that was run through blood money. So, if I'm correct, there are aspects of what we know as the ANC that exist because of blood money. The link between organized crime and internal ANC campaigns.
I'm just thinking about this structure question that you brought up about how all of this could work, and when you're talking about the cartel or a cartel.
cishe ntoni beka phambili lapho ngokolando pirates iqabela phezu ko-halfway line kodwa bayithatha bayibusela ngasemva thatha ngudion hoto wethunzebe kanxamagu ka bayithatha ihlabe kwi-TLB bekezela imbokazi waxosa ibala ngasekunene kuye libone siyema wayithatha lobhola ukabe zama ukhangela phambili idibene ngokunesiso apho kunduli unduli wagqumisa kakanye ekhangela ureli mfokeni bayixuthile phakathi kugrant mahaman wayihlaba ngasekhohlo kuye adibane norhape muralo wayihlaba lobhola ngasekhohlo ayidibanise ngokapho ngokukhaliza okhulu ufuna bani ubeyizama uyifaka kodwa yadibana nala TLB yayiqina yayithatha phezu ko-halfway line bayilwela babili bathathu wakhala usompempe esithi Thabo umfoka Makhele mandibethe wena pho sompempe wethu ntokazi ephuma apha kulo mmandla wasempuma koloni okanye ibhoda inguye uAkhona Makhalima
I'm really proud to be a South African. I'm proud of my government, our country, and yes, we have problems like every other country out there, but I think we've got a big win with this one. This is Tikenso in North Wall.
I'm really proud about how our honorable president handled the proceedings, and the fact that they took advantage of the US not being there and push an agenda that favors the entire world as opposed to the propaganda that Trump has been pushing all along. I think it was a good platform for the world to engage on things that are very, very, very critical and important without the bully in the room. So yeah, I'm really proud about how the proceedings were handled.
Good morning, Clement. As a South African, I'm very proud that our country hosted a very successful G20 summit for the first time on the African soil. We showed the whole world that Africans are capable, and it is a lesson to people like President Trump that Africans can succeed without them. And to you as journalists, thank you very much for world-class journalism. We are also proud of you. Thank you very much, Peter Maila Machava from Letswata.
Hey Clement, I think our country did really, really well hosting the G20 despite our city's infrastructure challenges and notwithstanding some protests and so on. I think that which just showed democracy at work actually. But I think that our president did extremely well. I was incredibly proud of him, and I thought he acted very statesmanlike, specifically with regards to how he managed the Donald Trump snubs, because you know they really were just snubs. That man is beyond imperious. So I think our president did brilliantly, and well done to all involved.
Yeah, look, we've got to give credit where it's due. But it looks like we know how to rise to the occasion as South Africa. Like, I think our government has the capacity to rise to the occasion when it comes to these world events. And we must take some lessons from that. Because we've hosted similar remember the World Cup in 2010? That was like world class. There was the Rugby World Cup 1995. What else? There are a number of events. The Cricket World Cup in the early 2000s. So there's a lot that we have done where we've risen to the occasion. Let's just take some lessons from that and use that for how we respond to things domestically and how we do things domestically. Seppo, you're calling us from Pretoria. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Clement. How are you?
It's Ada.
Clement, look, I don't understand why we seem to be doing so well at the international stage. But, you know, when it comes to internal affairs, you know, we seem to do so badly. I mean, look at the praise that the president has been receiving throughout the weekend on social media platform. Now, the international community, they are back in their respective country. Can't we continue in that very same spirit to make Johannesburg to be the city that want to be? I was listening to one of your colleagues in the morning, President praising, the mayor of Johannesburg, claiming that Johannesburg is at its best.
What happened to Tseppa there? Oh, Tseppa got cut off. Let's see if we can have him back on the line. Tseppa was calling us there from Pretoria. I think his line got cut off. Let's go to some WhatsApps in the meantime.
Good morning, Clement. It's a very proud moment for the country. So now we just need to push forward, be consistent, especially from the president and the government. Let this not only be for the G20 summit, but also pushing forward in service delivery, high impact service delivery for the country as well. Not only because we had a G20 summit, we were very successful, highly successful, very proud moment indeed. But now we just need some consistency from the president and the government in pushing forward with delivering such services, not only to other nations, but also to the country as a whole. Thank you.
Good morning, Clement and Team Luanda here. South Africa really did a great job in hosting the G20. I really appreciated the President's leadership, the way he handled things, the way he handled America. Sometimes you just need to take a stand, and I was happy that he did so. And it was a strong one. And so congratulations, Cupcake. You did a phenomenal job. And we are extremely proud. We are proud to be South Africans today.
Morena Hoshi Madimeji, Ralocha Baba. Look, we are proud. We are proud of the stance and the position of our leadership in South Africa. Yes, it doesn't mean we are going to vote ANC, but the reality is this man did well. He became a voice for the entire Africa. He became a leadership that we have been desiring to see. And we are proud, regardless of how many disagreements we have. This week, our president did well. And we as South Africans can boldly stand and say this is the kind of voice we've been hoping and praying to see in the position of leadership.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. It's going up to 9:30. Let's get the latest in Eyewitness News headlines. We're going to come back with more of your calls on 011-883-0702. You can send us a WhatsApp as well on 072-702-1702. What's your assessment of the G20 summit? I mean, we hosted the BRICS summit not so long ago. Now it's the G20 summit. But we are part of, there's no way you can take for granted our country. I think this has really firmly placed us in global conversations. And that is quite an important thing. When you have platforms like this, you're able to advance the interests, not only of your country, but you advance the interests of the continent. Ordinarily, I mean, when you look at the declarations, you see how many times Africa has been mentioned. Probably over 80 times. That's never happened before. It's never happened before that at a G20 summit, you've got issues that are quite important and central to this continent of Africa. And continental issues, they feature so prominently in the declarations, in the leaders' declarations from the G20 summit. That is a big deal. Siso, good morning.
Thanks, Clement. Good morning. The body of a woman has been recovered from a river in KwaZulu-Natal as the search for 2 more missing people continues. The victims were washed away yesterday during floods in New Hanover in the Midlands. KwaZulu-Natal has been hit by heavy downpours with an orange level 6 alert, with severe thunderstorms causing localized flooding. Trade and Industry Minister Park Staal says South Africa is expected to continue lobbying for the extension of AGOA after a crippling government shutdown ended in the US almost 2 weeks ago. In addition to the impact on the US, the stalemate also put on ice South Africa's bid to review the African Growth and Opportunity Act, which lapsed in September. AGOA, which was established in the year 2000, exempts eligible African countries from taxes on their exports to the US. And there are hopes in Nigeria that more than 200 children kidnapped from a Catholic school will be released. 50 pupils managed to escape from captivity over the weekend, and they are now reunited with their families. Armed bandits kidnapped 303 children and 12 teachers last Friday. And those are the headlines. This EWN and more at 10 or as it happens.
EWN traffic.
Traveling on the N3 South, we still have that accident right near Van Buren Road, causing delays from the Kululisi interchange. While heading towards Sunny Hill, do expect bumper-to-bumper traffic on the N3 North. This is between Vincent Chabalala Road and the Baklu interchange. Please use the M1 North towards Sunny Hill as well as Woodmead while traveling on the R21 North. Some delays just as you approach Olifants Fontaine Road.
unathi Nate Smith Black Mambazo ke leli ngoma besithi wena hello sana buya baba sifumene ke udundo lwethu asancokola ngokunye naye ke namhlanje sincokola ke ngephulo lesebe ke iphulo le World AIDS sibulisa sikwamkele kuhlobo ne-FM njani namhlanje siyabulisa sikwamkele kuhlobo ne-FM njani namhlanje siyaphila kuhle kunjani kuwe siyaphila nathi enkosi kakhulu ndiyafuna nje uke usichaze ngenjongo lena ke yeli phulo le-World AIDS Day nokuba kutheni la lento kuzawuthi ke eli phulo libanjelwe apha eMpuma Koloni kulo mnyaka ngicela ngigabagaba ngayo eyazi ukuba iminyaka yonke kwenziwa i-World AIDS Day nge-1st kaDisemba of which is the World AIDS Day because yenziwa kwihlabathi lonke. Injongo yokwenza i-World AIDS Day kukhumbuza abahlali ne-community zonke nee-companies zathi idabi lika-HIV lisaqhubekeka alikami aliphelanga as long as siswe nabantu abamane befumana i-HIV into yobana siqhube okokoko uzakhumbuza abantu so into yoba ke ngoku iziswe apha uDeputy President ufilise kulungile into yokubana makamve apha e-Eastern Cape u-30 years of ufred within umthoko elawulayo mayize celebratelwa apha e-Eastern Cape siyayazi ke ngoku ubana kwindawo nganye sinee-provinces ezahluka-hlukeneyo kodwa bezikhonjwe apha eBuffalo City apho ke sikhonjwe ubana i-Saduka Stadium iyaba yindawo ephakathi naphakathi eyawusincedisa into yobana bonke abantu baseBuffalo City nabazawusuka kwezinye bawukwazi uyawufikelela khona. Okay, iyavakala uthini ke umongo enizawube nigxile kuwo umongo esizawugxila kuwo njengoko senditshilo ndathi urhulumente uye wajonga wabona into yobana kufuneka abale into yobana ukusukela oko yaqala i-HIV ngaloo minyaka yaqala ngayo sele ehambe umgama ongakanani umgama ke uhanjiwe sisokola okanye amasebe esokola onke ezama ukunyanga i-HIV kambekambeni ka-health kwisebe belisokola kakhulu lona kuba besinika lisise amayeza iinzame ke zenziwe kwade kwaba kuyafumaneka into yobana amachiza akhona njengoko sizaziba ngokusithetha ngento yobana abantu abapositive batya i-ARVs ke ndayazi uba ayo igciwane le-HIV therefore ke ngoku eyona nto phambi kokuba nje uqhubekeke ndiyacela uqonde uba ndikuphazamise ndifuna siye evenkileni and then ubuye ke ngoku uqhubekeke utyafiswe yintoni namhlanje amahlaba nalithi ndisholo iinyawo ngathi ziyatsha
So you've done it. Yes. So when was the last time? This morning.
You know, when you don't want to queue, at the traffic, whatever, and then you have to pay somebody, you know, to skip the.
Can we do that too? I didn't do that all the time. Yeah, you can just give when you go to the traffic department. These guys will run for you over the connection.
Exactly, all the stuff like that. So I think it's a civil servant issue. It's not just a cops issue, because if you go into the medical field, you'll find that there are also some corrupt, you know, people who work there who misuse funds, who hire cousins and all of that stuff.
Oh no, there's a funny story of a cop. He's also in trouble, so there was a cover-up. They said there was a break-in or whatever it is. Oh, turns out he brought a sex worker home, and then she cleaned him out. Gun, laptop, phones. And now they Lushaba is the surname, and there was a cover-up, and now him and the guys who helped him are arrested. And I'm like, damn, bro, that's crazy. Yeah, in his home. What do you have for us?
To answer Saul's question at first, you asked how much do parliament members get? Approximately the basic salary is about 1,275,000.
100K a month? Yeah, I see. Yeah. And then you'll still find something.
And then a cabinet minister earns approximately 2.6 million. Approximately that amount.
That's a lot of cash.
And that's excluding the other, you know, streams of income, like speaking fees when they speak in this, you know, whatever. So
and all the perks, all the perks, and the free drivers and cars, and house and pens. So sometimes money doesn't deter people from not being. I think as South Africans we know that. We've seen that. That it's not the thievery or theft that happens has little to do with poverty. Poverty plays a role in certain sectors of our society. However, at that level, you can't say I stole because I'm poor. Because part of this case is that they asked for 1,000 rands paid when they were given pay. And the highest is most senior in this group of people, particularly Lieutenant General Dusan Kumalo. He earns 1,220, 1.2 million. Not a month. A year. So a month is surely he should be able to afford the 10,000 rands paid. And if you know the law, you get that money back if you are found not guilty. Salaries, policemen?
Okay, before I answer to the salaries of policemen, you asked how many police officers were arrested. Since 2019, this was an article that was posted by DA. Approximately 4,000 police officers have been arrested. 4,000? Yes.
That's a big number. It is. Considering I think we've got 200 cops in the country. 100,000 of what say 200,000 cops.
We have 176,000 cops.
So 4,000 is a huge chunk. If there's that little number of cars.
Their salaries range about 150. That's an average. And then if you are a brigadier, you have 200,000 per year.
Yeah, I'm a constable. Yeah, how much is the loan?
200,000 a year.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Does that justify the behavior though? Because here's the thing.
No, that's how I started. Never.
Gentlemen, have you ever watched these shows on Moja Life, right? Where you hear people saying, I went to the police station, they told me go to Moja Life, go to X Repo. And you wonder what are the police doing? But now when there might be an argument there these people are fair up, they're not getting
but it also has to be mentioned that South African police are one of the most traumatized policemen in the world. They are one of the most overworked policemen. They're exposed to so much nonsense of us doing all sorts of stuff because they're policing a country that is arguably one of the most violent countries in the world without a war. And that's what they deal with as well. It's easy to dismiss them as do your work, but some of them, they are physically physically and mentally incapable of executing their job. You remember the reason why Dudu took leave?
But now if you're a brigadier or you're a commissioner in a police station,
that's why
you not embarrassed, because I'm assuming you are getting paid well. I'm assuming you are not in the streets, right? Aren't you ashamed when you hear that your station is on TV and somebody's saying, I went to that police station and I was told, no, go to X-ray or go to Bojalav.
Justice. It's a reality show.
Does it show that I stumbled upon? I posted the thing. They went to a police station with this guy who raped his own. Part of the reason why monetization on TikTok is taking a lot of time, people think that TikTok is the one that's holding it back. It's actually our very own government and the Competition Commission that is actually, because it needs to be legislated.
Oh yes.
You get what I'm saying? Remember, the money that creators are making on this platform, that money is supposed to be taxed. And a lot of these content creators are not paying tax, then you forget. Just because the government is not
They're not?
Your YouTubers should be paying tax on this money. I mean, you get what I'm saying? So the government should and could actually be going after these creators and saying, hey, you're making money from YouTube, this is our cut, where is it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not, for whatever reason, or maybe they will at some point, right? So TikTok is trying to avoid that by making sure that they are getting into the right contractual and legal what with the government of South Africa, and that's what sometimes is delayed. That's information that I didn't know, that I had to ask. Okay, fine, what's going on? Because everybody's gonna be asking me about this. Why is this not happening in Africa as it is happening elsewhere? And you find that monetization, for instance, does not only not happen in South Africa. There are other territories of South Africa that is not happening simply because of the framework that is there that is not allowing it to happen as quickly as it can. But also, let's be honest, these companies take advantage of that. You understand?
Yeah.
Like the tariff thing with the Chinese. Yeah. Are we waiving the tariffs for Africa? No, they know they're gonna benefit. It's just an enticement.
Yeah, that thing, man. You heard that thing about the tariffs.
Yeah.
So China, for all African countries has dropped tariffs. So African countries can export, which we don't do, by the way.
Exactly.
To China for free of charge. And my theory is, with the wars happening with America, the tariff wars, America is a huge market for everyone, because they consume, you know what I mean?
A lot.
As much as they produce too.
Yeah.
But now China is sitting here with these massive tariffs and can't export all these things to America, all these cars, the clothing, the Shein, the Timus of this world.
Yeah.
And now they've got all this backlog in stock that they'll dump on Africa. Because truth is, we don't send shit to China. What do we export to China?
It's actually so always going to be that relationship. I don't mind that.
And also they're baiting us, bro. They're baiting us because they're saying, we are doing this. What are you going to do for us?
Yeah, so
it's supposed to be reciprocal. And once we're saying, okay, fine, we're also going to reciprocate that by not putting on tariffs on China, what then happens? China.
And already our industry is
Sorry, you asked me about
your story.
So you got to get it away. Yeah, so beautiful story. Dallas has put out a video right now. Okay, we're talking about man. Dallas, he's back. He's doing very well. He's on his recovery, and he put out a video. He's talking about how he's grateful that God allowed him to survive the stroke, and he's gonna be sharing the journey with South Africa. So, me personally, my question on that is, I've seen that whenever celebrities become the face of something, much is expected of them. Much beyond what they can actually deliver. Okay, what I'm saying. So my question to you, gentlemen, is, do you feel that him becoming the face of this campaign that it's not an official campaign per se, right?
Face of what?
Face of
stroke.
Let's just put it. Face of face off. I fucked up. Now I'm back doing well. I'm gonna be a good boy.
He had a stroke. It's not like I said, hey,
okay, let me qualify that a little bit, right? So we all know that when that happened to him, a lot of people started talking about, he was to lifestyle led to this, right? So here's what my worry is. Okay, let me just put it this way. Here's what my worry is, right? That I'm very happy that he's trying to help people by showing people his recovery and that it can happen to you. That the grace of God,
to anyone,
yeah, that the grace of God can actually, you know, help you heal and all of that, right? But my concept was so now if he gets into this, people are gonna get some. Okay, fine. Every time now they see me at a club after this, like,
no.
But not way, like a look.
See, but no, he can't.
Yeah, he's just like from there. So the face
but he can't.
Yeah, the face off was there. I just phrased it wrong.
Yes. Yeah. No. Remember, guys, you must take the good with the bad.
Yeah.
If you make yourself the face or
survivor,
of survival, of surviving a stroke.
Yes.
And we sort of know your lifestyle before.
Yeah.
Because lifestyle decisions can lead up to a stroke.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know what he did. I know he drank and sold alcohol. I mean, he boom boom. Remember, it boom boom. Yeah.
What the hell is it boom boom?
Bamboo. Bamboo used like he was like the one selling in South Africa or something like that. He's got to deal with them. And you're all white parties, you know, and it's not only clothes that were white and, you know, consumed.
Extremely white parties.
Allegedly. Very white parties. Very white parties. Stiff. Alright, so when you now make yourself the face of walking away from that lifestyle, you can't be seen to dabble in it.
Yeah.
Mualav, you know, said he one time almost did this and I just couldn't. Yeah. He once flushed all the alcohol he had down the drain and down the toilet and turned to God. We can't see him now. We can't see him there at Live. You know what I mean? Like consuming all these things. So I feel like what's Mufasla Salamina Musese? Hauser, yeah, he's the diabetes guy. You know what I mean? We can't see him, you know, playing 50 cents candy shop or something like. But you know what I mean? No. But legit, we can't see him. For example, you know, that's why I'm very careful with my things.
Yes.
I'm very, very careful with my things and having to make yourself the champion of a particular cause because it might limit you in certain bags. It might limit you in certain, you know, activities that you probably are okay with. Yeah. So if he's chosen that, then of course we can't see him drinking. Like, he's irresponsible.
Now my thing is with that, I think it depends on the angle he takes. Is he going to take the angle of, listen guys, I was living this lifestyle and this is what contributed to, you know, me having a stroke? Or is he like, listen, honestly, that is not what attributed to it. Yes, I was going out. Yes, I was drinking. Yes, I was hosting parties. But that's not what attributed to it. It's a genetic thing, or it's a... I think rather let's wait and see what he has got, what his narrative is going to be, because literally what he says...
You're going to believe him if he says that genetically I was predisposed to getting a stroke. When we know the lifestyle he lived. So if I got a stroke today, everybody will say, well, shit, he's obese, he's been drinking, we see him on the podcast, you know what I mean? You almost can't even say, I had a predisposition of stroke.
I think it's in the way that he's going to tell it. Honestly, it's literally in the way that he's going to tell it. How honest is he going to be with us? Because now if he says, no, actually, this is something that I grew up with, it started off as whatnot, or it's something from my family, or in the last couple of years, I was not eating properly. You know what I mean? So there's many ways that he can go about this next in terms of things. He had my life. Come on,
that was a stroke of genius.
But so to close that off, yes, that's what he put out. Look, just to be responsible, yes, drinking excessively does cause problems. That leads to stroke. I think there's something called cardiac arrhythmia. Yeah, that's when your heart is beating faster than usual or slower than usual. So excessive drinking and substances. Cardiac arrhythmia.
Do you know what we call it? When you start drinking
that's the
Yeah, but anyway, it depends on how he packages this. But that was
no, but I think him packaging it as I make decisions and this is where they got me will have a bigger impact as far as even changing people's ways and other people saying, oh damn man, I'm not exercising, because that's another big thing, right? But I'm drinking, I'm eating this. Yeah. So it's like, what's the point? But if it's like breaking a person and introducing to them and seeing, and which is, I know, probably like creepy and gross, but the shock of, this can happen to you. Not like a professional that they do this, with a smile.
And you find that because psychology of it surely is multi-layered, but you find that it's in doing it to a person who, one, doesn't expect it, two, doesn't know that I do this. The thrill is in getting someone who's never done this.
Yeah.
And I want to see how they will react in this moment. And it's first, and you keep adding more things. It moves from the ear to the nose, because the whole entire experience, I'm hoping for a pun here, man. I gave you a nose. I gave you a nose. You didn't see it. So it could be any of those elements that go with it.
But why hasn't it happened in South Africa that we have somebody, a big name, a very problem? Because we know it's happening in South Africa. Everybody is missing somebody. Why is it that in South Africa we haven't gotten to that point yet?
Because the people whom it's happening to, they haven't been brave enough to say.
But what quantify that? What is brave? Bravery is in one coming out in public to say it, or actually go with
lay a charge.
Wait, I don't get. Wait. What are you talking about now?
Same scenario in South Africa.
But what would the woman lay charge if they get it paid and they're agreeing to it? No. We just said that being a freak is not a crime.
No. He's talking about a DD trial in South Africa, in the South African context, where it's small and sorry, man. Let me use somebody else.
It's okay. It's an example, man.
I'm saying it definitely happens.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Humans are humans.
Exactly.
America too.
It just hasn't made it that far. Look at how long it took the DD trial to even come to where it is. It was unbelievable for the longest time. It was rumored for a good year, 2 years, 3 years. And yet eventually it happened and it's in court. But the point is, events like those happen all the time. We are surrounded by freaks.
Yeah. It's not a crime. As long as everybody is willing
is happy to be in there.
No, people are saying, some of them, okay, I'm not talking about those people so that they don't say that we are, shaming people. No. But there are certain people who will consent at the time, but for whatever reason, whether it's monetary remuneration or whatever interest they have, will turn around and say, no, but I didn't. I was like, for instance, they just keep it to the Americans so they can sue us. Anya with his current wife right now who's going around naked, right? You see, we are seeing it in our face that, okay, she's doing, but you can come in 10 years after they break up and say, I was forced. We need to do that and I was forced. And we are supposed to listen to her and believe her, because what people present and what's happening that we don't see, carries value.
You know what? A case like this happens all around us. We just don't see them. There's crime happening next door to where you live, and you're not aware of it.
Oh yeah, apparently, speaking of that, you know the paras who carry these big trolleys with apparently they transport some. There's contraband, some there's bodies in these things, and we think it's tins. And I was like, it's right in our face. If you want to get rid of literally they could, because nobody ever stops those guys.
Check what they
Nobody ever stops those guys. Just get out the way, you're annoying. And you're thinking they got cans for recycling. It could be a body, it could be drugs. In plain sight.
There's a movie that plays on that. Yeah, there's a movie that plays on that where these guys were transporting something and it was exactly the same.
Yeah, in plain sight. Could be anything. Nobody ever stops those guys.
Next time you see them, you're going to question.
Yeah. They are invisible, these guys. Nobody ever pays attention to them. Nobody will ever stop them.
Invisible.
They are invisible. They are around us all the time, but they are invisible.
You don't see them. Even at
that's a good one. I'm not going to look at them the same way again.
Yeah, bro. It's plain sight. Things happen.
Something invisible as well. Corrupt South African police.
Hey,
yeah, man.
They're invisible. Because now we're dealing with a South African police, a crime intelligence head. We're allowed to mention names here, right?
Yeah. No,
all right. Lieutenant General Dumsani Kumalo and 6 high-profile, high-ranking co-accused. They are being charged, and they appeared in court on Thursday, facing fraud and corruption for getting people jobs.
Yeah, there's another one was no experience whatsoever, and she's like a top cop. She's given a top salary.
Yes.
It's crazy, right? In a country that's rife with crime, and you'd think that that is one of our priorities, but
when I saw
law enforcement doesn't even take law enforcement serious.
When I saw that, the first question I asked was, and I'm not trying to justify corruption, are cops paid enough? That's the question that crossed my mind. Are they paid enough for them not to be tempted to do such?
They don't want to go back. And they're also lying, saying all of them aren't living a certain way and they have upgraded this and that. Don't get me wrong, yes, they have cities and this and that, but it's for sure still people in huts. It's for sure still people without AC. It's for sure people still living with 10 homes and all that.
They have child soldiers who were taken from their parents and become killers and what's it, Baccarat or whatever name. So you got women have to be circumcised or whatever. Their clitoris is cut off. African can still kick their women's ass. We don't want that.
Right.
Now, I want to be able to slap a bitch or two and have me 5 wives in the hut, but niggas over here claim they don't want them kind of men.
And you got a point on this too. When I went to Africa and I saw that the police officer was an African black man, the judge, the this, the that, I was like, so let me just straight here. Black Americans think we can go over there and you think you can override the police, the judge, the government, all that shit. I said, you still under their law. Like, there's no going over there and taking over shit. You know what I'm saying?
Just think about this, homie. We're the outside child who's been discovered. Coming back home to a family who don't know us. We don't eat like they eat, so they have to correct us.
Right.
They have to. How you think they're gonna teach us to be Africans? You think they're gonna teach us with love? What we're bringing with the culture? To understand our relationship, all you have to do is go back and watch Alex Haley's story. The relationship between Hitler and Kunta when they first got there. Nope, them niggas didn't want to hang with the Geechee man. We're not Africans. We're niggers. We was made and created at a certain point in time. We know nothing but what we was created to know. See what I'm saying? We stopped at the shores.
You know, that's something crazy. Me and you both have white in our blood.
That's what I'm talking about. I know for a fact I do.
I know for a fact I do too. I'm 13%.
So if we believe in these certain religious ideologies, then how can we go back to Africa when we're the Hebrews? Well, the Jews are a lost tribe with no land, so they have to be shipped their own ground.
Right.
So how can Israel be a Jew when they have a land? They have somewhere to go. The real Jews have nowhere to go throughout life. That's us. We have nowhere to go. When the Jews get kicked out of a country, they went to Palestine. If they kick us out of every country, where do we go? Everybody else has somewhere to go, except the niggas that was made in America. We're those people that they say are the Jews. But we can't claim it because we haven't tapped into the gypsy side of the economics part of the land. So the Jews can get kicked out anywhere and go anywhere and control the banking system. That's what makes them today's Jews.
Do you believe that there will be progress? Like, let me ask you this on a positive note for black people. What in the future do you see as progress for black people?
Violence. Not violence against each other, but violence against everybody else. Violence is going to be the issue. Violence is going to be the answer for the future. Bloodshed. Bloodshed is going to be the deciding factor, not laws, not a judge. Bloodshed. Because we're claiming rights and freedom now. No group of humans in life have ever gotten their rights without spilling blood. We're not prepared to spill blood. Everybody else getting prepared.
The nigga of America is not prepared, correct? Yeah. No, hell no.
Because everybody else don't have a problem with killing somebody else and not them.
Right.
They won't kill each other. We're the only ones that have a problem with killing everybody else, but not each other.
That's facts.
When Africans meet one another, they're not so quick to kill each other.
Right.
When they realize, oh, you're Nigerian, oh my brother. We don't give a damn, we kill each other. So violence is what we're not prepared for. And we see the world get more violent around us. Mass shootings, that's why everybody's quick to attack us.
Yeah.
Everybody challenging us now. There used to be a time you couldn't catch a white man and nobody challenging a nigga.
Yeah.
They used to really be afraid of us. They really used to lock their doors. Well, they used to walk. They're not afraid of us anymore. They used to be afraid of us and they used to respect us. For one, when a nigga got mad, he used to stare at a white man. And the white man said, "What you looking at, boy?" He didn't say, "What you say to me, nigga?" Staring at nigga. That fierce stare, that's what scared a white man, a solid nigga looking, not a nigga talking. They think that's why they challenge us now, because now we got a group of black men that want to get in front of a microphone and talk. It ain't no more quiet niggas. Got the white man guessing what he thinking.
Yeah.
We telling them what we thinking, what we feel. No, nigga. Them Africans, when they get mad, they don't talk. Them Arab men, the one at the stove do. But them motherfuckers blow up shit, they don't talk. They don't get angry. Motherfuckers that'll go shoot up the whole school. They don't get angry. Right. Why? So, nigga, we ain't ready for what's to come. What nigga we know how to control the planes and go be over there looking at shit showing us what to do? We ain't got no planes where the Senate have to go look.
No.
When they shut down the phones.
No.
We ain't got no kids that nigga know how to say, Daddy, let's go take these beans and put them in these cups and sit them out here and grow. They ain't teaching that nigga. We don't know what man.
And that's what leads to my point of why I'm building that center, because I'm like, we need to be putting kids on at an early age of
archery.
And
archery.
True, that's it.
Homie, we gonna have to save the bullets for the war. Right? So how we gonna eat? Cause we can't. So how we go hunt? We can't shoot. We gonna have to be quiet. How we go hunt? Yeah. Gotta save the bullets for protection. How we go hunt?
Right.
Nigga don't know archery. Who know how to fish and catch the fish and gut it? We only hold know how to gut the fish. We're totally dependent upon our enemy.
Yeah. But too, like we talked about earlier, you know, I feel like how they say the revolution won't be televised. In my honest opinion, the only way we're going to progress as black people is through, because like bloodshed, we'll lose that battle. We will. But the battle that we can win is how history repeats itself, self-sufficiency. I don't think we should ever build a community where we're together. I think we should spread out, because what we repeat is the Greenwood Tulsa shit. If we say, man, let's just go to motherfucking Tennessee in the fucking woods, this forest costs 3,400 acres.
Well, let me say, that won't happen again. So you have to understand, when that happened, it was just the black man and the white man here. Everybody wasn't here.
Right.
At that time, the white man thought, felt, and believed that the black man was his problem. He don't think that no more. He know we're not his problem. We're his commodity. Well, if he lose a war to any other country, we're the spoils of the war. They have to forfeit something. They get to have your women. We're the ones they hand over first. Before they hand over the electricity companies, they hand us over first. We're already at the front of the line to be handed over. Why? Because when their enemies come here playing as friends to position themselves, they're positioned amongst us in our community with their stores. So when we buying single cigarettes, when we buying outdated shit, that's the money they send back to fund the war that the government can't account for. Them Lucy cigarettes and them crackers, they get out the box and sell them individually, they ain't supposed to sell. That's what they send back. Them nickels and dimes they collect and stealing them from, that's what they send their kids to school for. So between the Russians and China, since the 70s and the 80s, have already been positioning themselves to attack America. We're the spoils of war. That's why when they come here, hey, put them in their community. Keep away from us.
You know something so crazy though? That it is, I rarely see men ask you any intelligent questions. I'll draw.
Cause they ain't intelligent. You know it's fuck nigga interviewing me. Dr. Umar ain't even this intelligent. That's why he stick with the black and white talk. Everybody out here, nigga, we ain't got no brother, no cousin, no, we just got us, nigga.
I just thought about that. I said, man, I rarely can get an interview where a nigga is asking you.
Because they want to out-talk me. Nigga want to debate me. That's it, man. That's what. Nigga want to say, I'm gonna out-talk that nigga. Nigga want to beat me talking.
Right.
They don't want to solve nothing, build nothing, create nothing like you doing.
So are you open to other opinions?
Of course. People don't want to. So this is what I realized. They just want to argue. They don't even know my opinion.
That's facts. I just went through that.
Because I'm saying, I don't want to hear nobody's opinion. Let's come together, build, create, manufacture, or produce, or pay me for the character. And that's all two black mama gonna do is argue over their opinion. When they get to their opinion, where the solutions at? Where the word? Come on now. And then when we get through sharing opinion, we done divide each other because now half-ass don't like it.
Facts.
And we had bonded because we done divided over opinions.
Right.
So nigga, what? Come on, nigga. So are we gonna entertain, or we gonna get in front of the camera and really build, or we gonna debate? I realize most niggas want to debate. Because when they get into debating, they don't go back to doing what me and you doing, working in these communities.
No.
They get back on the camera.
They don't do shit for the community.
When this camera come out, nigga, I'm in the community still.
Same.
Still, every city I go to, I'm on camera doing something in the community.
You got a point. They don't.
And I know that when I post it, they don't get no engagement.
None. But if you say some wild shit, or if I say some wild shit, that's what they gonna post. But all the good shit we do, like how you put up on them boys and ask them what they want to eat and all that, that ain't gonna go as viral as you saying fuck Charlie Kirk, or you get what I'm saying, all that, right? And two, shit, a lot of black men felt it. Just a lot of y'all scared to say it.
Homie, listen, I'm friends. I feel bad for Charlie Kirk. I'm friends with Charlie Kirk's closest friends, people that at the funeral, and it caused a rift between me and them. Right. Nigga, one of Charlie Kirk's closest friend, nigga, my bail bomber, would come get me out of jail for free. Would get anybody out of jail for free for me, nigga. Was in partner was his father been doing bail bombing for 50 years. Was talking to my mama to help my mama set up a bail bombing company. That talking stopped because of what I said about Charlie Kirk. But nigga, I said it because I want to show nigga, I talk about white folks too, nigga. I'm a real old nigga.
That's facts. Well, let me ask you.
But I did it because I said, okay, white folk were happy when I was talking about niggas. Let me see what this is like. And I did it because they said I have rights. And I thought I had the same rights as white people. And nigga, let me see, because I think I'm white. So I exercise rights like I'm white, nigga. You say I can't say it, my white free speech say I can't. So let me show you, nigga. I lost over $150,000 in shows because of that.
Damn.
But I won white folks' respect. They just rescheduled. And I made $50,000 in interview money that week of losing over that $100,000. Now they coming, I lost over $150 coming to make up $50 in interview money as a brand. Not as a comedian.
Following the Diddy case at all?
No, not whatsoever.
You're not a big Diddy?
I'm not
You don't listen to
interested.
hip hop? You're not a hip hop guy?
No, well, I like some music, but I'm not interested in videos.
Okay. Well, let me kind of give you why I'm bringing the Diddy case, which is kind of interesting, is the claims against Diddy by, maybe Gene Deal, his former bodyguard that was with him all the time, or some of these other names that are coming and making the claims, Jaguar Wright and all this stuff. And also, boom, they're raiding his Miami home and his LA home, right? Okay. And, I go back and I sit there and say, well, if you went to a Diddy party, he had cameras everywhere. He recorded everything. So what if he's got videos on all these other people? And if he's got these videos, they're worried that what if Diddy decides to leak those videos? And what if Diddy got so much power with these videos that he's negotiating to get full protection, and he's kind of pushing the weight a little bit too much? And hey man, you just crossed the line, and you're not as powerful as you think you are, because these videos that you have and these tapes, that we can really destroy your life. Well, if you do. And then you think, well, Epstein, who had all these parties, and maybe people that went to his place, and everybody wonders, how did Epstein even make his money? Your impression of the guy, being a billionaire, $600-700 million, what is your impression of how your brother made his money? Because he made a lot of money.
He made a lot of money. Well, he started on Wall Street when he was young. And he started on Wall Street when...
He was a math teacher before, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, he taught math in the school in New York City.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he was very good at math. Right. Let's put it that way. And he was on Wall Street in the days when Wall Street was like the Wild West. And there's a lot of corruption going on. I remember we were still living in Brooklyn, and he started on Wall Street. And he came home one day. This got to be in the late 70s when he started. And he said to me, I'll never forget, he said, if the general population knew what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution in this country. That's a direct quote from him in the late 70s.
In the late 70s?
Yeah, when he started on Wall Street. He was like the youngest partner on Wall Street when he became a partner in Bear Stearns.
Got it, yeah.
And he all the corruption going on.
He looks like a skinny Lou Ferrigno here. I don't know if you know,
yeah.
Does he not? Am I like the only one?
Absolutely.
Put a Lou Ferrigno next to him, he looks like a Lou Ferrigno twin.
That's why I'm laughing, because it's so true.
And young, yeah. Oh my God, he looks just like Lou Ferrigno. No relation, right? You guys did?
No.
Yeah. Wow, that was a little too close. Look at that. That is wild.
It's very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
Is it pop?
That is wild.
It's very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So, okay, so late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
If the population knew how much corruption, what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution.
Did he ever break it down and kind of give you some ideas, or not really?
Yeah, he gave me for instance.
What was some of the...
Well, one instance I remember, he said in the old days, before they changed things, a broker would buy, say, $1 million worth of stock in the morning, and then he'd maybe sell it at the end of the day. If the stock went up, he would then apportion it to the clients he liked. If the stock went up, he'd say, okay, I bought $200,000 for client A, $200,000, for different people, and they get the gains. And if the stock went down for some reason, he can give the losses or whatever you want to give the losses to. So that's been changed. I understand now, for brokers not really trying to lose, everybody's doing their own work. But then when they changed it, when the broker bought the stock in the morning, he had to declare then who he was buying it for. So if the stock went up, or the stock went down, those people had the gain or the loss. He couldn't then give the gains to Jim's and the losses to the So that was like just one simple example of what used to take place.
Anything else he told you or no?
Well, yeah, then he actually hooked up with an attorney, and they started going after brokers that were ripping people off. I remember there was one case, I don't know who the client was, but the guy gave a broker $3 million to invest. And after a number of trades, the money was gone. And the broker basically said, well, we made 10 trades and they were all lost. Now, Jeffrey was a mathematician, and he knew that statistically, it's almost impossible to lose 10 trades in a row, just like it's almost impossible to win 10 trades in a row. Like the odds are kind of the same. So when he sees that every trade was a loss, even if you did it randomly, you're going to get some gains. So then they started digging into this, and they found that there was a lot more trades made, and money was mishandled, and they would go after the broker and reclaim money. And whatever the monies they reclaimed for the investors, they got 50% of. So they made a lot of money reclaiming money that was basically stolen from investors. This is what you said.
So what was? But I mean, all of that stuff is great. But Mark, to go from $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $3 million a year, $5 million a year, $10 million a year, it's hard to make 6 figures. It's harder to make $1 million. It's harder to make 10 million. $600-700 million. How do you make that kind of money?
You make good investments.
Do you know anyone of the best investments he ever made?
That he made? I don't know anyone in particular. I know. We didn't talk too much about it, but I know at one point in time he owned, or was one of the owners, if not the owner, of the company that made football helmets. I think it's Rydell. They make all the sports team helmets. He bought that company, they were in trouble with everything, and eventually sold it and made a lot of money with that. I don't know the details of it, but I know he sent me a helmet, so I knew that he actually had the company.
Who is this one guy that we did 2 stories on? The one billionaire that said he paid $120 million of consulting fee to Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, that was back.
Yeah, that's black, right?
Yes, I heard that on the news also.
Yeah, Leon Black. Can you go up and just put Leon Black and put Epstein? Leon Black, Epstein. And for estate planning is what I remember. Estate planning. Said he spent there it is. Okay. The billionaire paid Jeffrey Epstein paid $158 million for tax estate planning. Look, you're smart, okay? And I would use the word astute. Who the hell has ever spent $158 million on estate planning services? I just did estate planning. And I know some of these estate planners that are the high-end estate planners that deal with billionaires. I was at an event a few weeks ago. Only 60 billionaire families were invited. I was there myself. We're at a Goldman Sachs event. It's in Newton, Chicago. It was a very intimate event. And even those guys use similar estate planners that you go through, and you can do unique ways of doing it, the irrevocable life insurance trust, the ILITs, all the stuff that you do, okay? You want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just for tax planning services? If you're enjoying this interview as much as I enjoyed doing it when I was sitting with him, you may want to order the shirt allegedly, because the word allegedly is used a lot in an interview like this, and it's right, you can order the shirt. Last time we launched the allegedly shirt, we sold out in no time, and trust me, it's very interesting the looks you get when you're in the airport, at the gym, you got a shirt on that says allegedly, people will come and smile at you, laugh at you, but many times they'll say, where did you get the shirt? So pause the video, place your order, and then go back to the interview.
And this is how we roll the proverbial carpet to get on out of here, but it also serves a dual purpose of ushering in, okay, the touchdown, led by the queen herself. She's Ludi Lou. Why you laugh, man?
What's good? Not the proverbial carpet. I mean, come on.
It was a low-hanging fruit, but it was there.
As always.
It was there. I had to grab it. Do you understand?
You know what? The rap life will never disappear.
I tried though.
He is forever here.
I tried to smother him.
No, don't. He can stay. Don't smother him. Let him try.
Okay.
I think he needs you day of the week. That's good. Like Friday, like Thursday. You're just fully in that zone.
Yeah. Because I do have like rap Tourette's. You know what I'm saying? Where you have like, involuntary yo. Where you're like, bring him in.
Flourish on like a Friday. I have grills Friday. I wear my grills on Friday.
There you go.
Sometimes though. Yeah. Cool. I think you should do it. Make it big.
Sounds like a plan, man. What's coming up in the show, man?
Oh man, you know how it goes with us, right? So we're celebrating with our telco family. They're unrolling, or rather unwrapping, the Into Summer Magic campaign, and we're also doing giveaways. So that's going to be really, really beautiful. And later, Open John from Old Mutual is also going to be the sign, and we're talking trust funds. So for anybody who's got questions, want to understand how they work, do the right thing, and tune in between 3 and 6 on the touchdown. We're really, really going to have so much fun.
And listen, between the three of us, man, these are combos we need to be a part of.
Absolutely.
Because we've got youngsters.
Yes. Okay.
Oh. Well.
What do you mean? I remember my kids being little and going, "Oh, we're rich." Like, no. You have nothing. I have money.
Sounds like a real wealthy parent. You know, wealthy parents be telling you, like, hey, it's not your money, it's my money. You're just benefiting from my life. But you know, yeah. So I'm very, very interested in trust funds. I really want to understand more.
Same.
See what I can do for my little ones. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that conversation with our family and all mutual.
We look forward to it too. Malcolm, we're out of here.
We are. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Indeed, have a goodie.
Welcome to SACAP. Press 1 if you want a qualification with a strong human focus. Press 2 if you're looking for accredited degrees, diplomas and higher certificates. Press 3 if you want a college with a 27-year track record.
27 also happens to be South Africa's international dialing code, fitting for a college that's responsive to South Africa's workplace and community needs. Visit sacap.edu.za to learn more. Your future's calling.
Play Powerball and Powerball Plus for 94 million rand in total estimated jackpots this Tuesday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for an estimated 27 million rand and Powerball Plus for an estimated 67 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529 hash for USSD. Panda push-up play. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. Ituba is a proud operator of the National Lottery.
Who plays the hottest music? This must be heaven. We do. We are Metro FM. It's where you want to be. No matter where you are or where we are, Metro FM is where you want to be.
will be the final election, and there will be no more democracy. If you and Trump were elected, there'll be no more democracy. It'll be the final election, and these are good people. This is Goldman Sachs, this is the Cheney family, this is a lot of defense contractors. So
the people with the best interests of the American people at heart.
Absolutely,
yeah,
and
the people who really keep the American social fabric.
How do you respond to that when you have a multi-ethnic family and they go, you and Donald Trump are racist and hate different kinds of people because you've criticized having an open border?
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but roll my eyes at it at this point. And there was probably a time, honestly, 6-7 years ago where I really cared, what I'm talking about. I really cared what the media said about me. I just don't care anymore because they're so obviously full of shit, right? Like, actually, if you look, I mean, even just if you talk to, like, working and middle-class Latino voters, they hate the open border even more than, like, my family from rural Ohio and Kentucky because they don't like having their wages undercut. That, when the cartels are doing business in their communities, it's the Latinos that are actually the most pissed off about it. So I just kind of roll my eyes at it. I think that you have to have a certain sense of humor about American politics, and it's easy to do when you're running against Kamala Harris and you're running with Donald Trump. Because as much as he obviously, I mean, look, I think they've done more to him than any presidential candidate in my lifetime. He still actually has an amazing sense of humor about the whole thing. And oftentimes, like I call him obviously like every day at this point, talking about the campaign, but he always ends up cracking a joke. And I think it's in part because he knows like that's what's good for me in that moment is we got to laugh about some of this stuff or we're going to get crazy.
Yeah, there is now, we're in October, we've got about 2 weeks left, so now every single day there's some article coming out in a publication that Donald Trump said something Hitlerian or about Hitler or about so it does seem to me that the hysteria is at a fever pitch. It really is. What do you think about John Kelly, who did come out and say Trump's a fascist and this is fascism and all of that?
Well, first of all, the amount of stock the media puts in a disgruntled ex-employee. I mean, John Kelly was fired, right? And look, he served his country, but he was fired, and he's pissed off about Trump and that. And if you talk to the people who were in the room when Trump allegedly said these things that he said, even like Mike Pence's former chief of staff are saying it's totally made up, it's a total lie. But here's the really interesting thing, right? 3-4 years ago, the media were all calling John Kelly an evil racist for helping to promote Donald Trump's border policies. And now it shows how thin this is, right? Like Dick Cheney, who I legitimately think is the single worst vice president easily of my lifetime, right?
But effective.
But effective at like destroying the country, right? And maybe that's why he's endorsing Kamala Harris. It's like finally somebody's come along who's been even worse than I have. Is Kamala Harris. But the fact that the media now pretends that he's like some hero of human rights, that guy was a disaster. I mean, we invaded Iraq, we invaded the 20-year quagmire in Afghanistan. All of these Americans who lost their lives, who lost their limbs, that was because of very stupid leadership. And now we're going to forget about it because the media hates Donald Trump. It's the most insane thing I've seen in politics. Okay, threat to democracy. I figured out what a threat to democracy is when the American people vote for somebody the media doesn't like. Right? And that's not, like, definitionally, that's not a threat to democracy. That's a fulfillment of democracy, that even though the media lies hysterically about Trump, the American people still want, like, to be able to afford groceries and housing.
The worldview, whether we call it Cold War liberalism or however we want to frame the worldview that America is an empire and must continue to be one at all costs, with running up trillions of dollars worth of debt, getting involved in foreign conflicts anywhere from Ukraine to the Middle East. There are people now saying we need to invade Iran. And that if America steps back on the world stage, then it's a power vacuum that's going to be filled by China, by Russia, and that America should continue to pay for the defense of all of the European countries, and that America should kind of shoulder that burden. And my generation, we saw Iraq, we saw Afghanistan. We've also seen lots of our friends go away to fight those wars and come back and not have mental health care and not have support from the government. We don't feel safer because we invaded Iraq. We don't feel safer because we spent 20 years in Afghanistan. I don't know what we spent 20 years doing. But all the people that the 10 richest counties in America are in Virginia. And there's something interesting about that fact, that all of those people are dependent upon America constantly having enemies.
And not like Virginia, right?
No.
The collar counties around DC.
Around DC. And all of these people have an investment in the United States of America continually going to war. And those are the people who seem to be speaking out the loudest against your candidacy, Trump's candidacy.
Exactly.
Because you threaten something, a power structure that has been in place for a very long time. This has been spoken about by, Bill military-industrial complex. Eisenhower famously spoke about it. I believe it's FDR, maybe it was TR. Somebody said a financial element in the government has owned it since the days of Andrew Jackson. There are agendas that other people have. Now, is that why we're seeing people like Dick Cheney and people like Kamala Harris, where you would think they don't have much in common on the same side? Is it because that positioning is so important and integral to the amount of money being made?
In 3 kilometers, take the interchange on the left.
Factions of those parties.
Yeah, that's how I think about it. So I think there are 3 issues where for 40 years Republicans and Democrats have basically fundamentally agreed, and I'll list them an issue of importance to that, call it the uniparty, call it the conventional wisdom. Number 1 is foreign policy, that we should basically stick our nose in every foreign conflict, and that doesn't mean we should never get involved, of course, but by and large, most of the wars that we've fought over the last 40 years have been total disaster for the American people, and frankly for a lot of the countries we're fighting. And so foreign policy is the first and most important issue to that consensus. The second most important issue is trade, right? Massive investment in what I would call shipping our industrial base to countries like China and Mexico, which has eviscerated the American middle class, but it's made a lot of bankers rich. And then the third thing is immigration, right? The idea that you should have effectively unlimited borders checked only by political will, right? Every political party has tried to make it easier to bring more and more people into the United States of America. Now, the interesting thing is that on all 3 of those issues, on immigration, trade, and foreign policy, the American people have consistently been out of step with their leadership, and they keep on not actually having an alternative. Like, who has been the candidate of, free trade is not good for the American middle class? Who's been the candidate of we've got to check our immigration system? Who's been the candidate of stopping the stupid wars? Basically nobody in 40 years, with the lone exception of my running mate, right, of Donald J. Trump. Okay, so that's where we are, and you're right. That's why Kamala Harris and Dick Cheney, that's why all these people hate him. I think it's interesting to think about the motivations here, because 2 years ago, I would have said it's all financial, right? Dick Cheney, he's getting rich from these wars. Kamala Harris's donors are getting rich from these wars, and that's like the only reason why they're supporting them. For what it's worth, I do think there's an element of truth to that, right? Eisenhower learned about this. The military-industrial complex has its own self-fulfilling momentum. But I think there's a second thing that I picked up on, and a lot of my Senate colleagues disagree with me on foreign policy. They're very good people. There's like this psychological post-World War II, you call it Cold War liberalism, where these guys remember when America could do anything, right? We can
in 600 meters, take the interchange on the left.
We can just fix the world purely through American will, right? And they grew up in that world, and they're having psychological difficulty accommodating to a world where China has gotten more powerful, in part because of their policies. Russia,
take the interchange on the left.
And we can't just dictate everything. We can't tell everybody how to behave anymore, because sometimes what happens is we'll try to tell another country what to do, and they'll say this, right? And that's very, very hard for these guys to wake up to the reality that we're in. We were in what was called a unipolar world, right? America was the only superpower. We were for a while. We were for a long time. Yeah. Now we're still the lone superpower, but other countries are catching up. And I think the way to preserve our own influence, but more importantly, to preserve the prosperity of our own people, is to recognize the reality that we're living in. A lot of people can't. They go back to Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, right? Ronald Reagan's big moment, or George H.W. Bush. It was like a blip on the radar for us to completely crush Saddam Hussein and kick him out of Kuwait, right? They want to go back to the glory days when America could do everything and be all things. They got to wake up to the world of resource constraints. And frankly, the reason why we're not as powerful in relative terms as we were 30 years ago is because they screwed up, right? That's where the trade and immigration issue comes back, is they want to pursue a foreign policy that was built on the back of smart trade and smart immigration policy. They hollowed out the American middle class. They destroyed the industrial base of our country. The crazy statistic, China, we're still the biggest economy in the world. China is 32% of global manufacturing GDP, okay? We're 18% of global manufacturing GDP. So even though we're still by far the biggest economy in the world, China makes nearly twice as many manufactured goods as we do. That is the engine of real economic prosperity, is manufacturing. These guys want us to fight wars like it's 1954. It's not 1954, in thanks in large part.
In 600 meters, take the exit.
That's very difficult, right? Because you have a lot of unelected. We have 19 intelligence agencies, I think. I think it's around. I think it's about 19, which I don't think is enough. I don't think it's enough personally, but there's 19 of them or something.
I think we had 22 intelligence agencies. That's actually when we really have figured out this all.
That's who.
Take the exit, then take the ramp.
Americans are worried about. I think most people are worried about the CIA and government employees. My parents are worried about the Central Intelligence Agency and if they're making enough money. This is what my grandmother worries about. What do you say to people that are worried about people at the NSA? The DIA, the director.
Take the ramp.
Forget about that one. It's a little room in the bigger one.
Look, I want to speak from the heart here to my fellow Americans who are really worried that a CIA bureaucrat making $190,000 a year might have to find a job in the private sector. I recognize that is the biggest crisis facing my fellow Americans.
Yes.
Not that they can't afford groceries and housing.
Yeah.
Right? So
people can eat less.
Honestly,
so that Homeland Security can be a little bigger.
Yeah. So the Homeland Security.
I like knowing that my neighbors are getting spied on. I like it. I like people getting on lists.
Well, it's actually really a win-win, right? Something I'll say in Kamala Harris's defense is, yes, she's made it harder for Americans to afford housing, but that's been in the service so that the CIA can more easily spy on our fellow Americans, right? So that, again, this is where
you're a big
sometimes there's trade-offs and sometimes there's
You're a big critic of online censorship.
Yeah,
don't you realize it's good for people? Don't you realize it's
to not be able to speak their mind?
You know, people don't even know what they want to say half the time. Why not have a service that use like an AI where you speak into it and it rearranges it so it gets what you need?
I would be okay if we just censored Kamala Harris, right? I think she would be okay with that too. I think she'd be better in the polls if she just didn't say anything. That was, of course, the strategy.
Have you met her? She's probably fun. She's fun.
You know who's fun?
Yeah.
You know I bet it's fun. And I like this is rare moments of my partisanship. No. Okay. Hunter Biden.
Well, of course. I would, with all due respect to you, I would vote for him over anyone in the race. Just because if we're going to end this thing, let's do it quick. Let's do it in 6 months.
Oh man, my cousin is like a hardcore Republican, and she's like, you know what? I can't get behind you guys on is the anti-Hunter Biden stuff. Yeah. Like that guy. Right. I guarantee he's fun. He's a fun guy to hang out with. Yeah. Right. I don't know about. I've met Kamala Harris once. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, if she's fine.
There's too much of a school marm thing going on. I just don't. I don't think that would necessarily.
So how do you deal? You have a bunch.
Okay. Kamala Harris is the person who, when you tell a really funny joke, she like says, well, that was a kind of offensive. Right. Yeah.
But then I look at her and I go, but you're a genius, and then she likes me again.
Hunter Biden, if you tell a really offensive joke, he laughs his ass off and says, let's do it.
Let's do it again. Let's light the house on fire. So how do you deal with this? You get into office. Now people are all mad about Project 2025. People don't like it because it's a Heritage Foundation wrote a whole thing saying that you're going to dismantle the entire federal government and this
is the craziest thing. So Project 2020. So Heritage is a nonprofit with no affiliation with the Trump campaign. That's right. They wrote a 900-page document. Okay, if you take any 900-page document that exists anywhere in the world, I'm going to find something that I hate about it and something that I like about it. Right. So they've tried to pick up every little thing that is unpopular and say this is Trump's agenda. It has nothing to do with Trump. Right. But to your point, Donald Trump and I really do want to make the federal bureaucracy smaller. We think there are way too many bureaucrats collecting a check. We think that's bad for Americans because they have to pay those people's salaries. But most importantly, it's bad for Americans. Sometimes they're doing things like spying on their fellow citizens, which is fundamentally bad. Okay, so here's a crazy story. I just learned more about this the past couple days. There was a Wall Street Journal story about
in 800 meters, slight right.
AT&T networks. Okay, you probably didn't see the story, didn't make a whole lot of waves. My understanding is that part of the infrastructure that they hacked into was built on top of surveillance systems that were implemented in 2001, Patriot Act style stuff. So
slight right.
An element of that, and rightfully so. I don't want American citizens to be spied on, but the more important in some ways is we're creating a backdoor in our own technology networks that our enemies are now using. That's crazy. Right. And again, no one is going to accept responsibility for it. No one's going to say, oh, we screwed up, let's do something different. This is the biggest problem I have. Like all policy disagreements aside, the refusal of people to take responsibility and say, you know what, I screwed up. Okay, that is the biggest thing that's messed up about American government politics. Like, look, I had a lot of friends when I was 18 years old. What the hell did I know? I supported the Iraq War when I was 18 years old.
Me too.
I feel bad about that. Yeah. I genuinely feel bad that as a high school senior in Middletown, Ohio, who then enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, I did my part. I feel bad about it. Yeah. There were people in Washington.
I stopped short of that. I supported it in backyards, yelling, watching a lot of Fox, but I stopped quite short of it.
Man, we all have to serve.
Do our own
serve in our own roles. Right? We all have a part to play. But the guys who pushed it, they're still collecting multi-$100,000 a year salaries.
They're on MSNBC.
They're on MSNBC. Yeah. They still have influence, and they've never said we screwed up. That is the thing that bothers me the most about Washington D.C. is nobody accepting responsibility for failure. Because if you can't do that, you can't fix the problem.
Well, now it seems to be that we're shoehorning domestic issues into foreign policy, meaning that you can no longer sell a war by saying we're there to democratize a country, or we are there to preemptively invade a country before they attack us, or we can't say we are there so that drag queens in whatever in Russia can have more of a say.
Well, you asked why we were in Afghanistan for 20 years. It's like because the Afghanis really need to learn about gender studies and the importance of the non-binary gender approach that we have in the United States of America. You think I'm kidding?
Yeah.
Your tax dollars, my tax dollars, we're funding programs in a country where a lot of people didn't have running water.
Yeah.
We're funding programs to teach people that there were non-binary genders out there.
That I do agree with because it is fun, and I do want to see someone with a Kalashnikov standing really in the rubble, and then someone explaining that to them. To me, is fun, and that I support that.
I'm sure the Taliban had a lot of fun learning about 87 genders. That's probably true.
Why can't the 7-year-old consent to a life-altering medical surgery? Is it because you guys are fascist? I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you allow an 8-year-old to fully transition?
Not only that, but they want us to use their tax dollars to try to force other countries to follow this ridiculous pathway. Yes. Which, by the way, like I know a little bit about your politics, and you're pretty libertarian. Like, this is actually something I agreed with the old guard left about. That we should be, whether it's in defense or whether it's in the medical industry, we should be worried about when a profit-motivated entity tries to manipulate government policy. Right. And right now, we have pharma companies making billions of dollars off of cross-sex hormones for children. Right. And nobody on the left is like, that's kind of weird that the very people who are getting rich off of this are also lobbying the American Medical Association and the U.S. government to force this on American citizens.
It should have, I think, it should have stopped. The show Glee was great. Everyone was singing, and everyone was happy. No, it truly was. And, like, people weren't, it wasn't so contentious, but then it got to a point where somebody like me, who's been a gay, out-of-the-closet person for 15 years, I'm going, why in God's name would a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old be taking puberty-blocking hormones, be transitioning, be leave kids alone, leave people alone. It's very simple. A lot of gay people feel that way. There are trans people that feel that way. There are people all over the spectrum that feel that way. None of them are ever listened to.
Yes.
It is the most extreme, loudest voices in that movement that are listened to open.
Yeah, well, what really radicalized me on this issue was I was actually talking to a friend who, like really disagrees with my views on transgender politics, and I mean, frankly, like kind of rejected our friendship because I came out against I came out in support of banning gender transition for minors during my Senate campaign. And like what really radicalized actually is during that conversation, she said something to me that I was like, wait a second, is this real? And she said the hormonal therapy for minors is totally reversible, right? So the way they sell this is it just delays puberty. But then if you stop taking the drugs, everything resumes as normal. That is totally and profoundly false.
It can't be true. There's no way that's true.
When I heard it, I was like, that sounds totally effing crazy. Yeah. It turns out
also,
it is actually crazy.
Also, not a great policy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If it was true, probably not good.
Even if it was true, probably not good because, like, you don't want 30-year-olds going through puberty, right? Yeah. But, like, even if it was true, problem, but it's not true. Yeah. Like, kids have permanent sexual dysfunction, permanent, like, serious health problems. It's terrible. They think this stuff is just totally predictable. Like, again, one of the lifelong, the humanity-long lessons we should take is that when we intervene in things in unexpected ways, whether it's a war or trying to interrupt the biological process, we very often screw up, right? You need evidence before you really do something like this.
I don't know how we got in this country to why can't a 9-year-old girl have a beard? I don't know where from Glee everyone's saying was gay enough, perhaps too gay, and then it went to a place where it was crazy.
So okay. I've actually heard this. I'm not a gay guy, but I've heard this from gay friends of mine.
Man, damn it! You want to talk about virality? I'm talking about going viral.
Yeah, that would have made some headlines.
Do you think you know who will win the presidential election, or how many seats the Democrats or Republicans will win in the House or Senate? Well, there's finally a legal way to bet on the outcome of these elections via a platform called Kalshi. Kalshi is the first legal exchange where you can bet on any event, including but not limited to elections. Kalshi went to court and won legal approval for election betting for the first time in over 100 years. You have markets on who will win the presidential election, who will control the House and Senate, who will win swing states, and more. Kalshi is already being used by over hundreds of thousands of people and has facilitated over $1 billion worth of trade. Let's take an example. Right now, Trump and Kamala are trading at a 50-50, meaning if you place a bet on either, it will double your money if you end up winning. That's pretty good. So put your money where your mouth is and sign up using Kalshi.com/chance. I love this site. I love chance. I love speculation. I make a lot of predictions. A lot of them come out true. I'm using this site to make lots of money. I think you should too. I think I know things. I think I have the inside track. Do you? So put your money where your mouth is and sign up using Kalshi.com/GIM and get $20 bonus when you deposit $100 using their mobile app. Election day is coming up on November 5th. 30% of registered voters don't turn out to vote, and only 20% of people under 30 voted in the last election. There's a website, sendthevote.org/TM, that makes registering to vote easy. It's not partisan, meaning they don't care who you're voting for. They just want to ensure that you can vote. Head to sendthevote.org/TM and they'll help you sign up. Register, check if you're all set. You can also text TIM to 33022 to learn more. That's TIM to 33022. Do no-show statistic because I'll tell you right now, voting is a right that people have died for, and you should do it. And you can go to this website, sendthevote.org/Jim, and it makes registering to vote easy, because you know what wasn't easy? The Civil War, the Revolutionary War, or any of the wars. 1, 2, Spanish American. It doesn't. The point is this: the Korean War. I don't know if that impacted voting, but here's the thing: voting is cool. It's what the cool kids are doing.
But I talked to this about gay friends who feel like very personally affronted about this, because they feel like if they were, a gay kid, they were 14 years old, and maybe they're confused. Like, by the way, like a lot of teenagers, even a lot of non-gay teenagers, are confused because being a teenager is like inherently confusing. That's right. But they're worried about, like, would somebody have had them transition? Of course, in some ways, it's like it's like the pharmaceutical answer to conversion therapy, right? Oh no, you're not gay. Right. You're a totally different gender. The other thing I don't get about this, man, like the inconsistency here is crazy, where they want to simultaneously tell me that the gendered binary is screwed up, that male and female is way too simple, there's all this crap in the middle. But like when you have a person go on cross-sex hormones, they put on super petite dresses and high heels, and they act like the most stereotypical version of a girl, a male transitioning to female. It's like, okay, well, wait a second, is the gender stereotypical binary bad, or is it actually good? Because every time somebody takes these hormones, they start acting like Dylan Mulvaney.
No, what happens, I think, when we've allowed the debate to be defined by a very extreme portion, who it's not about logic, it's about people throwing tantrums and people going, you have to agree with me, I'm going to compel you to agree with me. Absolutely, kids should be left alone. My parents were boomers. I was ignored. I was left alone to do, whatever. And, perhaps that's not great, but we shouldn't be telling... You turned out okay. I turned out fine. I'm not the vice president, you know what I mean? But, I have a Rolls Royce. So here's, but the thing is...
I think you're winning at that trade-off. I can't even drive it.
We'll see. But it's going to get blown up soon. But I'll tell you this, I don't see why we're telling kids about critical race theory or gender theory. Why are we not educating people in math, in reading, in science? Why are we indoctrinating children? And I don't know too many people who are for that. If you meet people in the real world, none of them go. 5-year-olds should learn about identity politics, and nobody's for that.
No, nobody is. And
very few people.
And this is what I actually feel very personally passionate about, because this affects my family, right? Yeah. My wife and I talk about this all the time. So her parents, born and raised in South India, they moved to San Diego a couple years before she was born. So she's born and raised in San Diego, right? Okay, so she is Indian American, but she's like the most assimilated. Like she's American, right? Fundamentally, she's American. And we talk about, like, okay, we were able to fall in love in part because we grew up in the 90s where everybody was like, yeah, okay, it's not perfect. Obviously, there's still racism out there, but, like, judge people based on who they are, not on these, like, immutable characteristics on their skin color. Just judge people based on whether you have similar values, et cetera, right? And because of that, we fell in love. We had a family. Like, my family's always been welcome to her, and vice versa. And my mom actually put this in a very interesting way, that, like, the more that she's noticed this in the last few years, that people are obsessed that we have mixed race children, right? And are they brown? Are they white? Are they Indian? Are they American? And my mom's just like, well, there are babies, right? That's who they are. There are babies. I think that if you really inflame, like, the racial consciousness of people, if they fundamentally think of themselves not as human beings or as Americans, but as members of a racial group, that's just going to fundamentally lead to strife, right? Like, you want to, in some ways, like, you want to emphasize the commonality that we have as fellow citizens. You don't want to say, okay, you're black, so this means this thing about you and that thing about you, and you're white, so this means something totally different. Right. And I just, that obviously to me, just common sense would lead to conflict. And again, I'm not saying it was perfect, but if you look at both black and white Americans,
ride by see me, so I'm embarrassed by being on the bus stop, can't take my kids nowhere, but I got a heart to help the community. So at some point, you become frustrated and angry, as most community leaders do. The lack of support. I figured out a way how to self-sustain my organization. I didn't have to apply for no grants. I knew how to sell barbecue, shake down the drug dealers, stop the prostitutes, say y'all can't sell no. So I would shake down the community. I'm gonna call the police on y'all. Why I need to add white people, and I'm helping us. So black people became my greatest enemy, helping their children. But I'm the ones getting their kids out the juvenile system. I'm the ones setting up the, getting people license back, reinstated. I turned away from everybody. I was having a mental breakdown. Every day, all day. Man, you talking about for almost 7, 8 years. And I'm speaking in legislation, doing trainings, for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and I'm trying to maintain my GPA. Yeah, I had a mental breakdown. And this is what caused the breakdown. Because I was used as a political pawn from the power structure. They needed a voice like mine that was dynamic, that challenged the black preachers. And I challenged them, shamed them. So white people grabbed me and made me a poster child. They used me as a voice piece to go out into the black community to bridge the gap between law enforcement and the black community. So at the time, the federal government had just issued out a national initiative to 6 cities that probably could be the next Baltimore riots. So Fort Worth was one of those cities. It was called 21st century community policing. So they kind of want to bring back beat cops, where the cops know the neighborhood, put more. This is in Dallas. This is Fort Worth. So they had this program that the police department developed by way of this national initiative that was called procedural justice. Procedural justice was a new training aspect that was brought to new law enforcement to kind of have them more race sensitive, right? And they needed a black voice to go out. So I was one of the main voices that they used.
But what do you? TD Jakes is in Dallas, right? Have you ever done anything with? What do you think about TD Jakes?
He for TD Jakes for his church. He not for the community.
He's for his church, not meaning members of his church.
He mean the Potter's house.
Right.
Meaning a member. He for his church. That's his business. He not for Dallas. We don't see him nowhere doing nothing. His church or nothing. Now they got a prison reentry, but that's for the grant funding, but his business.
Do you think he's a net positive to Dallas?
No.
To the black community?
No.
TD Jakes?
No. What do we do other than preach a good message? To make our mothers feel good. On the couple. Come back home and still drink wine and feel better. Playing a pussy with a rose to feel even more better. So all he is a feel-good preacher. Nah, man. The Bible says what you do. I don't see no preacher, no church really doing for the least of those other than the poor churches that's amongst the people. You cannot take your big, beautiful church, build it out on the hills away from the people, and think you can still reach the people. They can't walk to that church.
In 600 meters, turn left onto the ramp.
ATM machines all over this motherfucker. And when it's time to pay tithes, poor people are excluded out of the black church.
What do you mean?
They're excluded. The preacher make you feel like you ain't got a soda seed. Who got a soda seed? They make you feel like if you ain't got no money to give. God don't need my money. He need my confession.
Turn left onto the ramp.
So, you know, the black church full of shit. They go for TD Jakes, all of them.
What do you mean Creflo?
Full of shit. Obsolete to the black people.
Right.
They have an audience like I got an audience. If I lose a page, my audience come follow me like they're following. They're not for the community. I started from the community and developed a following.
You don't think TD Jakes is a net positive to the community? Still, like, you know,
he preach. Why is a preacher positive? How is a preacher?
Go back to what you said earlier. You said hip hop or the movies would come to the bad communities and it would convert. So what if somebody doesn't live in Dallas and they live in Kansas, they live in New York, they live in Arkansas, they live in London, and they watch him, they just like the way he delivers his message. Isn't that a net positive?
No.
Tell me why.
What does it do? It make you feel good for the moment. It make so church make you feel good for whatever. Hey, hallelujah, pastor. You go back to the same problems, same condition, and most people's lives don't transform.
Rising
rising up because of BLM, because slavery existed and this isn't a racism, then I'd say, okay, fine, fair bait. But it feels exceptional to me that the same people who applauded me for this exact same rhetoric, and I'm going to give you an example here, David Horowitz of the Horowitz Freedom Center, he's a despicable human being. How dare you give me a literal award and say you are so great for tackling BLM and talking about all of the ills of Black Lives Matter and talking about how we're using this one issue and they're destroying communities and they're doing all of that. And then when I say, oh wow, look at this issue going on post October 7th, you suddenly go, no, you're an anti-Semite of the week and you deserve to have your entire life destroyed. I don't accept Jewish supremacy, and that's what it sounds like to me when you have individuals who didn't care when I said the exact same thing, who still don't care, as I still cover Black American issues like Sexy Red and Cardi B and talk about how their fame is completely fake and that there's some system that allows this fame to float to the top, and yet you're so sensitive if it has to do with a Jewish person. Also white people. The people that get the most coverage on my show are white people. I'm constantly pointing to what's happening in their TikTok trends and what they're doing, and they're not offended. So it actually, to me, is like snowflake culture that's gone writ large in the Jewish community, and they're just calling everything anti-Semitism, like Black Americans called everything racism in 2020, and I'm consistent. I find it boring, and I'm not going to be like persuaded against talking about these topics because there's a Jewish sensitivity. So this is a great conversation. I mean, Ami and I are just talking purely. You know what I appreciate? A brand that is not afraid to stand by me as I do that. A brand that allows me a platform to speak freely about the most important issues that we are facing as a country. That's why I'm so happy to say Pure Talk is still my wireless company. If you haven't made the switch yet, I encourage you to switch now. Pure Talk puts you on America's most dependable 5G network and offers unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $20 a month. Why would you still be with Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile? You can literally get the best coverage, 100% US-based customer service team, plus your family can save up to $1,000 per year. They'll also be supporting American jobs, the U.S. veteran-led company, and the great charities that Pure Talk supports as well, like America's Warrior Partnership, who's on the front lines of preventing veteran suicide. So go to puretalk.com/Owens and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month when you make the switch today. Again, go to puretalk.com/Owens and support a wireless company who shares your values.
Right. Well, I mean, I find it really interesting because I think the way you're coming at it is as if the Jewish community is acting woke and snowflakey, and the way I'm coming at it from seeing what you're saying is that is like using woke collectivist sort of leftist tactics and sort of generalizing about groups and using like using the identity as paramount, as if that's relevant in any way to the stories you're covering.
But I didn't say,
You know
I
what I
didn't
mean?
say it was relevant. That's what I'm saying. I never said that it was relevant that Magnus Hirschfeld was a Jew. No more than I said that before other people that I had mentioned before I got to Magnus Hirschfeld. Sigmund Freud was also in that segment. He happens to be Jewish. But I also didn't say that their Judaism was the reason for this, or if they view it as a race, that because they're racially Jewish, that this was the reason for this. I never connected that dot. I simply said their names, and Jewish people got offended. They just cannot handle that there could have been a Jewish pervert that existed and had a weird sex institute. He wasn't a pervert. I'm sorry. Magnus Hirschfeld's a pervert. I find it weird and extraordinary that someone would race to defend a pervert. Like if someone was like, hey, here's a black pedophile, I'm not like, how dare you talk about this black pedophile? We're going to defend this black pedophile. How dare you talk about this at all? I find that to be quite bizarre. Like you're actually not required, because you're a Jewish person and this guy happens to be Jewish, to defend him, Magnus Hirschfeld, because he has nothing to do with such thing.
Right, but if you went on to say every time you said, I'm just asking questions, it's a black pedophile, I don't know what's going on with black people, but something's going on here, and then when black people got offended and say, why can't I, and like making it part of the narrative is what's.
But you're making that up. You don't have several episodes where I said, I'm not going to, that's just you kind of saying that right now. You gave a specific example about Magnus Hirschfeld, and I told you this was an episode where I was talking about psychology, and I had listed 4 Christians in that exact same monologue. No Christians. Okay. No Christians were outraged because no Christians are snowflakes, right? So they weren't like, why is Candace pointing out what the Christians are, that there were Christian perverts in the past, and yet the Jewish community post October 7th has gotten a little snowflakey. Everybody can see that, except even speaking to your point, by the way, and I'm sorry to cut you off here because this kind of even proves it further. When we first began that conversation with Dave Smith, and you were talking about these people online that hate Jews, you know, these anonymous accounts, and I had a Jewish friend who had messaged me and asked me, can you publicly disavow these people that are saying bad stuff about Jews? What an absurd notion. Welcome to the internet. Every time I've logged on since I was anti-BLM, I'm being called a coon, I'm being called an N-word, I'm being called a house N-word, and I've never reached out to my Jewish friends and said, hey, could you do me a favor and disavow these random accounts on the internet? It's like, grow up. I'm sorry. If this is too much for you to handle on Twitter, log off. You're adults. This is how the internet works. Have you even played the stupid game the boys like to play? Have you ever read that chat on, what is it called? Grand Theft Auto. I don't know. I think it's Grand Theft Auto or one of the ones that.
Yes, there's a troll just
it's like suddenly October 7th, like, where is everybody going to defend us from these anonymous trolls online? I'm like, goodbye. I'm sorry. I'm 35 years old. You need your hand held because there's anonymous accounts that are saying memes of you on the internet. And you got to log off. You just got to log off. You shouldn't be in politics at all. You really shouldn't. You're too soft to be in politics.
I didn't bring this up in the last conversation because I think it just was distracted from the issue that we were discussing, but a clear example of this that I'd say raises legitimate concerns. So, and I saw you talk about this with Pierce Morgan too when you brought up Kanye West and those remarks. Okay, so I know you're bored of the subject, but just for the sake of clarity, what Kanye West said, I'm going deaf country on Jewish people. Nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with policy. He said deaf country on Jewish people. And you admitted, I think, in videos after that, from what I've seen, and those that I haven't seen, but from what I've admitted, I fumbled on that a little bit.
Baby daddy equals simp. Interesting. A young woman is saying that. Very interesting. Shout out to Cassie who says, seeing beyond the arguments, misunderstanding, and mistakes is realizing perfection does not exist in relationships, but their beauty is in the effort to stay united as a couple. Shout out to Marathon. Again, 77% of black women have children out of wedlock by 24 years old. Black men have been left with very slim pickings for black men. Black women, I'm assuming saying, what about the disrespect black women give to the stepdaddy? Interesting. Shout out to High Quality Women, one of our very own initiatives. She's at least over a year with that purple badge. Shout out to you. There you go. Anton has a cute, privileged perspective. Anton has a cute, privileged perspective, I think she's saying. He speaks from an ideal utopian world that doesn't exist. Single moms need to pursue God, self-actualize, and get educated on how to peacefully coexist with men. Man, y'all are really supporting the channel right now on the platform. So shout out to NDBA going crazy. And that's no Dusty Bums Allowed, just in case you didn't know, okay, which I support. And shout out to big bag chasers, which I also support because I'm a bag chaser myself. Shout out to Silent Sniper says, well, since Yada believes that childless men should date women with kids, how about he addresses the lack of respect those women have for stepfathers? That damn accountability. Shout out to Chantel Jones, one of our lovely initiates, says, I really wish Harley Initiated would stop giving Anton a platform. His views are biased and based on his own experiences, non-compassionate, not considering human error and redemption, and erroneous as you know what. Shout out to Practitioner Her, another one of the initiates. Ain't no debate if he gonna deflect like a man with concepts of a plan. Are you not entertained? Y'all are going nuts.
Make sure we go over 10 because it's going crazy.
It's all over 10.
Wow.
Shout out to Zeta. We have to increase it.
Yeah, we're gonna have
Shout out to Zeta Nintendo. These women choose those men when they see red flags. They say that's her fault. All of us men get blamed for actions of those few guys. They opened their legs, no protection. She chose to be pregnant free will. Shout out to AR Smith. That boy Yada throwing the Hail Mary. I'm gonna do two more. Shout out to Word Customs. Always using extremes to move goalposts. How many of us know women who purposely got pregnant by a bad guy who ain't want a baby and think she can change him, then want to be victim? Nope. Accountability. Last one, guys, from Initiate. Shout out to this thing glitching. Shout out to Erica Denise. Ryan, your face is so intense when you're listening to the responses. You be so into it. I am into it. This is riveting.
And I'm gonna tell you something. One thing about Harley Initiative, we're not gonna lean away from no tough conversations. In fact, I want to make sure our platform is the platform to galvanize and bring together the brothers so we can have the toughest platforms. I actually want to thank both of you brothers for coming from different sides of the world, different places, sitting here together as men and having these conversations, bringing all of our followers, our listeners into one environment and having hard conversations, because I believe, honestly, if we did this at home in our families, had the hard conversations in our own kitchens and dining rooms, we'll probably be in a better situation as it is. So if we ain't doing it in the dining rooms of your house, we're going to do it in the dining room of the damn Harley Initiative Studios. So this is where we at right now. We're moving into round 4 of the conversation, and we're about to get it. We got Yada in the building. Absolutely. And we also got my brother Anton in here. And let's go ahead and get into round 4. This one here is a this one here also, this whole conversation is a trigger one, to be honest with you. Because we had a situation a few episodes ago. I had my brother Anthony O'Neill on. I had my brother Wall Street Trapper on. There was a sister who claimed that brothers over 40 and single were actually red flags. The interesting thing is, a lot of the culture actually says the same about the ladies. We didn't talk about the ladies, but I want to bring that here to this conversation. Because
who we started with last? Did we start my man Yada last round?
We started with Anton and ended with Yada last round.
So we're going back to Anton. Because here we go, Anton. Would you say it is a red flag if a woman is, let's say, 35 plus and single? Is that a red flag?
I don't think that that's a red flag. I don't think that a lot of things that society and the culture says is red flags is a red flag. I don't think that a woman that don't have children by 40 is a red flag. Right? I just think that, again, I don't think that we're a monolith. I think that everybody is different. Their circumstances determine what their decisions are going to be and then ultimately what their outcomes are. A woman that's over 35 and single, that's it? No, I don't think that that's a red flag at all. I mean, if she's single with children, then I think that that's a red flag, because then you have to start adding context. Well, why do you break up with the person that you was with? And how many children do you have? And how many different baby fathers do you have? And all of that. But a woman that's 35 and single, she could have just been intentional, right? She could have just been focused on, her career, or, taking care of somebody that was at home, or, a lot of times it's a lot of men and women that are playing son husband or son, wife to parents that then had children to take care of them, which was selfish on the parents' part. But that woman could be responsible for that parent in that way, and she could have taken on that burden, which is not her fault, and she shouldn't have to take on that burden. But I think that it's nuance and it's context. So I don't personally look at a woman over 35 that's single, and that's just the criteria alone as a red flag. And let me also say this before you go. I think that we all have red flags.
Right.
Some of them bigger than others, right? Some of us have some things that we have to work on. It's a lifetime of work that we're doing, and we're evolving as we go. You're not going to be the same person at 20 as you were at 30. You're going to be a different person at 40 than you were at 30, and so on and so forth. And so I think that everybody has red flags, green flags, and so on. The conversation I think that we miss is, what are you willing to live with and work with? Because we're looking for this ideal person. We'll say, okay, well, they have to make this amount of money, or they have to be this far in their career, or they have to be a Greek, or they have to be in a fraternity or a sorority, and all of these different criteria. But we're not looking at the thing that you're willing to work through, because the thing that determines whether or not you're going to stay together is the problems, not the things that you like about the person. The things that you're willing to endure through when they're growing and evolving past that point. Even when it comes to financially, again, I spoke a lot on younger people, 20, 21, 22 years old. You may be looking at a guy that has all of the things that you want in life financially, and he may be 30, 40, right? He may be 40, 50. And you don't want to endure with this guy that ultimately is going to get there. And he has your best interest at heart. He has better character. He actually believes in God, right? And we see a lot of women walk away from that for the glitz and the glam and for the highlights. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think that that's a red flag on him. I just think that that's a growth opportunity, but she don't want to be with that guy. Because the culture that we live in is saying to go with the guy that got all the money instead of going with the guy that actually has the better interest in you, that ultimately is going to translate to the best situation for the both of you. So I don't look at a woman over 35 alone as just a red flag. I don't do that.
Yada, what's your thoughts on that question, brother?
I agree completely with the brother. The only thing that I disagree with is him saying if the woman is over the age of 35 with children. Some women have given men their youth and been married 20 plus years, and the relationship just didn't work. They parted ways, some peacefully, some toxic. But I believe that woman is in a place of healing. So I think all women, regardless of their age, if they're single and working on themselves, I don't see that's a red flag. And like my brother said, I believe that we all have red flags, and we should really get with people that can deal with that red flag.
There you have it. Honestly, man, again, I think a lot of overlay and overlap. And it's interesting because I know you brothers very well as far as your content and what you speak about. And although you guys have a lot of differences, there is a lot of overlap in your perspective, which is very interesting. But that's why I'm happy that we was able to get some nuance here in this conversation. What I actually want to do here, because we always like to get
before you end, I want to say this to Antoine, brother. Thank you.
No, thank you
for coming here, man, and being respectful. You're a funny guy. you're a funny guy, but man, you came here, man. Your brother's very intelligent. You articulate yourself very well, man. I'm blessed to have you as my brother, even though I might not agree with everything. I am blessed to have you as my brother, and this is my little brother, man. No, but let me also say that I do appreciate him, right? I do appreciate you, and that I actually see value. Of course, we don't, acknowledge the stuff that we do, right? But I see value in engaging in conversations, respectful dialogue with people that may have a difference in opinion. And I think that a lot of times people want to see people in an echo chamber, but I don't think that there's any growth in that, because there are some things that he said that I'm going to take into consideration and evaluate and say, you know what? Did he have something there that I kind of overlooked? And so I see value in you. I see value in your conversation. I think that you are a blessing to the culture, especially as an example of how it is that you guide over your family. And so I have a lot of respect for you, even though we may disagree and we don't have some dialogue. We, you know, we entertaining for the people and stuff, but I do respect you and I do have a lot.
Hey, I have to add this too. This is I watched a few videos last night of this brother. I have to say, this is the first time I've seen this brother so respectful, and I believe. hold on. But I believe that it is because he was also given respect.
Absolutely. And that's a fact. And I also believe it has something to do with it's just some kind of Holy Spirit. It's a Holy Spirit. It's all in the studio. So it's something about the studio that does that, but I appreciate y'all coming. In fact, we're not done. Y'all listen, I understand we get the closing statements going. If you're familiar with Hardly Initiated, you know we always get the family involved in the conversation. But I understand that this was a passionate conversation and you gonna come up here and try to give me your narrative and life story. So I'm gonna challenge you because I'm gonna want the family to be brief and brilliant. Please, Lionel, go ahead and drop the link in the chat for people to come backstage.
Link in the chat and link in the description right now.
What we're gonna do, I'm gonna only give you 30 seconds, all right? So we're gonna make this fun. 30 seconds. I wanna hear who you think won tonight and why. Okay, and what I'm gonna do, just so we can spread it out, we're gonna bring a few ladies up, we're gonna bring a few guys up. So I want you to come backstage and let us know what your thoughts on this.
ngoba sensukudlula kuyo indawo athanda uvota yonke into apha. Futhi abantu angazange
studio with the one and only Retabile Marukwa on the news desk. Rita, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm very good. You look stunning, Rita. There we go. There we go. There we go. The time right now is 15 minutes right after 1 o'clock. Of course, we are going to make sure that you get the best today. You know, this is the first hour of the show, and during the first hour of the show, the first segment, it is now us checking on you now. That is hashtag vibe check. And vibe check is where we are checking, trying to find out what are you doing today, or what are your plans for today. Maybe if you don't have anything, tell us what is it that you were doing this past week or during the week.
so you can tweet, reply, retweet, and repeat. Quality election now o CUTFM. Manta ho fihla ka labone, ho tloha ka hora ya botshelela ho fihla ka hora ya bosupa. Kgetho ya hao e bohlokwa.
Your vote and your eggs. More than just an egg.
wanted to build, a startup like Peter Thiel wanted to build the next great city in Greenland. Like, they wanted to just get out of here. Make the laws, and they were like, we're not into this. All of these tech people believe to some degree in a post-American future. Whether they admit it or not. They're not going to admit it. They all love Jesus now, which is interesting. So they've all found him. We trust that? We trust that conversion? Nope. Is that authentic? Nope. But all of these people want a post-American future. And they love these ideas, right? Yeah, let's buy a piece of land, let's start small, run it on crypto, see what happens. Fully kind of libertarian, feudal state run by crypto. So what do you do if that's what you want? If that's your concept of the future, where nation states are going to be at the very least subservient to the new tech reality. What do you need? You need kind of this digital police state that everyone's going to have to live in. And that's where you bring in Palantir. The New York Times article here, the Trump administration has tasked Palantir, Peter Thiel and Palantir, with building a database of Americans. Their financial info. So Peter Thiel, Palantir is founded by these guys, Alex Clark, Joe Lonzo, and Peter Thiel. I met Joe Lonzo in Austin. I went to his house. Nice guy, very smart. I described him on the show. He no longer likes me. That's fine. This is a pattern for me, right? This seems to be a pattern. I don't think it's right. He had a great big swimming pool, and I love swimming, and I love a big pool. Most people don't have them. He got a huge pool. I think it was 80 feet. Doesn't matter. I'm being pseudo-swimming. I met him. He no longer, I think he's actively involved with Palantir. He's doing some other startup. Like he's doing some other. He wanted to build another city to compete with Austin or something. Everyone's got a fun idea at these tech things when we go. Everyone's got a fun idea. Everyone wants to do something revolutionary. And so, in March, President Trump signed an executive order calling for the federal government to share data across agencies, raising questions over whether he might compile a master list of personal information. Mr. Trump has not publicly talked about the effort since, but behind the scenes officials have quietly put technological building blocks into place to enable his plan. In particular, they have turned to one company, Palantir, the data analysis and technology firm. This is where you have to start questioning if the Trump administration is like some type of op. Meaning like, is this real? Is the administration that got elected to purge the deep state actually using the deep state to compile a list of data on all the people that live here? This shadowy company Palantir that works with the CIA and the military, they do all this fun stuff. They export all their technology all over the world to places, fun like Israel right now. I don't know what they're doing. I guess setting up breakfast stations for the Palestinians. Perhaps not. But this shadowy company is compiling a list of data of the American people. The Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon, when Mr. Trump took office, according to public records, including additional funds from existing contracts, as well as new contracts with the Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon. So Palantir has received $113 million in federal government spending since Trump took office. This does not include a $795 million contract the Department of Defense awarded the company last week, which has not been spent. Representatives of Palantir are also speaking to two other agencies, the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service, about buying its technology. The push has put a key Palantir product.
So, met with the ANC, they said no. EFF met with the ANC, they said no. PA met, DA met, we said yay. Now she comes here. We have been telling people this thing is pure racism. Embarrassing the African National Congress. I must today say something. During the negotiations, I've never seen the ANC being so generous in listening to views. And now Helen Zille rocks up and say, nothing happens without me here. It is the Mises mentality which took us to exile. She needs to stay away from this thing, because in the spirit, now she talks about clause 24, clause 54, clause 24. The best example I can make you. If a girl, if you decide to marry a girl, the two of you say we're going to get engaged. That's what happened here. The intent is to get married. If that marriage doesn't happen, what recourse does that girl have? She can go to court. She can go to court. the court can fine me for not marrying the lady. But the court can't instruct me to marry her. That's the same thing happening here. She talks about the clothes. This is a statement of intent. How are we going to form the GNU? When the GNU gets formed, it will then give life to the document. It will then. Now they want to make Fikile Mbalwe like he doesn't know what he's talking about. She didn't read this document properly. My brother, that thing means nothing.
And another thing that she said, that she seems to think the ANC doesn't also understand, and I'm interested to hear what your interpretation is as the Patriotic Alliance, is clause 19, which is about sufficient consensus, because it talks to the parties representing 60% of seats in the National Assembly. And Helen Zille says it's not seat in the government of national unity, it's seats in the National Assembly. And according to her, that means the ANC doesn't have that 60%. Even if they bring in you as the PA, the IFP, the people that have already signed, they don't get 60%, which means when there's a deadlock, the ANC would have to consult with the DA. The DA would have to rubber stamp whenever there's a deadlock. How do you understand clause 19 of this?
Clause 19, number one, the ANC doesn't have the power to decide what happens in the National Assembly. Let's start there. So how can the ANC bring out the document that says all the parties in National Assembly? Since when does the ANC decide for the Freedom Front Plus or for the EFF and for the PA for that matter? Sufficient consensus is for the parties that are signatories to the document. She's now realized what she's done. That Fikile Mbalula and his negotiators has got the upper hand. They outplayed Helen Zille. What does she do? She's trying to ridicule them on your show. I watch the show. She's trying to make them look stupid. She's trying to make that esteemed team like didn't know what they were signing about. The ANC, the PA, the PAC, we can form 60% of sufficient consensus in the GNU. In the GNU. Where did she get these things? Here's the issue. Helen Zille knows that, you know, for me, this was, somebody said something so profound. Helen Zille said nothing different than what former President Jacob Zuma said. He said this is a coalition. By her saying that nothing can happen without her, it makes it a coalition. She wants
this is how we roll the proverbial carpet to get on out of here, but it also serves a dual purpose of ushering in, okay, the touchdown, led by the queen herself. She's Ludi Lou. Why you laugh, man?
What's good? Not the proverbial carpet. I mean, come on.
It was a low-hanging fruit, but it was there.
As always.
It was there. I had to grab it. Do you understand?
You know what? The rap life will never disappear.
I tried though.
He is forever here.
I tried to smother him.
No, don't. He can stay. Don't smother him. Let him try.
Okay.
I think he needs you a day of the week. That's not bad. Friday, like Thursday. You're just fully in that zone.
Yeah. Because I do have like rap Tourette's. You know what I'm saying? Where you have like, involuntary yo. Where you like, bring him in.
Flourishing like a Friday. I have grills Friday. I wear my grills on Friday.
There you go.
Sometimes though. Yeah, cool. I think you should do it. Make it big.
Sounds like a plan, man. What's coming up in the show, man?
Oh man, you know how it goes with us, right? So we're celebrating with our telco family. They're unrolling, or rather unwrapping the Into Summer Magic campaign, and we're also doing giveaways. So that's going to be really, really beautiful. And later, Open John from Old Mutual is also going to be the son, and we're talking trust funds. So for anybody who's got questions, want to understand how they work, do the right thing and tune in between 3 and 6 on the touchdown. We're really, really going to have so much fun.
And listen, between the three of us, man, these are combos we need to be a part of.
Absolutely.
Because we've got youngsters.
Yes.
Oh. Mel.
What do you mean?
I remember my kids being little and going, oh, we're rich. Like, no. You have nothing. I have money.
Sounds like a real wealthy parent. You know, wealthy parents always have
They be like, hey,
it's not your money. It's my money. You're just benefiting from my life. But you know, yeah. So I'm very, very interested in trust funds. I really want to understand more.
Same.
See what I can do for my little ones. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the conversation with our family and Old Mutual.
We look forward to it too. Malcolm, we're out of here.
We are. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Indeed, have a goodie.
Welcome to SACAP. Press 1 if you want a qualification with a strong human focus. Press 2 if you're looking for accredited degrees, diplomas, and higher certificates. Press 3 if you want a college with a 27-year track record.
27 also happens to be South Africa's international dialing code, fitting for a college that's responsive to South Africa's workplace and community needs. Visit sacap.edu.za to learn more. Your future's calling.
Play Powerball and Powerball Plus for 94 million rand in total estimated jackpots this Tuesday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for an estimated 27 million rand and Powerball Plus for an estimated 67 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529# for USSD. Panda push up play. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. Ituba is a proud operator of the National Lottery.
Who plays the hottest music? This must be heaven. We do. We are Metro FM. It's where you want to be.
excited, and you must understand why people are excited about your responses there. You are a journalist.
Yes.
And journalists, in most instances, would paint the country in a way that the interviewer is taking them. Journalists are not brutally honest when it comes to patriotism and politicking. And I think even Zuma raised it at some point that the media is painting a bad picture about the country. They are supposed to do PR for the country. So people were excited, people were happy that you came out as a patriot, as a South African. And you know, the only party that has got that particular word, patriot, is the Patriotic Alliance. So you feature, you will fit in well in the alliance.
I know you're campaigning. Can I just very quickly, before I want to move on from this, journalist's job is not to actually do PR for the government or for the country. Our job is to hold leadership accountable. That's how you serve a nation. By being able to look at leadership, we're having this conversation now, by being able to ask probing questions about the work being done. That is actually, in and of itself, believe it or not, an act of patriotism. My last part on all of this, my point of departure is, if you listened, I spoke that crime is actually a problem. I'm not going to lie for South Africa, because that's also not how you get South Africa right. But anyway, thank you for that. Thank you for campaigning for me to join PA. I'd rather stay on this side of the political landscape. So you've been jobbing MMC for how long now?
Since 2023 February, so which is 2 years and about 3-4 months.
How are you finding local government?
Government in general, not just local government. Yes, I'm here, but I think this is what happens in the province and at national. You need to have political leadership that understands how the system works, that understands profit, production, holding people accountable. So when I came in, and I'll make an example at JRA, one of the regions was on strike for 2 months. From January, I came in February, they were already on strike for over a month. For what? For bonuses. Because some of them were not paid bonuses, others were paid bonuses. So they were doing a sit-in. It is just after a rainy season. The roads were badly damaged at that time in 2023 when I became the MMC of Transport, Roads and Transport. And I went there after about 2 weeks of me being the MMC, because I had to go from department to department, entity to entity, just to understand what the department is about. What are the entities doing?
In a sense of, yeah.
Yes. So once I did that, I then went to this region to go and hear the cries. The leader there was saying, as we were working towards them, these are the guys that will patch your potholes, do resurfacing of roads. He was saying, whoever opens his mouth here must give us the time and the date when I'm being paid bonuses. Now, I am with the acting CEO, very tall white man, Louis Nell. I'm the political accounting officer. I'm with the administrative accounting officer. So the two highest people in the department are being told by the lowest ranking people that when you come here and you open your mouth, you must give us the date and the time. And I watched senior officials trying to talk to them, say, but the MMC wants to understand your issues. He was just appointed. No. Even that MMC of yours, when he opens his mouth, he must give us the date and the time. That was the first time I was blessed with understanding the attitude of officials, employees of government. They have no regard for authority. And I decided to leave because I wasn't going to do what I'm being told. So I said to the CEO, let's go. We left. But as we are leaving, I see one of the senior officials at the depot is talking to this leader wearing a t-shirt of a union. He's talking to this leader as we're leaving. Then I stopped the car. And I said, Mamelam, call me that gentleman there. And call me all other senior guys here at the depot. I'm standing outside of the car. I said, now I understand where the problem is here. Those people there are not the problem. I want to see HODs, depot managers, everyone on Monday the following week. It was a Tuesday. I said Monday the following week, 7 o'clock. And I wanted to get a sense. Then we left. But I'm boiling, man. How can you haven't spoken to me? You haven't had my response to your issue, and you just decide to instruct me like that. So I then said to the CEO, I called him, I said, can you just park behind me on the highway? Came out, I said, CEO, I want you to call the depot manager now and tell him if these people are not at work by 8 o'clock tomorrow, I want him to dismiss all of them. He must fire all of them. Once, tell him that when we drop the call, he must talk to HR to start preparing dismissal letters and an advert. I'm responsible for service delivery here. He said, no, labor processes. I said, don't tell him about the labor processes. I'm talking about service delivery that is affected here. That's my responsibility. And we left. Wednesday morning, 7:45, the CEO called me. MMC, there's no need for letters. The guys are on the back of the trucks. They are going to work. That region is the hardest working region since 2023. That region works at night when there is flooding. That region is so on Monday, the boardroom was full of depot managers, regional ops managers, HODs. And I said to them, I now understand why there's no service delivery here. There was a rumor. I saw pictures of asphalt being dumped on the parks because people want to go home early. I saw potholes not being fixed for months because people don't care. But the problem is not these people. I showed leadership, and the people are back at work. From last week Wednesday, they've been working. Today they are at work, which means you are not managers. You are not leading these people. You come to work at 8, you leave at 9. That's why you can't even track when they are leaving. You tell them to go and patch people's driveways with asphalt of the city that the city pays for. So you cannot give them instructions because you instruct them to do corrupt things. So even when I'm there as the MMC and the CEO, you have no authority over them. So if the depot is not functional, I am firing the depot manager and the HOD because I need the manager. That's how I started.
Let's speak about that now, because when you speak about that kind of intervention, then in my head I think this should have reached the entire city. But Kenny, I use these roads, and it's very hard to believe that there's improvement. So that suggests to me that people are still not able to do their jobs as they ought to, or there are no resources for them to do their jobs. Have you seen London Road?
Right.
Perpetually in a state of disarray. But just generally though, the question I'm asking to answer is the lack of improvement on the Joburg roads. It's a constant cry from motorists.
All right. I introduced the different work ethic at GRA.
Yeah.
It's spread all across the 7 regions, and the regions are working. You can ask councillors. They will tell you that things have improved. That's when I got the nickname Papa Action within the city. The challenge that we are sitting with is 30 years ago, over 30 years ago, and this I was told by a SAMU leader who works at GRA. He said to me, MMC, a few months after we started, after I started, he said, MMC, we appreciate the work ethic that we've introduced. Crack the whip. He said over 30 years ago, there were between 18 and 25 members in a team. Now, a depot would have about 6, 7, 8 teams, depending on how big the region is. So those 6, 7 teams would have 18 to 25 people in that team. Now today, Jare has got 6 people in one team. from 25. That's why JRA has become a 10111, an ambulance. That is the first challenge, human resource. The second challenge, the city is not collecting enough. So the city is not able to give a CAPEX budget to JRA to mitigate all these challenges. Number 3, when it rains, the road gets damaged. Water is an enemy of asphalt. Number 4, you have a road infrastructure that has outlived its lifespan. These roads were built 40, 50 years ago, some of them 60 years ago. The mining underground has also caused damage to our roads. Now, illegal mining has exacerbated the situation. That's why we have sinkholes on our roads.
Yeah.
Because of illegal mining underground, the Department of Minerals does not care to assist with budget. I took them to Davidsonville. I showed them when it rains, how that mining sand gets into people's houses. I said to them, can you put a budget aside? Let us mitigate. They don't care. They went with me. They saw. When my team made a follow-up from my office, the region said we have written to national. There's no response. That's 2 years ago. So, but then, with all these things, those are the challenges. So when you patch a pothole is but a symptom of a damaged road. That's why the potholes keep coming, because we have.
If you're advertising extension,
Because I'm thinking some ailments
require
maybe lead us to sit in our outbox and discuss what we don't do. You know what I mean? Exactly. It's 13:57 on the midday link up.
Music with the coolest DJs. Metro FM.
Good job.